Everybody to the ESL CSGO Pro League. My name is Dan Gaskin and we have got some fun-filled action of Counter-Strike for you tonight. I'm joined on the desk by the beautiful, the wonderful, the gorgeous Jackie Peters. It's great to have you back. Had you in week one, now I've got you again.
That's true.
Just reeled you back in.
You can have me whenever you want me, Dan. I'm easy.
Yep, okay, great. I mean, I don't know how to take that, but we'll see later on. Let's just quickly run over then today's games that we're going to see. Well, on the other stream, on the main stream, and on our secondary stream as well, because there are some good games for us, and there's also some fantastic games on the other side. So we have Fnatic versus Virtus Pro, and of course North versus Astralis. But over here we have Heroic versus HellRaisers, and NiP versus Kinguin. Any matches that really catch your eye there, Jackie?
I mean, yeah, obviously, if we're looking at our matchups, it's going to be interesting to see that NiP game later on tonight. That's kind of the big one, really, because NiP, they've been looking so horrific. Their form has just been lackluster, to say the least, really. And then over in the mainstream, the one for me that sticks out is probably the Danish just clash that's going in there with North up against Astralis. This Astralis that just absolutely has unlocked their true potential now.
All right, well, let's have a quick look at the league table as well and see where all these teams are currently sitting. As you can see, mousesports there, 7-1 with an incredible round difference, 49. That is absolutely amazing. And then at the bottom, as you just said, Ninjas in Pajamas, 0-6. Hopefully we can see them kind of find their footing a little bit later. Is this really how you saw the league table panning out when the Pro League started, Jackie?
That's the interesting thing, right? Especially off the bat, like what brings it to mind is just the fact you mentioned mousesports straight away. A 7-1 lead there. I did not expect that coming into it because they were having internal struggles. They hadn't been performing too great. Obviously with Nico, with the rumours of him departing the team, then joining FaZe, you thought, right, mousesports now, they're going to take a bigger hit than they've ever received before. But they dominated when Nico was on the team. And now coming into it as well, since his departure, they're still actually faring pretty good. And for me, the revenge storyline that seems to be building up between FaZe and mousesports later on in the line could be huge.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Mouse kind of develop. Well, we watched them last week and everyone was saying without Nico they were just going to fall to bits, but they just played phenomenally. They were absolutely fantastic and we saw great work coming out of them. So it's great to see that they can still perform without Nico, as everyone was saying they're a little bit of a one-man band, but they aren't. I think they are here to stay. So let's talk closely about Heroic versus HellRaisers then. Just our first game of the day. I think map number 1 is going to be Mirage. Now Heroic being Snappy, Modi, Valda, Nico and Jugi. And I mean, recent games, they lost 16-13 versus Godsent recently, which isn't a great one. And they also lost 16-5 versus SK IEM. So perhaps this isn't a great one for Heroic, so I'm thinking maybe it was a choice from HellRaisers. I mean, any thoughts from you, how you think this map's going to go?
It'll be interesting because both of these teams haven't played Mirage against each other in a very long time. I don't think they have for a while, especially not with these two lineups since the changes have come into effect with Jugi being added to the team. Now, Mirage for me is definitely a map they can perform well on when Jugi's playing to his level that he can actually excel at. He's such a predominant AWPer where if you just situate him somewhere on the map, let him go a little bit aggressive. He goes for those early connector peaks, scopes out, but he's very quick. He's not one of these players that sticks around too long, very reactive. So it's a nice style of CS. So we'll go for that first initial phase, won't hold too long. We'll wait for the first peak. If you're not there in a matter of seconds, refaces, goes for the window phase. Like he's quite adaptive in that sort of style of CS, which is good to see. And the thing is as well, Heroic should start performing a lot better now since the addition of Jugi, because he was one of these such talented Danish players that's been floating around like the Danish scene for so long and could never find a home, right? Like he was never brought into a lineup that actually wrapped around him and molded him and could use him to his best abilities. Now coming into this lineup here, when you also have Nico in the team, which is the other Danish star that was always all over the place but never really had the limelight shine on him with a good team. Yeah, the other Danish Nico. But you come into it now and you have both of them together that are absolute powerhouses in a lineup where they look like they might actually be able to lock things down. They've got a good organization behind them. This is where I think the era of Jugi is going to start to come in, and we're going to have so many top-tier Danish teams now going into this. Well,
Jugi is one of Jackie's favorite players, but you can also vote for your favorite player, I believe, from February. If you just head on down to that link, paysafecard.com/fanvote. Just click one of the players. I think it's a choice out of 5 players to be your favorite. Maybe if you think they had some good plays, some good executes, or some clutch kills, let us know who your favorite is, and that will be a good choice to have, really. I mean, I think I've already voted twice. I probably shouldn't say that. I should probably only do it once, but you know, you've got to get involved on these things. Okay, so you've spoken about Jugi on Heroic. Then on the side of HellRaisers, they recently played Mirage. They beat eFuture 16-7. I mean, that's quite an easy game for them. But if we look to kind of better sides. They lost to North 16-14, and they lost to SK 16-7, all the way back at E-League, so a little bit unpracticed for them. Dead Fox, we saw some fantastic AWPing coming out from him last week. Is he one of the key players that we should be watching?
Definitely. The thing is, right, when it comes down to that team, the two factors that you need to perform to allow them to start to lock games down is Angel's on point with his calling and his actual micromanaging, because he's so in-depth. He's one of these very emotional leaders that has his hands in all the pots, wants to try and lock things down. If he feels comfortable and will excel and actually perform to the best of his ability, because the thing is, he's also quite an effective fragger. He doesn't have like a bad downside to him. He's actually very all-rounded. That's why there's been a lot of talk about him potentially going to Na'Vi to try and, you know, sort of get the ship back in shape and try and give them some leadership once again. Now, if he's playing well and also fragging into this, and then you have Dead Fox stepping up and being utilized correctly and getting those opening frags, this man's a maniac when it comes to locking down sites, right? Like, he's a one-man retake machine. He's like your mini pocket simple. You can just throw out when you need him to, and he can land those sick frags.
He's been like in a Pokeball.
Yeah, you just roll him out. Angel lets him go. But that's the thing. He can do so much damage when it comes down to it, and they have a lot of structure. That's one of the things for me, is that right now Heroic seem like they're still trying to get a lot of things sorted out. There's still some internal issues where you can see they're building together, getting that lineup together, working out properly, and their playbook is growing. Whereas in the hand of Angel, his playbook is huge. He's got so much in there for so many years, a wealth of experience, and I think that's going to be the difference maker coming into Mirage.
I heard a little rumor. I don't know how correct this rumor is as well, that HellRaisers are currently boot camping, so perhaps that might play a part. I mean, I don't even know if that's official. It was just something I read on Twitter. If that plays a part, I mean, that could be huge for HellRaisers in quite an important week for them, because they're currently 12th in the league table. Heroic, they had a great performance at IEM.
Yep.
They were looking on form. They're 5th place, 4-4, just to 12 points in the moment, but there are quite a lot of teams in that kind of region. They've lost their last 3 of Mirage. That's what I'm worried for about Heroic. But let's get some predictions from you then. You've kind of gone a little bit in depth. You've given me a little bit of a focus on each team.
I've thrown it out there.
You've thrown the Pokeball of simple, as you said. Who are you going for? Where would you put your money?
I think I just have to go for HellRaisers, just off the basis of what we've seen in the past. And they look like they're starting to actually get themselves to being very stable as a lineup these days. Like, before in the past, we saw many moments where they start to excel, and they take a hit, and they sort of drop down a little bit. But now they're actually starting to kind of find their footing. Whereas we actually see moments of glory from Heroic, but it's just a flash in the pan right now. So I think it will probably be in the region of about a 16-12 over on Mirage to kick things off. But, you know,
I want it to be quite a tight affair. We've seen a lot of one-sided games so far in the Pro League, especially on our secondary stream. So I want to see that kind of like really close, down to the wire. Let's go into.
Yeah.
But I really can't look past Heroic. I'm really struggling. Yes, okay, I think it'll make a difference if HellRaisers are boot camping. I'd love it if someone could confirm that and let me know, because that will actually make a real difference when looking at these players. But I mean, we look back at their results last week when HellRaisers faced off against Kinguin, and I was thinking that Kinguin were going to walk away with that one.
Oh yeah.
And HellRaisers, I think it was 1-1, they both took a map, but players like Dead Fox really pulled it out, Stiko as well, and Angel, all can just blow you out of the water. So I'm expecting a lot from the boys. I'm thinking maybe a 16-14, I think.
Yeah, the full 30 rounds coming out?
Yeah, I think it's going to go all the way. Well, I hope it's going to go all the way. And then if it does go all the way, we move on to Train as our second map, and that'll be an interesting one. Is it a case, do you think, in these kind of series where both maps count for a win, rather than it being a best of 3, you can just get points and move on? Does momentum still play a factor in the series as such?
It definitely still hits you. That's the thing. For a lot of teams, especially teams that are very emotional, when you lose that first map, if it's a massive scoreline, coming into the second map, it does take its toll. And teams just need to reset instantly, try and take it as 2 best of 1s, rather than, as you were saying, you know, coming into it thinking it is going to be an overarching game and being like, right, we need to win both maps. Just come in, refresh, don't worry about the previous match, and try and perform to your best again. That's why, obviously, with this format as well, with the potential of actually playing both maps twice, the scary factor is if you come into it as your own pick thinking, right, we've won the veto, this should be fair enough, we're going to win this out. If you lose that initial map, having to play the same map again, it's going to hit you, it's going to affect you mentally.
Yeah, definitely. It does come into that. Well, whilst we're waiting for these players to get ready, I think it's just about a minute away now. I mean, we want to take a moment to thank Mountain Dew, obviously, for all of their support. You can check out all of their content, esea.net/MDL. Have a look at the Mountain Dew League. You can get all the schedules, standings, and anything that you want to do with the Mountain Dew League. But yes, we are almost ready, and it's an interesting format as well, because we don't have knife rounds in the Pro League, so it will go down to the veto process. One team will choose the map, the other team will choose which side. How important on Mirage is it to get T or CT, do you think? I mean, it's one of those maps where it's pretty 50-50, right?
Yeah, like you can have like halves that go back 7-8 at that point. It's not too extravagant if you get that CT half and then lock it down. A lot of teams do want to try and start off in their CT half, as it is slightly easier. You can come into effect very easily off the back of that. But the scary factor is as well, some teams actually do have those very dominant T halves. And especially first matchup of the day, if both of these teams are coming into it, they want to warm up a little bit off the back of that. If you start off on your T half, it's a little bit easier to play with the rifle. With the AK, you can try and get those sight takes a little bit loosely, play those split and pick style CS. It's just a bit easier to land those shots initially.
Where are we expecting both of these teams to kind of finish towards the end of the season? Because obviously HellRaisers at the moment in 12th, so they are down at the bottom and near that relegation zone. Heroic kind of sitting at the top of the table. Do they look like kind of mid-table sides to you? How are they going to fare up against the likes of Astralis?
Well, this is the thing. Like right now, with Astralis' like form that we've seen just continuously starting to dominate and really get into what everyone assumed they were going to be so long ago, and it's taken them so long to actually finally get there. It's going to be hard for these sort of teams to go up against Astralis right now and actually pick up those games. But there is potential that if we actually see Heroic start to grow, this is the thing. Like I'm saying Heroic are going to lose here, but I still think Heroic have the potential to actually be the better team later on in life coming through with this. If they stick with that lineup and actually keep working on it and improve with the players they have in that pool, there's definitely a lot of potential because they have great fraggers. They have star players. They have that star potential. That's the thing. Everyone can get those impact kills. They know how to play CS to a good standard. They've got so many of these players that have just been almost on the cusp of being on these great teams in the past, but never really had a slot for them, was always replaced by someone else. Now they've got like this ragtag band together, and they're starting to prove that actually we can do the damage.
Definitely do the damage. As you can see at the bottom of your screens as well, you can check out all of the YouTube content, so all VODs, anything you want to see to do with the ESL CSGO Pro League. And you can also, I've been told, you can ring the bell, and that is a little thing. If you are subscribed to the channel, you can press the bell button, which is next to the subscribe button, just to find out when the channel is live, if they're obviously YouTube is streaming, or for any new videos that have been uploaded. And I mean, Jackie, you've rung a few bell here and there, haven't you? So you're quite familiar with all this.
You keep your bell away from me, mate.
I definitely will. Okay, we're almost ready to get going into this one, and we've got kind of Jackie's thoughts here, but let us know your thoughts as well. Get involved on Twitter, of course. Just follow ESL CSGO, and you can just think who's going to win, basically. It's going to be a tight one, definitely, between Heroic and HellRaisers. We're both kind of leaning towards Heroic. Is that what we're kind of thinking?
I'm feeling HellRaisers. I went for the HellRaisers bet.
I wasn't listening, apparently. There you go. There's the social media links for you guys. Facebook.com/ESL CSGO and at ESL CSGO on Twitter, as I said. Okay, I clearly just...
It's fine, don't worry about it, mate.
I wasn't
It's
listening.
old age. Your memory starts to
I think
slow,
I've spilt a drink as well. Sorry. I'm just going to apologise to production now for the mess that they're going to have to clean up later on. Okay, so something I want to touch on ever so slightly, and it will be ever so slightly because we're getting into this one. I mean, we've got NiP playing later.
Yep.
They've obviously had that change, which is going to be a big change. And today we're going to see how them losing Pith is going to really make a difference, and whether they can kind of turn their season around. Because let's be honest, they've looked, well, awful. I think that is the best way to put it. And a lot of people were excited to see them. I think they were meant to be playing Virtus Pro yesterday, and then we had the server issues, so we weren't able to go forward. So we are going to see them face off against Kinguin, and I think that's a fantastic opportunity for NiP to kind of really revive their season against Kinguin. I mean, what are your thoughts? Do you think that is a good turning point for them?
I think it's definitely going to be a fun game, and it will be good, but Kinguin coming into that should actually try and get another win on the board here, because sure, NiP now actually have a dedicated AWP in the lineup. That's a great effect off the back of this. We see the removal of Pith. They have a dedicated AWP now, which allows Forrest to kind of step off that secondary AWP a little bit more, focus on his rifling, and this has been so long. We haven't seen really in CSGO a lineup where NiP have focused too heavily on the AWP. They were always the team that didn't utilize the AWP in the early days. They kind of forced the meta to change a little bit with some of that stuff because it wasn't worth it. That's why when that massive AWP nerf came in, really shut down quite a few teams back in the days, like years ago, NiP weren't really affected by it. But now, obviously, the tables have turned. They have to get an AWP in the team to try and give them a lifeline. Something else needs to change because it's been so stale. They've stagnated playing the same style of CS for just so many years at this point that this could be a game changer, sure. Throwing this into the works allows them to have so many more options when it comes to their playbook. They can expand a lot. And they do have a very talented player they've actually picked up coming into this as well. He's someone that's been budding in the Swedish scene for a while, starting to prove that he can do a lot. Always been sort of, once again, on the cusp, and now he's found himself at home with NiP, which is, a good situation to be in. You've got that wealth of experience behind him with a lot of players. Maybe this could be what revitalize someone else as well. You see GetRight sort of get back into his old form. If everyone else on that NiP line was able to step up to how we used to see them play, with the addition of that primary AWP coming into things, this could be a huge time for NiP. But obviously it's ifs and buts.
I think there's a lot of NiP fans that are just kind of sat there hoping that it is going to be the change in direction. But Heroic versus HellRaisers is the game that is about to get underway. So hopefully we've got the Heroic and HellRaisers fans in the house. Not actually in my house, of course, because that would just be silly. But in the game, as it is going to be kicking off on Mirage. And I'm hoping it's a close one, Jackie.
We're going to have to wait and see. Early aggression comes out, though, but Angel shutting down NiKo instantaneously into that round. Damaging stuff as they actually get the opening frag here, and this allows them to try and take that mid control. Will Jugi get caught off guard? Struggling as he tries to stay alive, but does fire back and takes the head off Zero.
Yeah, Valda just dancing around here, trying to stay alive, and it's just going to be 4-on-4 situation. HellRaisers looked like they were going to get aggressive down mid, but they have just backed off. They're going to reconsider their options. Are they going to go for the double fake and head straight back down mid? As it seems like Deadfox is caught at the moment. He needs to try and head back to the rest of his team.
They have got map control to play with here, but HellRaisers is playing it smart. Obviously, use the time. You have a little bit of utility to work with over on the Deadfox. You can just slow down a little bit. Gain that map control, make your slow encroach toward a bomb site. If you get that opening frag, then fantastic. They're aware that Jugi's taken a little bit of a dent as well, so his armor's not looking too great as he's left on 35 HP. If they do decide to go for a site take, Smoke will go over. And that's just a little bit of a distraction, but Jugi peeks out and assassinates the first member, taking down Deadfox. That's a huge frag, hungry for more as well. Just weaving and bobbing as he keeps going, trying to slow down the push that goes through short. And now Snappy has to defend with the backup of Valde towards B.
Yeah, they need to defend this site as Valde's just going to pick off and finds Stiko as well, but Angel comes in, gets one of his own. And now just Angel doing more damage, and it's just Moody left on his own to try and retake this site. He's definitely got the power to do it, but Bondik finishes it off, and HellRaisers will take the pistol.
Nicely done there by HellRaisers. Good use of time. That's the thing as well. What you're going to see a lot throughout this matchup, especially into those later buy rounds, HellRaisers play a very slow Na'Vi-esque sort of style. They want to try and slow things down, draw out the opponent's utility, force them to throw away anything they have in the early game to try and aid them in the late game when they want to go for these explosive site takes. Heroic coming into this as well, looking like they might try and go for a bit of mid-aggression potentially as they send those players round. Just going to be playing it slow, but the peaks come through from HellRaisers anyway. That's an opening frag from Stiko onto Jugi. Oh, trying to do something on this eco here. Valde actually getting one frag isn't the worst situation.
Yeah, we'll see if we can see any damage coming out from this kind of anti-eco. Or at least you've got a Deagle there as well for NiKo. You can always see some damage. We've seen a lot of damage in the past few weeks done with those Deagles, but they've slowed things down, and actually, Modi is going to find Bondik, and he'll find a weapon as a reward as well. Makes it a 4 versus 3 now. And I wonder whether he can do any real damage with that AK. As HellRaisers have got to rethink, rework, decide where they're going to be pushing instead.
This is a great round so far, though, from Heroic. If we see NiKo get another frag here onto the short push that's coming out, if they don't aid each other here, they're actually just peeking one by one as well. This allows Stiko to get shut down. NiKo going back for the second frag, doesn't get it, but it doesn't really matter. They've got the advantage into this push. They can try and lock down this site now. They just have to hold their crossfires and work together. Push coming through. We see Deadfox trying to lead the charge here, just hammering down the trigger, making his presence known. Will catch Valde off guard. He was in the elevated angle. Had the drop on him, but really couldn't execute. And now it's left in this 2 versus 1 retake. They push round. Modi with a headshot off on towards Deadfox. And they get the retake off. That's an instant rebound. And the reset coming out from HellRaisers.
Yeah, really important coming out from Heroic there. I was saying that the Deagle can make the difference. And yes, okay, he hit that shot close up, but it was that CZ kill that really made a big impact picking up that AK. It just changed that game. And I mean, is that a round that HellRaisers just threw away, or is that just a good play coming out of Heroic?
So Heroic just went for sort of the smart situation. You go for those early faces. They created 1 versus 1, which is the best scenario. The really massive opener was when we saw Valde, I believe, who peeked towards Connector. Yeah. He got the first frag with the CZ, right? They couldn't trade it back because no one was focusing towards Connector. He gets that frag, instantly gets away. They have the man advantage now. And they've also got a weapon off the back of it. You can just hold back, play your defensive angles. And this happens now. HellRaisers just have to go for something risky, just sprint to a bomb site if they can achieve anything. And it's an easy spray down coming out from Heroic. So HellRaisers as well, they weren't able to get the bomb down into that second round. So sure, they will have money to play with, but it's not as good as what it could have been. But the buy will be coming out. Here's where things have to get real.
Things are going to have to get real indeed. Interesting decision just to push straight through that smoke. But I suppose sometimes you can catch teams off guard. But I don't think it's going to be a team like Heroic being caught off guard easily. As I said earlier, fantastic performance coming from them at IEM Katowice. And now they just want to press on and continue to be up there with the big boys. So these are the games that they need to be winning if they are going to consider themselves one of these top teams.
That's the thing, they definitely have the potential, but they need to show it to us now. Early mid control once again, that slow style of CS from HellRaisers. This is all you want to do. Approach, take map control, try and force your way through. The style that Heroic are playing here, they're basically allowing them to get that mid control. You then hold the choke points and take them down when they try and execute onto a site into the late round. You're playing a little bit more loose, but you definitely have control of those choke points. And the crossfires you can hold there are very easy. You can get those spray downs off. They just need to hold their time in. Nice nade going out. Transfers an awful lot of damage, actually. A fair bit of splash damage across 3 players. And the peak comes through, but Jugi unable to connect. Styko taking him down. This is going to get serious now.
Huge kill from Styko. Body does respond, but now in comes Bondic from Palace as well. Vauda tries to stay alive, but Deadfox will take him down through the wall. And that's just 2 left now on the side of Heroic to go for a retake if they want it. I wonder whether this is going to be a safe situation, but that might change things. Snappy picking up the kill onto Styko. If he can get an AK as well to work with, this is definitely doable.
They're in a good situation, but it's going to be awkward. That utility is key. They also have the kit. NiP essentially has to create the first frag here. As you can see, the moment of doubt. They're waiting, hoping that a peak will come through, but nothing is approaching. And ideally, they probably will just back off. Try and go for the save. Hold those weapons if possible. If you can get an exit frag, that's fantastic, but the ship has sailed.
Yep, no time now. They hope HellRaisers is going to push through, but it looks like HellRaisers is going to play it safe and push out onto CT instead. They don't want to give away any weapons. Their money was not great during that round, but a really important one for HellRaisers now to even this up 2-2. And it's going to be whether they can press on and continue more of the same. You can see money still not absolutely fantastic, but they should be able to drop those AKs across so they can just use their utility and get all those grenades, because Mirage is one of those maps where I feel you'll find teams will have about 3 set executions, and then as soon as they run out of those 3 executions, as soon as they stop working, they just give up and start rushing. So I want to see how much is in that playbook. You said that Angel had a lot. He's got a massive playbook. And it's going to be whether they will show that off today.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting to see what they actually bring to the table here. Obviously, a fairly classic A-site explosion right now. The smoke's gone through. They've zoned out the CTs very efficiently. All line of sight's been blocked off. They can slip in. Styko with a very early bomb plant, but there's Jugi with the opening frag on towards Deadfox. Modi gets one as well. Doubles it up now as he claims the second. There is the fire back from Styko, landing the headshot. He is able to retreat. He can get into a good situation here, just holding by ramp. But this is an awkward one for him. Zero is coming over, but he really needs to get this backstab off, and they're focusing towards connector. Jugi should find the frag here when Zero goes for the peak. Walks his way through, and there it comes. Zero getting dropped, and Styko left in this awkward situation, forced to retreat. Bomb defuse comes in, and Heroic with a fabulous retake. That
was a really confident plant as well, a very brave plant just to pop it down there. Of course, he was protected by the smoke, but unfortunately all his teammates were just whisked away from the site, and he couldn't really do much as he went down to ramp. He was seen going down to ramp. I think that was the important factor. As soon as they had witnessed that, they were able to smoke it off, and it was easy peasy. Maybe Zero could have been a little bit quicker coming through connector, perhaps, or do you think there was just no chance there?
Well, the thing is, he was basically just that backstab, right, towards the B-bomb site. Late round wanted to do some damage through connector, but at that point, they had already done way too much aggression towards the A-bomb site. They had killed far too many members, and the numbers were just not there for HellRaisers. So it wouldn't have made too much difference either way. Obviously, he could have potentially found something, but Jugi with the opener into this round claims Styko once again. You can see these aggressive faces coming out for him, trying to take that fight. And that's the difference maker. When Heroic get these first round openers and they actually try and lock the game down a little bit, they can back off. They don't have to rev the engine too much. They can try and fall back and play a little bit more lax. Zero struggling to find a frag here towards B, wanted to make the situation easier for him. Snappy actually goes back for the sloppy seconds as well and takes him down. This is horrific now for HellRaisers.
I'm wondering whether HellRaisers could have really done with that previous round, maybe get an AWP in the hands of Deadfox. As Angel will find one of his own, pick up Vauda, makes it 3 versus 4. But when we saw HellRaisers last week on Train, as soon as they found an AWP, their game plan completely changed, revitalized their poor form that we had seen early on. I wonder whether that's going to be a similar factor here on Mirage. Just the 3 members of the terrorist side left, and they are going to go for the boost up to window. Is anyone from Heroic going to be there to spot it out?
These last 3 Musketeers trying to go for that pincer play towards the A-bomb site. They need to work together here. Bondic has utility. 2 flashbangs. He can try and flash them a little bit, give them a moment to work their way through. NiP has this angle covered though. If they want to try and rotate round to B, he will be the man to cut them off. Isn't going to happen. They try and commit towards the A-bomb site now. Molotov goes through. Modi can't really find the angle. The bomb gets planted. Deadfox as well, holding that angle. If he would have focused for a few seconds longer, could have found the frag on towards Snappy. Unfortunately though, his in-game leader gets executed, leaving them in such an awkward 2 versus 4, trying to rattle down here, hoping they can connect their shots, but it's just not working out for them. Bondic has to do the unthinkable if they want to win this round. A 1 versus 4 as the push comes through. The bomb defuse surely should be coming in here as they just hold it. Jugi with the AWP, and you can see not even going to run the risk. We'll just back off.
Unfortunate situation for HellRaisers yet again. It just felt like they have that one man in position to kind of be the surprise factor, but they never get to pull out the surprise, like a sad birthday party. Reminds me of a few of mine. But it is going to be 4-2 in favour of Heroic. They looked pretty strong early on, but I thought HellRaisers were going to get back into this one, but now we see HellRaisers on a very weak buy, just the one AK. Tech9s and Deagles surrounding. Are we going to see any magic work coming out of any of these HellRaisers players? There's going to be some aggression coming out mid from Valdo. He's just going to get flashed out as well and finds two. Styko and Angel get sprayed down. And what was already a difficult round becomes an even harder one with Zero also falling.
Yeah, this is really damaging right now. Nice aggression on display. Obviously, they can try and run that risk. They get the information if they don't even find the frags, and he found the opening 2 kills. Nicely played. They have been able to scavenge another weapon now, though. That Kalashnikov being grabbed in the cold, dead hands of Snappy, and here's the back pocket of Dead Fox now, as they are left in a 2 versus 4. A bit of an awkward situation, to say the least. There is a minute on the clock by the time Dead Fox should arrive close towards that A-bomb site. They have utility, 2 smokes in play. They can try and zone them out a little bit if they want to make their approach a little bit easier. And there is only one man on the site, actually. They find the frag towards Modi. They have the welcome out, and they do so. Dead Fox coming in with that opening frag. Now things get easier for them.
Well, they just need to get that bomb down and be aggressive, I feel, because their after plans have not been working. I say get aggressive. Dead Fox tries to peek into jungle, but Jugi easily cleans him up. And it's just going to be Bondik left on his own in a 1 versus 3. How passive is he going to play? He's very worried, very sketchy about where he's looking right now. He's very concerned. Someone's going to push behind him from ramp. Flashes come through, so be well aware there is someone on stairs there. As we can see with the X-rays, does catch a glimpse of his leg, tries to get a second through to jungle, get a spray down as well onto Nico on site, and now it's just a 1 versus 1. Can he do the 1 versus 3? Oh, not quite, as Jugi finds the kill with the Deagle, and will have time to get the defuse as well. Almost an incredible 1 versus 3, but it's not going to happen.
Such a shame there. And that's kind of, you know, the prowess of Bondik being displayed. He is one of these really, really effective riflers. He can come in with some massive kills. He's so close to picking it up. Obviously, he gets his first 2K. Struggling to find the third down, wasn't able to do it. And Jugi just snatching it out towards the end. This is great for Heroic, though. If they start to actually get a bit of a buffer building, you can see the economy starting to flourish a little bit there. More so for Jugi than everyone. He's got that 7K in the bank. That's going to help them out if he dies as well, because he can get that rebuy out for the AWP essentially no matter what. Aggression on display once again. Valde going to try his luck, runs his way up towards top mid. Can he find the frags? Not this time. Styko was ready for it, goes for the peek out, was able to connect the headshot. And that could actually be the difference maker if they don't try and equalize this, and Styko doubles it up now, taking the head off Nico very flawlessly, and this gets awkward.
I'm wondering if he could have just backed off. After that initial flash, not seeing anyone, perhaps then he shouldn't have carried on with that aggression. Might have been able to escape with his life instead. Now it's Heroic just with 3 men standing. Definitely doable if they can position themselves right, but they are going to have to spread themselves across the map. And that'll mean both sites should be relatively easy to take for this HellRaisers side, as Jugi is going to set up fort here and try and stop anyone coming onto the A site, as Modi takes down Zero with a wall bang as well. So close to evening it up. It's 3 versus 4. It looks like they're going to try and take this A site.
Let's see if they're going to be successful in their aggression, though. Slipping their way through right now. Modi playing around the smoke, did go for the peek out. Unfortunately for him, Angel was ready. Pulled the trigger, took him down. Snappy fires back off onto Dead Fox now. Leaves them in a 3 versus 2. They have the man advantage here. But it starts to slip away from them, actually. Snappy got the drop on Styko. Equalizes the situation. They get that bomb down. They can grab the AWP as well if they want it, but at this point, just going to be backing off, trying to slip into those effective angles, get into a better afterplant, try and play together here. Just hold back. You don't need to peek. Force the CT's hand. Molotov will go through, trying to burn anyone out of a good position. You can see Angel going to take the aggression, but unfortunately the crossfire was there from the CTs, and they backhand him, taking him down. Bondik, though, fantastic headshot off on towards Snappy. Now Jugi has to react quickly if he's going to be with a chance to win this. Sandwich being utilized by Bondik here. Surely he finds the frag and closes out this round.
Yeah, it's that 1 versus 1 again. Well, last time we saw him fight it with the Deagle, but this time Bondik has switched up his position. You saw Jugi looking exactly the same spot. HellRaisers put their 3rd on the board. A very important round for them. Now for 5-3 in favour of Heroic, but as you said earlier, still plenty of money to work with on the Heroic side.
That's the thing. They can get this out. They couldn't go for the AWP buy because everyone else's cash was a little bit dented. Oh, they did actually go for the AWP buy. Yeah, Jugi had enough money. I was wondering what happened there. So yeah, everyone's going to go with the 4 rifles. They have utilities to play over as well. Jugi back on the AWP. So they still have that weapon that they need, the powerhouse gun, to try and shut things down. A lot more aggression towards B site this time around. You can see HellRaisers very early on trying to take that fight towards apartments, trying to lock it down. this could be the difference maker as well, as we've seen a very slow start of CS coming out from them in the prior rounds. It hasn't been too much sort of straight away just charge in, try and go for this contact style. Now with this approach, if they overpower Snappy here, the only man defending the site, before the rotate from Jugi, this could be damaging.
Could, and I was going to say, might make a difference. Dead Fox having that AWP as well, but Jugi actually finds Bondic. Snappy will get one onto 0-1 and finds another one onto Styko. Looks for a third. Angel will finally shut him down, but Jugi's there to back him up, and it is just Dead Fox with that AWP. Takes down Jugi, makes it a 1 versus 2 situation. Dead Fox has been so fantastic with this AWP so far in this season. Can he do an incredible 1 versus 2, though, is the real question. There is only one man on the site at the moment. Dead Fox just creeping around. Can he get the jump on Modi here? If he can, this will be huge. Is he going to notice him to his left? And goes for the no-scope and hits it right in the belly button. And now, can he find the last man?
This is huge. One more frag if he can claim this. You can see he's hungry for that. As he works his way around, actually connects, taking down Valde. I mean, that is massive. I was going to talk about how it was kind of silly that they've gone for a very aggressive play once you finally get the AWP into Dead Fox's hand. Someone that can get those huge openers from a distance, try and use that range advantage you've now got, allow him to go for more of a contact style, get the opening frags. They charge their way into B, everyone gets annihilated. It comes down to him left in a 1 versus 3, and so collectively he just walks his way around, finding the frags one by one. And that was just damaging that Heroic have actually allowed that one to slip.
Basically using that AWP as a shotgun as well. Just like, I don't actually need to scope in. I'll just walk around here and just fire this one straight in his chest. HellRaisers slowly worming their way back into the game. Heroic having to eco here. Can they do the same what they did in the second round? Bondic answers that question with a firm no way, as Zero also takes down Valda as well. Makes it 5 versus 3, and now HellRaisers can choose whether they want to get aggressive on either side here. Heroic need to make the decision. Are they just going to continue this split, try and hold wherever they can, or are they going to try and group up and stack on either of these sites? Always a horrible situation, these, to be honest. When you've just got the pistols and you're already a couple of men down, it's like, well, do we just get the round over with? Do we try and get some picks? It's not a nice place.
That's the thing. You kind of get left in this really awkward spot. You can't do too much. You're just hoping you can possibly draw out some damage onto the side of HellRaisers' economy, dent it if possible, force them to have to get rebuys out, but they're looking good for money, so it's not going to be the worst case scenario even if they do find these frags. And as well, with Angel back on that UMP, if he can be the one finding the kills, especially as he wanders his way around right now, trying to hunt for the final 2 players, if he goes down, it's not a big deal. If he gets 2 kills with that weapon, it increases their economy so much more. Bomb goes down as well off the back of Dead Fox now, so they get that cash injection through. There's Angel finding the first frag on towards Jugi. This is the worst case scenario into this round for Heroic.
Yeah, all that cash money coming now for Angel. And is it going to be a flawless round as well? It'll be a nice 10th round for them. And yes, he will find Snappy. So Angel was just on the hunt there, as you said, just trying to build up that cash balance. And now we need to see Heroic answer back, because otherwise this could start to get ugly for them, to be honest. HellRaisers suddenly seem to have found their form. I know Dead Fox has got an AWP now, but, well, apart from the 1v2 clutch, which I guess did make a massive difference, it hasn't been, well, a huge long-range weapon that we were expecting to see.
That's the thing. We haven't really seen it utilized to its full potential, but he's definitely performing when it comes down to those flashy individual moments. Now, if we can see him playing that out in this slower style of CS that hopefully we see utilized. Actually, aggression on display. We'll be going for a little bit of a contact peek towards that B-bomb site. Neg goes through. Does take off a fair amount of health, but he still just holds his ground, hoping for that peek to come out. And the thing is as well, Snappy's kind of given the game away in quite a few of these rounds, as he's been so aggressive. He keeps hunting for that face. We haven't really seen him playing more of a lax style towards B. It's always been going for that first peek, needs to get the information. And Dead Fox knew that, was just going to hold the angle, hoping he could find the frag, but it doesn't work out this time around.
And this aggression is what we saw last week as well on Train from Dead Fox. He was more than happy to take those aggressive peeks with those AWP. Very confident in his ability, as it shows in his gameplay, to be honest. And I'd fear him if I was in a server with him, as Angel takes down Jugi there in Connector, making they have the man advantage. But Nico, can he find these 2 on short? No, he can't. Styko makes it 5 versus 3. Snappy trying to survive as well, but Styko continues his run of terror. And now they'll be able to get the bomb down as well. And most likely going to be a save from Heroic, unless they're feeling very brave.
Yeah, no reason to go for this at this point, right? You're going to throw those weapons into the wind. You're not going to get anything out of the round for it. You know HellRaiser's economy is now starting to get to a very effective point. You just hold off. You just save those weapons if possible and don't put yourself into even more awkward situation going into the following round. It's not that bad though. Obviously, it's going to be a 5-6 scoreline off the back of this. They can still find their way back into the game. They're by no means out. They've had these moments where they start to lock it down. We just need to see consistency from Heroic. And this has been kind of the problem that I was speaking about, why I thought HellRaisers would overpower them in this matchup, is occasionally they can just dispatch teams like a knife through, like a hot knife through butter, right? They come in, they just lock it down straight away, and then other times they just start to fail. They just malfunction. They can't actually pick up certain rounds that you'd imagine they should be able to. Thing is as well, yeah, I was going to mention this, right? Look at this, NiP 2-7 right now. Really not performing where I expected to see him, especially towards that short push. That's what kind of put a moment of doubt in my mind. When they went for that push towards that big bomb site, I expected NiP to actually be able to defend that there and give them the man advantage back. Usually he's someone that is very effective with his rifle, will be claiming those heads left, right and center, knows how to dispatch opponents very easily, and it just looks like he's not got much prowess right now. It seems like he's not really on the ball.
Perhaps he needs to find a little bit of confidence. Speaking of confidence, Zero just bursting through apps here. He's going to slow down ever so slightly in case Snappy is going to re-peek here. He is just going to be hopping away over by Van, but there is utility from the rest of the HellRaisers squad, and they are just going to burst onto this site, as they may have seen just a couple of pistols as Zero takes down Nico. Bondnik comes in to shut down Valda. Snappy does find one, but it is just going to be in vain as Bondnik and Dead Fox pick up Snappy and Jugi, leaving just Modi, who was the only man to survive with them four, and he's going to be trying to survive once again. But that is a long time to be waiting. And I wonder whether HellRaisers will even consider hunting before they plant this.
They can do if they want to, because obviously they know they're going to get the cash from the bomb either way. If they find him, they can just chill out, plant the bomb, like basically as soon as they kill him, they're still going to get the cash injection from it. And the more damaging factor is they don't need money for their economy right now. They just want to stop Modi from having anything to try and help them out until the following round. Seem like they are just going to be going a little bit John Rambo right now, walking their way around, hoping to find him, but they get the extra cash just to be on the safe side as well. We'll plant that bomb. Angel might actually find him here though, coming up on ramp. Is Modi going to be ready for him? Holding the angle, will actually find a headshot. Good, trying to stay alive. Can upgrade to the AK as well if he wishes to, but needs to just get out of there, really.
Yep, Heroic are going to be well aware where he's sitting now. He could have ran down down the T-spawn, so perhaps that might be in the minds of Heroic, but it looks like they are considering going for this. You can see them just kind of sitting in Palace and near ramp. Styko looks like he's going to have a play as well, as he is just going to burst him, but Modi will take him down. And this hunt has not gone well. The Beast has survived, and he will carry an AK through to the next round. And perhaps that AK could be very important.
That's true. The superstar Swede there, working his way through. And the thing is as well, they have Modi on that lineup. Into this game, it really seems like Modi, you know, obviously he got 2 frags off the back of that previous round where it didn't really mean anything. But him, you can see Jugi and Snappy there, the only players on 10 kills right now. They've been working their way through. NiP has been playing a little bit lackluster. I want to see some more from Modi as well. I want to see him actually trying to take that aggression. We know he can land those shots. Like, he's a very effective player. He was one for me that I've always respected a lot, especially in the Swedish scene. You know, he had a few great lineups, but he's never really reached his potential, I feel like. And we need to see more of him coming out to this. Let's see who is going to be the big dog, though, when it comes to defending the A-bombs like this time around. Valde will go for the first peek, connects a couple of shots with his flurry of bullets. He's hammering out, but he really can't get the kills just yet. Here comes the man of the moment, though. He's going to be boosting to that elevated angle. Looking down, eye in the sky. Jugi will get eliminated. Valde as well. Styko and Angel. Dynamic duo just tearing for everyone. Modi, if he's going to do something, he needs to do it soon.
Yeah, HellRaisers just bullying their way onto the site at the moment, and Heroic cannot answer it. The bomb's going to go down as well. Modi is just going to hold his position here, still on the head of his teammate. See if he can scout anything out. Is Bondnik going to walk into his crosshairs? As Molotovs will come through. I don't think that Molotov is going to affect them, so yeah, looks like they're just going to back off, especially with Snappy going down as well, but are they going to be caught out on their rotation? HellRaisers looking really strong, and as you said, once they get that little bit of momentum, they just seem to flow with it and go with it, to be honest, and they haven't really even been showing like crazy executions. They've just really been bursting onto the site, and Heroic haven't been able to answer them one for one.
It's true. Right now, it just seems like Heroic have placed an order for some apple crumble done, because they have just been crumbling all over the place. We've seen so many weird, awkward moments, a couple of misplays here and there. We need to see them try and step up. We know they can perform better. If we look at this now, though, HellRaisers at this point, a massive win streak because they've started to lock these rounds together, and the buy doesn't complement Heroic at all here. Sure, they have utility players. They can actually try and slow down HellRaisers. And the thing is as well, utility management is one of the things we need to touch on. Is there has been times, HellRaisers, sure, they've been playing a bit of more of aggressive style into these later rounds, but early game, they were being able to draw them out. They were using that utility effectively. They could waste their time. HellRaisers at that point had no time left when they go for the commit because they're slow style of CS. They went for the execute out. Heroic still had some less than the reserve and were able to go for the retakes. Now into this, HellRaisers just charging out playing that aggressive style of CS. Heroic haven't really had an answer to it. A slower style comes into this round though, playing a default on the side of HellRaisers even, so they can just lock things down, once again try and go for these scouty rounds. Snappy has actually taken a bit of initiative. You can see the players starting to go for these more aggressive angles. This could catch them off guard. We see the push over by ramp as well. We have Jugi that looks like he's trying to go for a bit of information play. Yeah, Modi playing close here by ramp. There's a lot on the line from in this round. Like, they've actually tried to throw something into the machine here.
Yeah, they know definitely that they need to try and get an up on HellRaisers here to get back into this game, because slowly it is slipping out of their grasp. Styko is going to head towards B site with a few teammates as well, so it looks like they are going to be hitting B, but Modi, with that aggression on ramp, finds Angel just trying to dawdle onto the site, and Snappy's going to be playing aggressive as well as he finds one, can't find a second. That could have been huge, but now Styko is just going to dart onto this bomb site. Jugi is going to be there waiting though, as it is just 2 terrorists remaining. Deadfox has an AWP of his own. Is he going to be able to challenge him? I wouldn't want to challenge Deadfox, to be honest, but Juki just going to hold an angle and probably will be calling to his teammates. He would have heard the noise as they dropped onto the site, but is Styko going to be able to get through this smoke to the right here? Or will he be able to survive? And yes, okay, so Styko does push through, finds him, but Nico comes in and responds. Deadfox manages to find him with a Prep 9, actually, and finds a second on Devourer, leaving just Modi in this 1 versus 1. We've seen Deadfox win a 1 versus 2 earlier today. Can he do it again in a 1 versus 1?
That is huge. 7 seconds to play with, though. The peak should just come out from Modi. Simple frag to try and take them down, but wow, Deadfox, he is looking crisp today. Absolutely cheeky stuff as he finds those frags. Kills he should not have got. And the thing is as well, there was potential for him to actually try and pick up that round there. They got the kill over by Short. He had the drop on him. If he would have got that second frag, left in a 2 versus 2, I believe at that point, they easily could have closed that game out just off the flashy plays coming out from Deadfox. Now, this is the thing. If you look at it, though, everyone's kind of performing fairly equally. Everyone's having great moments on the side of HellRaisers. Deadfox has had a huge amount of clutch plays towards the end of rounds, but they haven't really been able to carry him through. Whereas Styko and Bondic and co, they've been locking stuff down very nicely, getting those early round impact frags, playing to the best of their ability. They're looking good, but Jugi, he's hungry for the spotlight as he finds that opening frag back on towards Styko. Doesn't want to allow them to go through this with a 9-6 scoreline. Hopefully, if they pick this up, they're going to be in a good spot to at least make it a 7-8. It's manageable at that point if they open themselves up with a pistol. Good Molotov as well. Burns onto 0 a little bit. Only does 6 damage, though, unfortunately, at the best case scenario, but will force him out of position for a short moment of time. And you can see the T's now going to reposition on what seems to be a late round A burst towards that site.
Yeah, it was great initiative last round from Heroic, just to play a little bit more aggressive, hold those angles tighter, and actually HellRaisers allowed that by playing a default, not going for the aggressive style of play that we had seen previously. As Heroic picked up their 6th round. Now, Utility's going to come out, forces Valda from his cubby hole. And will they push onto this site? Yes, a couple have now, but Valda manages to take down Angel. Jugi is just scouting to see if he can find anything, but at the moment he doesn't need to because his teammates are doing all the damage. Elsewhere, Deadfox takes down Valda, but then Jugi will take down Deadfox as Bondic just gets a nice headshot onto Jugi there, and Nico finishes off the round. Good CT hold, and Heroic have managed to find their way back into it, but that is going to be half time, so we're going to go for a short break. Welcome back, everybody. HellRaisers currently 8-7 up. 8-7 up against Heroic, and it looked like it was going to be a bit of a stomp. It looked like HellRaisers were starting to finally find their rhythm, but Heroic came down and said, no, stop dancing on the dance floor, get off. and they've wormed their way back in. Good kind of response from them, to be honest.
Yeah, it's true, right? It seemed like HellRaisers at that point started to find the momentum early game, locked it down, instant bounce back, but that was the thing. That was the only time we really saw that bounce back from Heroic. It took so long to where the scoreline had already got into an awkward situation for them to actually only get a couple more rounds on the board, whereas they could have actually taken the lead into that half and won out the half. So unfortunate for them, but obviously HellRaisers already that 1 round lead. If they get the pistol here, that's the scary factor. But in my books, you've got to give those pistol rounds just off respect to Heroic, as they have so many great pistol players.
Yeah, I wonder whether HellRaisers are going to kind of take anything from that half as well, because if we look at the rounds that Heroic did win, it was aggression. It was pushing up middle, flashing out teammates, getting those kills. It was holding tighter angles with UMPs. Maybe HellRaisers can kind of take a leaf out of their book. Should you take a leaf out of a book? It's more of a page out of a book. You take a leaf out of a tree or a bush, and they might have a little scribble on it and say, okay, let's get aggressive, let's get in the face. And HellRaisers definitely capable of that, because they showed sheer aggression on their T side as well.
It's true, and that's the thing, right? That was them actually having a little bit of initiative and switching things up, because obviously HellRaisers was playing such a slow start of CS, they were able to counter that. Then when they started going for this very fast-paced, just foot on the pedal round after round, it was very more aggressive, you know, only slight moments of contact, a lot more in your face. Heroic didn't have to deal with that until they finally went for those aggressive angles and encroached onto their space early on, though. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath towards mid. They're trying to fight for control. There will be an instant trade with Monty coming out on top over towards Angel there, but unfortunately Jugi has hit the deck. As someone that is so proficient with those pistols, already wiped away for the side of Heroic. This is going to be awkward. They do make their approach through, though. Modi has the drop now. Styko fires back on towards Snappy, though. Modi, can he achieve a huge play here?
Yeah, Modi could really make the difference. But HellRaisers have jumped out of window just as he was pushing through. And Styko now has the up, but here comes Modi with the backstab, finds Dead Fox. He's going to look for a second as well as he walks around the corner and takes down Bondik. I don't even know if Bondik knew what the hell was going on there, as it is a 2 versus 2. Nico just on 1 HP, but Modi's found himself a USP as he finds himself in a 1 versus 2 as well. One tap, Styko turns it into just a 1 versus 1 clutch. Picks up the bomb. Can he find the player over towards jungle? Yes, he can. Shuts down Zero. And Modi, you said he was going to make a difference. Absolutely huge from him, just being able to force his way onto the site and then float on round behind the rest of the team.
This is the thing, right? That's why I've always had so much respect for Modi. He is that Swedish superstar that never was meant to be. Always in the early days, you saw him on the cast once again. He had great performances, was one of those potential star players, and we never saw him in the limelight where he could excel to the best of his ability. Coming into that round as well, one of the major reasons I said Heroic should be picking up these pistol rounds is because I've always seen flawless pistol skills on display from Modi. And he stepped up massively there. Great positioning, smart ingenuity, and was able to lock that down. Modi as well, hungry for another frag, wanted to kick things off with a bang. But unfortunately, Angel will come and get the opening frag, but then lives up to his name and flies off to the heavens there.
Yep, HellRaisers do try and get some aggression of their own. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 as Nico's taking a fight here in Apps as well, but he's backing off, perhaps waiting for a little bit of information from his teammates before he gets too aggressive. Heroic obviously know there are just a couple of pistols they are going to be facing. I don't know if they know that Dead Fox has a scout. That's going to be very interesting to see if he can be hitting any shots. It should be deadly in his hands, especially if they can take a few members of Heroic down to maybe half HP, or even just tag them, think them once. Dead Fox will have a massive opportunity, but you can see here just scouting the A site. Can't find any connection with the shot so far, and he gets shut down by Valder as well. And now they'll be able to move on forward to this A site. Should be able to get the bomb down, but Styko has a great chance to stop this plan, but Valder will not allow it.
Yeah, not going to be going his way. The cards were definitely not stacked in his favor. Now forced back, Bondik going to have to reposition. Zero already miles out of there. He has sprinted away when he had the chance. They're just going to save now, try and hold on to those weapons if possible. Both of them invested into armor. They have upgraded pistols as well, so it's not really worth getting taken down. Obviously, they're just going to feed more cash into Heroic as well, if they even try and fight it, as those UMPs will just chew their way through them very, very easily. And that's the thing as well, what you were speaking about going into that with Dead Fox, you go for that scout buyer because you were saying you get those tags out very easily. You can get people so low, and it works both ways. If we see those pistols, the upgraded pistols, coming in, you get that initial tag off, everyone's essentially a one-hit kill with a scout from that point onwards. Then it's the same effect. If we see him connecting with a scout, aggressive angle utilized by like a CZ, it's only going to take a couple of bullets to find an easy kill.
What do you see? Zero just finding a UMP at the end. As trades came through, Heroic got a little bit aggressive, went for the hunt. It is going to be 9-8 now for Heroic, and they're going to press on as it is going to be an eco from HellRaisers. We will see a CZ, and of course the UMP that you found at the end of the round. So perhaps some aggression from HellRaisers. Might need to see something different, and you can see 4 players hurtling towards that B site.
think they're going to utilize the boost as well. Yeah, get someone up there just so he can try and have the drop. And I think it's Bondic. No, it's Dead Fox actually being put up there. I thought they would have gone for the CZ in that close angle.
Yeah.
Obviously, Dead Fox, he can just sort of spam down, do some damage to above. Unfortunately, it isn't going to be the way. It is going to be an all-out air aggression. Snappy leading the charge, utilizing the Biggie Smalls there. The drive-by as he finds his kill off on towards Angel with a Mat 10. They've got secure control of the site now. They've locked it down.
Always such a shame. It always seems to happen. As soon as you stack a site, they will push the other way, and now HellRaisers have to rotate round and try and retake a site with just pistols and one UMP. Or do they? I mean, Zero might be saying, actually, I can't be bothered going for this one. I would like to save. But the guys with pistols, they have nothing to lose. Charge on in there, try and find something. Spondic's tagged down to 18 HP, and they're just being forced back. Heroic holding these angles very aggressively. They know they've got very little to contest them. You're not always really, well, you're very rarely worried about pistols. Is Dead Fox going to come in for the late charge? Can he get the surprise factor? No, he can't. NiP spots him out. And with Stryker going down as well, Heroic can safely exit this site, as it looks like they've scouted all angles and made sure no kind of ninja is coming through. But I think the most important thing to touch on is that Zero has survived with the armor and the UMP.
Yeah, at least they've got that, right? Silver lining, you go through, you have something to try and aid you into the following round, so he'll have a little bit of cash, obviously. That 4K is going to dwindle away a little bit as he has to go for the utility buy. Left around 2.6K, that's great. At least he has something in the backup funds for a rainy day. Meanwhile, over on Heroic, they're going to be sticking to those weapons. Pace out was a little bit of a scout round. You have 3 SMGs in play. The only awkward one is the Mat 10 on Snappy, but I mean, with this guy, sometimes you see some crazy stuff coming out when it comes down to those awkward buys, so I wouldn't put it past him to actually somehow do some damage with the weapon. Thing is, those UMPs, very easily usable in full buy rounds as they have so much armor pen, great rate of fire, they're usable. But all-out aggression towards the bomb site, can they find the entries? Modi leads the charge. Opener, there we go, Snappy as well, kill with the Mat 10. As per usual, I assume, as he does take down Zero. That's a huge cash injection going his way. Can upgrade now as well. Going to be grabbing that UMP. Once again, HellRaisers forced to save.
And I'm wondering whether that was a deliberate push onto the B site because they were well aware of where Zero was holding with that UMP and they wanted to kind of target that area. Really smart idea if that is the case, but perhaps they just wanted to get aggressive and push that B site. Anyway, I really feel like HellRaisers need an AWP. You need something from Dead Fox. You need to put it in his hands and allow him to make the difference. Go for those aggressive peaks in middle. And maybe that's a way for them to claw back in the game, because at the moment, Heroic are starting to move away. Of course, they got the pistol round, which is always going to favor them in these early rounds of their T side. But 3 rifles saved, so not the end of the world for HellRaisers.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, it's not the best case scenario, but it's not too bad, obviously, because Zero had money to play with off the back of the previous save that he went for. He has that 5K. They can buy up around this and make this work. The AWP is also going to be donned now. That'll be coming out. Switched over to Dead Fox. They all get a full buy out. The only thing they're lacking on is a tiny bit of utility, really. This is an effective buy, so good stuff. As well, with Heroic, still going to be just going for a bit of a scout play. Those 2 UMPs, no reason to trade them out at this point. Why damage our economy when we're winning these rounds? We're finding easy kills off the back of them. Just hold on to them and also increase our economy with every frag we find. That's the mentality behind that, is they just don't need to right now. They are single-handedly overpowering HellRaisers in every scenario they go for. Aggressive site takes, slow takes as well. Sure, economy hasn't been the best case scenario for a lot of these rounds for HellRaisers, so it doesn't tell the true story, but Heroic are looking very dominant.
Yeah, indeed. I said that perhaps the AWP for Dead Fox might make the difference, and this is the man you're witnessing on your screen. Does have an AWP thanks to the drop from Zero. Can he really make a change now? Can he put HellRaisers back into contention for this game? Because if this round goes to pot, then I'm a little bit concerned and I'm a little bit worried for HellRaisers here. As Heroic, they're just biding their time. And it looks like they're going to go for a slow, at the moment, just a default. And then we'll perhaps see an execute out. As you said, they've kind of just burst their way onto the site, and they've got onto sites easily, but I guess they've not been facing off against an AWP. But here comes a lot of utility coming to A. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a fake jacket.
Yeah, that is a huge over-rotate there from HellRaisers as well. The flashbangs go over. They used 3 flashes at that point. A spell as well. With Valde getting that frag off on towards Psycho, it makes it so awkward. Zero now has contact towards B, though. He has to get 2 frags here to even keep them into a good situation. Jugi takes him down. Execution comes through as he absolutely lobotomizes him. Leaves him in a 3 versus 4. Sure, they find 1 frag, right? Valde hits the deck. You've got a little bit to work with. Dead Fox has to do so much, though. AWP in hand will eliminate Modi there as he connects that, actually. This isn't too bad. Left in a 3 versus 3. They can make their rotate over. They have utility. They have the kit. But Dead Fox still needs to do so much more to allow them entry.
There is 2 UMPs as well on the side of Heroic. Dead Fox really needing help from his teammates here.
Oh, the call's been made.
The call has been made to save, and I feel like they are just worried about throwing away that AWP. I feel like they're saying, okay, if we risk this and we lose, we might lose this game. Whereas if we save, we've got another chance to try and build a little bit of momentum, try and take down this heroic squad. I think it will remain to be seen whether that's a good call or not. I would have liked to see them go for it, but of course I always want to see them go for it because I like to see action.
It's true. That's the thing as well, though, right? You got to take it into account there was only the one kit, and the timer was very low at that point as well. It took a while for them to all rotate and get towards the site, especially because it was the fake as well. They had so much more time to play with. They were only aware of one player's position, so it's kind of awkward. They're going in very blind. I didn't really have count of the utility, but I don't think they had too much. I think it was just like a measly flash. So sure, you get in, maybe you get one trade, but it was an awkward round. As you said, they lose the AWP. They're in such a horrific spot. They've lost so many rounds. Sure, they're getting that lose cash coming in, the lose bonus, but it's still not going to be enough really to try and carry them through these rounds. So at least Deadfox was able to hold on to it. Scary factor is, though, obviously, if he tries to go for any aggressive peaks, Jugi, you would imagine, will be able to shut him down. As right now, just playing very slow, contact style, has given the game away a little bit here. Went for the pot shot into the smoke towards short, so at least they know where the AWP is situated.
I spoke earlier about Heroic targeting sites as well, and maybe targeting individual players. Zero on just 4 kills, and really struggling to find anything over at that B site at the moment. It seems if Heroic do drop down, he can't even find a single frag. And it has just played into the advantage of Heroic, but this time it looks like they're more than happy to walk their way up towards A site. Bomb is going to head round through ramp as well. A lot on Deadfox here. Can he find these opening frags in these two players? He's going to back off. Has got indication that they are there. Tries to get aggressive, but Valda takes him down as well as Bondic. So Styko will get one of his own, but Snappy shuts him down immediately. And now it's a 4 versus 2. Angel can't find anything at all. And it's just Zero, the man who is alone on that B site, the man who has only got 4 kills. He's not going to be able to retake a 1 versus 4, so he is just going to have to save. And Heroic continue their domination. And perhaps this is slowly the nail being kind of pushed into the coffin. It's not being hammered into the coffin, it's being slowly edged into it at the moment.
That's so awkward though, right? Because obviously that's the thing. There was a lot of potential coming into that. They had the better setup when it came to just exploding their way onto the site. They had the drop on them as it has been very slow. That was quite aggressive. A lot of utilities. They've zoned out the CTs. Weren't too many effective angles they could really play from. But if Deadfox found those 2 kills over towards Connector, that would have been the difference maker. Unfortunately for him, the whiffs coming through. It's just so awkward. Now Zero just trying to stay alive as well. Let's see what he'll be able to achieve. Will claim that 1 frag, stays alive as well. So luckily he has that weapon to go through with, and obviously because of the mass lose conus, they can try and get guns out again.
Yeah, HellRaisers calling, they are causing the pause, I guess. Calling the tactical pause, and I think they need it because they're looking a little bit lackluster at the moment. Not finding anything on their CT side. What has got to change is the real question. Is there anything they can do? Because they've tried everything now. They've tried putting that AWP, but Deadfox has just been completely shut out of the game.
Well, that's the thing though, but like Deadfox has been playing this slower style of CS. He's just been holding his angles once again. We saw the first face towards window for like a couple of seconds into the round, and then he took it towards ramp and played very laxed. It wasn't too aggressive. HellRaisers are still playing very slow, but the thing is, they're playing that slow style of CS where you give map control away for free. You allow them to get that map control towards mid, then shut them off in the choke points. But that only really works if you can shut them off in the choke points. And they're not being able to hit those shots. That's the thing. Everyone's actually started to, I don't know, they've kind of taken a little bit of a hit, it seems, individually. They're not really actually connecting their shots, which is weird because first half, we saw some great performance from players like Bondic and stuff like that. Everyone was stepping up. Even Zero was actually connecting a few heads, and now he just kind of seems a little bit lost towards me.
He does, and I mean, I touched on it, and I always say, oh, are they targeting sites? Are they targeting players? I know it's a very difficult thing to do in CS, but it does happen. I mean, if you are well aware that a particular player is performing badly on a site, then sure, why the hell not target him?
Well, that's the thing as well. Even like fundamentally of Mirage, even like in a lot of lower tier CS, the way you win Mirage against teams you feel like you're better at, take B control. If you can get into B, you win the round, essentially. It's so easy for you to lock it down, so many angles you can play from. If they know they can hammer in, it's basically just Zero there trying to defend it with a backup of maybe Jugi on the late rotate with Deadfox on the late rotate. You can get him killed, you can stop that AWP very easily with getting Jugi into a better position. It's not that hard, and that's the thing. They've kept targeting B so many rounds because why wouldn't you?
And it's a win-win, because even if they target A and they're able to take down a couple of their players, they know that it's Zero rotating from B as well, and then that makes it easy as well. So yeah, when there is just one player really lacking, you can struggle as a team, and Styko's going to get aggressive down middle. Will get spotted out, but he has teammates to work with him as Valda shuts down Angel, but Deadfox will finally come in with that AWP, but at the same time, Moddy's putting a bullet between Zero's brains. He's not going to find any more kills. It's 4 versus 3, and they found their way onto that B site yet again, Jackie.
That is so awkward. Thing is, they went for the initiative. Looked like it actually could have been a fairly effective round. Angel, I think, should be furious off the back of that as well. I'm pretty sure he got team attack there as he went down. It was just like massive ding, knocking him down to below sub 50 HP on the initial phase. The T's weren't even peeking from top mid. I'm not too sure if it was an air. I didn't really catch it. But I think it was team damage coming through. He's now left in an awkward spot off the back of that, because that's the thing as well. You tried to go for the flashy play, tried to shut them down with a little bit of initiative. So awkward in the situation he's left in at that point. Then gets wiped off the board straight away. We saw Zero also fall in. You've only got 3 players left off the back of using, basically, stacking your eggs in one basket and throwing them into the win straight away. Heroic get another round on B once again because they find that easy entry, and they can't really go for the retake. So it's just awkward there, obviously, for HellRaisers. Off the back of the pause as well, they needed to try and lock that one down, really. Sure, they still have cash. The thing is, they're basically going to have cash till the end of the half at this point, as that lose bonus is outrageous. You know, have they won around this half?
No. HellRaisers were 8-5 up, and now they find themselves 14-8 down. And we spoke about Heroic kind of finding that turning point in the game, and I don't think we can really touch on that anymore, because it's clearly showing as Jugi now is going to be on donning the orb, seeing if he can do anything fancy. There's going to be some aggression coming out into A site, and they just wander on in as Modi takes down Angel. Bondit can't do bugger all either, and now they've just got control of the A site. Who's going to be coming to round to rotate? Oh, it's Zero. Is he able to do anything? No, he's not. Modi takes him down and also finds Dead Fox, leaving just Stike on his own. This is absolute demolition from Heroic.
The thing is as well, right, this unlocks Modi's true potential. He's one of these players that when he has confidence behind him, he is so strong. Counter-Strike is confidence, right? And when Modi's on the one dealing the damage, you're on the receiving end, I do not want to be against this man, as he is a ferocious beast. 4 kill into the round, hungry for the 5th as he works his way around. Valde and Co just trying to spiral stack code. They're aware of his positioning. This is huge. Like, Modi has had so many of these 4 kill, 5 kill rounds, you know, where we've seen him consistently being able to single-handedly get the entries, then go the next level and do so much more. Nearly everyone on the side of HellRaisers is now maxed out at 16k because they have had a flawless half. There is no chance at this point that HellRaisers are going to get around on the board, I'd imagine, because that AWP's still out on Juki. They have so much to play with. HellRaisers, what are they really going to bring to the table into this? It's such a shame. I genuinely thought they would be the team to actually pick up this map on Mirage. It seemed like they were starting to find their footing, starting to get consistent and be able to lock things down. But their CT half has been really, really awful.
I mean, especially when you look at Heroic, the last 3 times they've played Mirage competitively, they've lost them. Okay, yes, against SK at IEM, you can maybe understand that, but I was expecting a hell of a lot more from HellRaisers, and I mean, it just showed that last round how easy it is for Heroic. They just wandered onto the site with very little opposing them. If you've got that confidence to walk through smoke onto a site, you know you're having a good day. And now Heroic just need that one more round to put this one to bed, and they're going to get aggressive up short, it would seem.
Angel has got the contact, forced to fall back though. Focusing towards the site as well, not even clearing the angle as they push their way through, but he got into a better position, was able to get the fragment towards Valde. Zero as well, finally stepping up to the plate. Zero, if he could get the 3k, he would be huge. Doesn't matter, Dead Fox coming in from the sideline, eliminates Jugi. They keep themselves alive, they finally get around on the board. It's taken them so long, but the thing is, this doesn't really help them out too much as well, because they need to have a flawless game. They have no room for error in terms of trying to take it into overtime, and they have no room for error as the thing is as well coming into this, Heroic still have so much money. They have an abundance of cash. It's not even like now they have the upper hand.
Comeback is real? No, it's not.
I don't know, man.
I mean, Heroic are now just in a fantastic spot where they can try absolutely anything. They could be like, oh, remember that one execution that we tried like 3 years ago? It was really funny, but it went really well. They can just do whatever the hell they want for a couple of rounds, just while they've got this massive cushion, and try and catch HellRaisers off guard, to be honest. As you quite rightly said, HellRaisers have to play absolutely flawlessly. And we find ourselves in this position so often when the opposing team is on 15 rounds and you know full well that they are going to be getting that 16th round at some point. And that is hard as a player, to be in this situation when you're 15-9 down thinking, look guys, is it even possible? Is it even worth our effort? Like, we're just going to get tired. If we even take this to maybe, I don't know, 16-14 as I predicted previously, is that just a waste of our energy?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, if they work their way through this, sure, they can try and improve their round difference a little bit, but picking this one up is going to be so hard, as they've just been struggling so much in these previous rounds. Why is it going to change now off the back of that? Striker with the aggressive play, though, will actually take down Valde, has the drop on him, will hear that audio cue with the rest of the T's flooding their way in towards the bomb site. Dead Fox has to hold, though. Ooh, unfortunately gets taken down. Bondit will claim one head on towards NiP as they try and fire back. It is a 4 versus 3 at this point. They have the man advantage in the battle of attrition, as Angel goes for the glide through, gets the window jump down to a T, lands in, but the bomb is repositioning. B bomb site is absolutely open. The welcome mat is down. Jugi is rubbing his filthy shoes all over it, and they're going to take that site with ease.
Take those shoes off, Jugi, and get the bomb down. As HellRaisers now trying to rotate round. They're well aware that they have left that side open as Jugi hits an incredible shot onto Angel, but Zero responds with one of his own. It's 2 versus 3 now. Molotov will come out. Molly's actually on the A side. Needs to be moving very quickly over to the B site here, as it is just Snappy in a 1 versus 3. Can he keep this game alive now? Or are HellRaisers going to keep it going? He manages to find one. Not going to happen, as HellRaisers will find a 10th. So, we said comeback is real. I mean, they've laid the foundations. Can they build from it? I think they've also gone for another pause here as well from HellRaisers, so they think this is doable. If they're having a little chat about this, they're saying, okay, it's just 5 more rounds. We've picked up 2 on the bounce. We've got an AWP in our hands now. Do you think that they can do it though, Jackie?
The thing is, right, if they can actually play a good style of CS and have some, at least initiative thrown in there, then sure. They have good players, but it just seems like they've been struggling to actually connect their shots. Into that round, it looked a little better. We saw Zero actually doing some damage towards B as well in the round prior to that. So, sure, everyone's starting to actually look a little bit more oiled. They need to play to the best of their ability, though. Start firing from all cylinders to really counter this Heroic lineup, as Heroic looks crisp, right? Even in these rounds where they're being able to, sure, they don't win it, they're still doing so much damage. Left with 2 players at the end of that, that's so many rebuys that need to come out. It's awkward, right? Like, you can't be winning these rounds that close. You need to be winning them very, very quickly, very dominantly, heavy-handedly. You can't allow yourself to get into that awkward situation where you're almost losing, because the economy is still better on Heroic. They still have the number advantage. They can still get those buys out, whereas your economy is still building. It's still very young. You need to try and nurture it, and they're struggling at that point. Yeah,
and it's one of those situations now where it's do or die every single round, and perhaps that's what we needed to see from HellRaisers. We saw Stoico really taking the initiative and going for the aggressive peek into Palace as soon as he saw a flash come through. Stuff like that is what they need to do if they're going to get back into this game, to be honest. And when you are 15 whatever down, it's when you do go for those maybe slightly risque plays, because you know if you don't do it, you're just going to be walking into a trap. You're going to be allowing the opposition to get the win. But it is going to be 15-10. We are going to be resuming this one. Can Heroic put it to bed, or are HellRaisers going to be doing the unthinkable and taking this one to OT?
Well, let's see how this will unfold. Dead Fox on the AWP will spot out the first players, but Dead Fox a whiff once again. He cannot be missing these. We need to see something better. There it is, though. Takes down Valde. Repositioning, but his teammates are doing all the work. Dead Fox connects his second shot of the round as well on towards Modi, and it's just Jugi left. The battle of the AWPs now. He has the drop on him as he actually comes up. Oh, trying to connect, but he's struggling. Surely the peaks come through, and we see him get eliminated, as you expect. Sniffing about it, thinking if they want to go for that double AWP setup, but they do decide to just stick with the single AWP for now. They get another round on the board. HellRaisers actually starting to get some steam. They're starting to flood their way through. The rock is rolling down the hill, but can Heroic slow it down?
I mean, still a ton of money for Heroic, though. Like, that's something that HellRaisers will be well aware as well. That they can't let up. They need to just hold on now. They need to hold the fort and play flawlessly. As Heroic, I said earlier, they have that cushion, they could try something a little bit different, but when you're in these situations as the T, or even CT when you're 15 whatever up, you can start to sweat a little bit, and you do have that in the back of your mind, the thought process of, well, what if they do come back? I mean, would that be embarrassing for us? How are we going to let this happen? What's going wrong? Why haven't we finished this game yet? So Heroic really need to like band together now and go for a push, something they're comfortable with, and just try and put this game to bed.
It's true. They need to try and lock things down. The things as well that they still have so much of a buffer. Obviously, it is only another 3 rounds, really, they have left to play with if they want to close this one out. But they still have time. It's definitely not over just yet. So they can try and take it a little bit slow before they get into that final bit of the crunch. Aggression comes through, though, going for these early plays, hoping to find a pick initially, but HellRaisers are playing very, very relaxed. You can see them playing quite close to home, don't want to overextend, not going to really give away too much. Zero will take a bit of initiative, though. Goes for the aggressive play through as he tries to take his approach towards Apps on the very aggro angle. Can he find the kills if they go for the play here? Modi will be the one trying to lock things down. He's hungry for that lease down. He's trying to buy it. It's prime real estate.
And this is the kind of stuff I want to see from HellRaisers, though. Just getting a little bit aggressive in some places, like Stoico did in the previous round. It does look like now Heroic are going to be hurtling towards the B site. Angel is going to find Nico as Zero picks up one of his own. Modi does shut down Angel, but Zero is just doing work here, finding 3 on the site. He was struggling on the B site earlier, but he's not struggling anymore. Jugi takes down his counter opposition AWPing, but can Zero finish this off? Ooh. No, he can't. Jugi finds a great headshot. It's going to be a 1 versus 2. Hasn't got the bomb down yet, though. Bondit comes in, makes it 15 to 12. HellRaisers continuing this little bit of a spell here.
So unfortunate. Great frag. Obviously, the thing is, you would have had to get that bomb planted essentially straight away. You had about 6 seconds left to play with. You need to plant before 4 seconds to get that bomb down. Isn't going to be working out, unfortunately, for them in that round. They did go through. If we look at the kill distribution now over on that side of Heroic, you can see Modi leading the charge 31 to 14. Wow, absolutely dominant. We've seen so many great frags coming out for him. Jugi as well, 19 kills on the board. They're all looking fairly good. HellRaisers have actually started to step up. And fantastically enough, what we saw there was a great display of individual prowess coming out from Zero, the man we've been very harsh on, but rightly so, because he is so key. They've gone for these aggressive plays towards B, time in, time out. They know B sight at the back of their hand now. And Zero has to be the front line of defense, has to be the front line infantry to actually backhand them and tell them no, as he goes for the peek here, trying to go for the information play, get something to try and aid him into the round, but can he connect the shots, Dan?
He's going to be flashed out as well, flashed twice in fact. He's going to back off, try and stay alive. He's going to be spotted. Yes, he will. Modi takes down Zero. That's the first defender down. Can they break into the fort of B here? Looks like actually they've changed their mind. They're going to keep one player over towards that B, but they're going to head over towards A. Dead Fox has rotated round towards the B site. Is he going to catch wind of this? Is he going to rotate back, or is he going to try and help his teammate? As you can see, Heroic now just edging ever closely towards that A site. A lot riding on Styko here.
Set themselves up. The first frag will come through off the back of Nico. Finally starting to do some work once again as he connects the shot on towards Nico. Aggression now as well. They're going to explode out to the site. Try it and catch them while their pants are down. Tag on towards Angel, leaving him on 74 HP. Bondic is in the backline trying to fight his way through. Peek comes out. A bullet whizzes past his head, but he doesn't get taken down just yet. But his teammates, on the other hand, are starting to drop. Modi will eliminate Angel. The weakened man of HellRaisers. Last 2 players trapped over by CT. They know they need to slow them down now, as if they do not defend this site, the game will be over, and Heroic will claim this first matchup here over on Mirage. Dead Fox coming through, though, hoping to at least do something. Bondic with the opening frag. He went for the flick. He was close to connect, but unfortunately couldn't quite do so. And Nico, a round that he needed to step up in, finally gets a free K, and they close it out.
Yep, it is going to be a 16 to 12 victory for Heroic in the end. It looked like HellRaisers were going to start to claw their way back into the game. They had a nice little spell, but there was just so much of a cushion for Heroic to work with that it was inevitable, really, and I spoke about it. Is that going to be a lot of energy wasted for HellRaisers, or perhaps is that going to be a little bit of a confidence booster for HellRaisers? Because yes, they were getting absolutely bamboozled, and now they've kind of found a little bit of individual skill. They've suddenly hitting their shots, and we move into train. Maybe they have a little bit of confidence that they can carry through.
Yeah, it's true. That's the thing, right? Like, it would have won if they went through actually with that worst scoreline they had that looked like they were going to get dominated very easily, weren't even going to get a single round on the board throughout the entire second half, then it would have been horrific for them. That's when they come into it very low on confidence, not really feeling themselves. Whereas it was slightly different. They actually started to get a couple of rounds toward the end there. They leave it on a 16-12 scoreline, which isn't the best case scenario. This is sort of what I expected to see on the flip side if HellRaisers played well, but HellRaisers just, they looked so broken on their second half, and their CT half just looked like it had nothing. They just didn't have anything they could throw to the table. When they got shut down, they weren't bending and trying to reposition or at least adjust to the playstyle that Heroic brought to the table. They just snapped instantly.
But the thing is, I mean, we were a little bit, well, I was quite harsh on Zero, and I was saying that he was underperforming, but I think quite rightly he was underperforming on that B site. Then he started to kind of worm his way back into the game, but it's so difficult when you've got Modi dropping 30 bombs. I mean, what could HellRaisers have done differently? Is it just a case that they needed to shut him down a little bit earlier?
It's hard. It was good stuff. The thing is as well with Modi, right, is he has some good players behind him in terms of supporting him and actually setting him up into those scenarios. He couldn't do that for himself. He needs to be put into those situations. And his teammates perform very well as well because they're flashing him in. They're allowing to get into that back line where he can just dispatch everyone, remove that sustain, and slow down the other, like the T side. And he did that very easily because that's the thing. He slipped through connector so many rounds off the back of flashes and distractions from his teammate, allowing him to get in, wipes his way through the back line. How can you answer that at that point? You know, it's so awkward when you get caught your pants down from behind. And
hate it when I get caught down.
I know, it happens all the time. Do you remember that time you did it to me? It was horrific.
ring the bell and all. If you support either of these teams that you are witnessing on stream today, you can grab one of their jerseys as well from the store, shop.eslgaming.com, and you can support your favourite team. Some nice swag that you can find over there. I might actually pay a visit to it later. I'm not going to tell you who I support though, because that would be against the rules. Am I allowed to support anyone?
I think you can have a favourite team, mate.
Good. I'm not going to tell you either. That is going to be all we've got for the first map. We will be back shortly for the second map, which is going to be Train, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code! Two headshots in a row. Fenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Fenix!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for him though. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL CSGO Pro League, where we have just seen a 16-12 victory for Heroic over HellRaisers, and now we move on to Train. I'm joined on the desk by Jackie Peters. Yeah, the crowd goes wild. It was a good series. There was no crowd here, just for anyone wondering. Very silent studio. No one actually cares. But yeah, it was a good first opening map for Heroic. HellRaisers just couldn't really find their footing.
It's true, right? That's the thing. Coming into early game, they looked kind of good. They looked like they actually had some momentum behind them. Started to lock it down their T-half. As soon as they got onto CT, though, it was a different storyline. The thing is, as well, even before they got onto CT half, they could have got themselves a great half ratio there going through. They could have actually won the half fairly dominantly. Instead, they allow Heroic to get rounds on the board. Then they stopped them. Then they got rounds on the board again, and were able to actually lock it down to what was a good scoreline going through on a 7-8 like that. Then you think, okay, HellRaisers, they have some momentum though. If they come in, they get that pistol, already start to bound themselves up into double digits, lock things down. But it just didn't happen. And they didn't get a single round on the board until we already saw Heroic with that 15 rounds in the bag. And that, at that point, you know, you're just like, okay, it's inevitable that they are going to lose this matchup.
And okay, so you were kind of thinking HellRaisers were going to have their chance on Mirage.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you feel like Train's going to go? Because I'm looking at Heroic's last results, and they've lost their last 4 on Train. Whereas we did see HellRaisers last week beat Kinguin 16-9 in last week of Pro League. And actually, HellRaisers looked incredible on Train. So perhaps this is a saving grace for them.
Yeah, coming into this, right, here's the thing. HellRaisers, this lineup, very good on Train, as they have been for a long amount of time here. You can see Deadfox as well. He's the star player when it comes to utilizing the AWP. Train CT half is so scope heavy. You want to get out, potentially even that double AWP setup. Sometimes you see 3 AWPs coming into Faye. Auto Sniper's going to be thrown into the mix because it is so usable. Early aggression into this pistol rounds. Let's see how this will unfold. Bondic actually gets the opener, connecting the headshot off on towards Volley. A nice one to start it off, but Jugi, hungry for the fireback, will take down Deadfox. Immediately trading, though, and you can see things have now got better for HellRaisers. Booming out of control as they're left outnumbering their opponents 2-1. Modi tries to make the situation manageable as he starts claiming heads, but left in a 1 versus 2 is going to be so awkward for him. Surrounding him now as they push up, gets the 1 headshot off. Can he find the second? So close to actually picking up the round. But unfortunately for him, Styko will overpower. Defuse comes in, and that's the opening pistol round. The worst case scenario as well.
I thought for a second Modi was just going to continue his fine form from the previous map of Mirage, but will eventually be shut down. And I like what you touched on about Deadfox being obviously a really important member of his team, especially on Train when it comes to the AWP, but we can't count out Jugi as well. Jugi was hitting some sick shots on Mirage with the AWP as well, so for me, it's going to be whoever can get the money first to build up enough cash to get that AWP. And with HellRaisers picking up the pistol, you'd like to favour them, and it's going to be how difficult now it's going to be for Heroic to get into this game after losing that first round.
Well, that's the thing as well. With Jugi, the factor is we know he'll be dominant when he finds his way off onto that CT half when they're both there. That's where it's so much more usable. T half, you can get aggressive with the AWP. Go to those peaks towards mid main over here right now. Peek your way through. If you can shut down the Ivy player, potentially find some great openers, it's good. Things as well, there's just so many angles on that CT half that makes the AWP so dominant. You can focus it towards connector, B site, aggressive peek towards B site, towards Whitehall's, Ivy push, just cover towards mid main, play from Ivy. There's so many places that you can play with it where it's very effective. It's not as usable on that T half. But anyway, aggression towards B bomb site. Angel needs to try and slow them down here. Peeking 1 by 1, allowing him to get the frags, essentially just opening themselves up as a sacrifice. Very awkward push coming through. They do no damage to the side of HellRaisers in terms of actually players alive. No rebuys forced out, and they allow them to continue getting that cash up. The bomb hasn't gone down either for Heroics. You can see the money is still very awkward. They're going to allow HellRaisers to actually claim all 3 rounds before they try and fight back with a 4-wire.
Yeah, Heroic had a couple of Molotovs to work with, a little bit of utility to try and get onto that site, but as you said, there was just the delay come out from the HellRaisers squad, and actually they didn't even need delay in the end. They were just finding shots left, right and centre, but so often you will see those rounds where the bomb will just go down on that B site, where they will quickly bombard their way on, but really tough for Heroic. They weren't even able to find anyone onto the site. Just too strong a hold from HellRaisers, and now we go into one of these kind of throwaway rounds where Heroic just need to go for something a little bit crazy, a little bit of the surprise factor, but it's going to be hard to surprise this HellRaisers squad when Bondic has found his way so far through this map. And he might catch several members, or is he going to get caught off himself? Ooh. Yes, he is actually. Modi's going to find Bondic, so now they have a weapon to work with. So, interesting tactic coming out from Heroic.
That looks like a party I can get involved with, Dan. All those men in the showers like that, looking good as they get that opening frag back on towards Bondic. They can grab that UMP as well now, and they're hungry for this. They need to try and continue this firepower into these rounds, though. But Styko going to be able to get that long-range kill back on towards Snappy. That weapon has been dropped on the floor. Luckily, close enough to the door that Modi can grab it, doesn't run the risk of getting picked off and they lose these numbers. The thing is, they're not in an awkward situation as they can just try and overwhelm them. If they go for a very aggressive burst-style play, that's the best case scenario, right? Jugi has the Molotov, he has the bomb as well. You try and use that to potentially draw someone out of a good position, charge away, and hope Modi is on point. Because Modi is someone that can be so damaging, so much prowess. We've seen that as well in the previous matchup. If he can utilize that UMP to a good effect, slip their way in towards B even, best case scenario if they get that bomb planted, worst case scenario they just get picked off and find a couple of frags.
Yeah, if Modi can get onto this site, he could make a huge difference, but it's whether he's going to be taken out. They do just drop onto the site. Angel takes down Modi, so that UMP is not going to be utilized. Bomb's going to try and go down. The nade's going to shut down 2 of them as well, and Angel cleans things up. So Heroic tried to make something of that round. They took it to the final few seconds. The HellRaisers were more than prepared for the push that followed. And to be fair, I'm still reeling in my seat about your comment about men in showers.
Hey man, some people like different things. And the thing is as well, great play there from Zero, obviously. He went for the play, knowing that he'd got a couple of tags off. Nate goes through, rolls over, strong wrists, was able to get it the entire distance, took him down. And now, just left into this awkward situation where they come in, haven't been able to get any bomb plants. They're looking awkward. They've only found a couple of kills. So HellRaisers Akash is looking fairly healthy off the back of those rounds. Because the thing is as well, sure, you won the pistol, but they had sort of a very clean slate. There wasn't too many rounds where they were forced into awkward situations, only with the pistol, where they were forced out to really invest too much money. Now, coming into this, if they pick up this round, HellRaisers could actually very easily assert their dominance. They don't have an AWP out as the cash wasn't that strong yet. Playing out was a little bit more of a scout round because obviously the FAMAS is still in play on Zero. Interesting enough why I went for the FAMAS as well. I would have actually seen him rather go for a UMP. Essentially, you're playing more for less when it comes to buying the FAMAS over the UMP. UMP just a little bit better in a lot of situations, more armor pen, costs a bit less, and you get more of a cash reward. So obviously, he was just trying to utilize that for the range, I believe. Probably playing a far back angle, situated towards that B bomb site rather than playing up close from White Train. Into this round, though, everyone is just playing slow. It is a bit of a stalemate as they want to try and gain that pop gold control, then burst their way out what seems to be a late round A site take, working their way through. They do have 2 players situated as well, waiting to go for those smokes over. I believe just holding by T-spawn on top of the boxes. And then one by mid lane as well. So the smokes go over, they loan out all of the line of sights for the CTs, then they burst their way and done.
You know, I was going to wonder whether it was just going to be the one smoke coming through, but they are just going to push on through as Stoiko finds one onto Snappy, but in comes Modi with one of his own onto Bondik. It's a 3 versus 3 now. Dead Fox in a good position here on green. Can he find anyone with the UMP is the real question. Doesn't have an AWP. He's so powerful with the AWP, but can he do the same damage with just a machine gun? Angel now. The smoke has dissipated. He can push through. And, well, there we go. Dead Fox finding Modi. Looks for a second as well. Does find it onto Valda. And now it's just Jugi left on his own. Does have an AK to work with, though. If he can get a quick opening frag here, he's definitely doable. But he can't see the bomb from where he is, so he needs to try and check every single angle. Gets to spray down onto Angel. Is now going to look across. Can't get anything, as Zero will put him to bed. As HellRaisers put a 4th on the board now. And Heroic need to rethink, rejiggle, and decide what they want to do. They took a while, really, and the thing is they didn't draw out any utility.
Yep.
That was the problem, that they just sat there and waited, and then as soon as HellRaisers saw any sort of smoke, because it was so late in the round, they were like, oh, okay, now we can use our utility.
And that's the thing is as well, the positions the HellRaisers are actually playing, they're playing quite far up towards that big bomb site, but even then the rotate isn't that long, so it wasn't that bad. By the time they actually fully execute into the site, because they have to wait, those 3 smokes you do, essentially you throw 2 of them in first, coming over from sort of T-spawn, they take a little bit longer to bloom. So you have to wait a couple of extra seconds as well before you go for the peek in through Pop Dog. So by that time, HellRaisers were already on the mission over, because as you said, they hadn't been using utility, they hadn't been going for any little bit of information plays, or at least use one player to try and cause a disturbance somewhere else. So they knew, instantly committed over. By the time they could then pace, because the smokes had bloomed and the angles were locked off, it has already kind of run the clock too far at that point. But it's a smart play, that's the thing as well. Coming into that first rifle round, you try and just use a sight take. You never know. It might catch them off guard. You might be able to use it. The thing is as well, it doesn't really work out too great in terms of a scouting round because they still had those UMPs and stuff in place. So you don't know if they're going to be playing those same positions as this one, but they try it again. Smokes go through now as they just explode their way out, but then Fox, elevated angle. Easy kill for him off on towards Valde. And Bondik as well, just sending Jugi off to the Burns ward.
Yeah, Snappy had control of Pop Dog. Is now going to push round and perhaps go for B instead, but there's still 2 members of HellRaisers there awaiting. Bomb is crawling around towards that T-spawn as well, perhaps just trying to get the jump maybe at A site, or is he going to rotate around to B himself? Looks like he is. As Snappy walks his way onto the site, so now he'll be well aware as Angel takes him down. Molly does trade and finds Zero as well. Two really important kills. The bomb needs to be there very quickly and to get this down if they've got any chance, but Molly just continues to find form and one-taps Dead Fox. Can't find the second just yet. And at the moment, Modi doing a great job keeping this round alive. 3 kills for him. Can he move on and try and find an ace here? He has got Nico as a teammate to work with.
And this is the thing. The dream team, when Nico's on point, and Modi as well, the absolute Swedish stopping power as he's in that elevated angle, can rain down some hellfire from above if he can find the shots, but unfortunately Bondik absolutely looking on form there, glides his way up the ladder, had the aerial angle, was able to connect the shots. The bomb defuse comes through from Styko, and that is just unfortunate. Heroic. The thing is as well with that B-bomb site, obviously you get the bomb planted, it's very unique in the way you have to play that B-bomb site. You essentially retake your own site as a T. And that's what they've gone for there, trying to beat their way out. They didn't have utility, I don't believe. They didn't have sort of the GG Molotov to try and bounce off the door at that point, so he didn't have to go for the fully commit face, and he could have just left his teammate Nico to try and delay and waste time. He had to go for the straight up commit at that point. Peek out, hope they could at least make a 1v1 and get themselves into a better situation, but obviously losing his life so very quickly into the round. And it all came tumbling down back into this one, seeming like a little bit more of a slower default. Obviously, you can see the bomb has been dropped, so they're not going to be going for a fast execute. They're going for the jump over here to try and get the information, and they do spot out the AWP of Dead Fox.
Yeah, I was going to say, they hadn't really tried to push Ivy yet, but the problem with trying to push Ivy is you do have Dead Fox waiting there, and it's where he found his success last week against Kinguin. And now he'll be well aware there are several members of Heroic just waiting there down at Ivy, but perhaps that's a good distraction technique. Now Heroic can set up maybe an execution elsewhere as they've drawn out a little bit of utility. They have forced Dead Fox back ever so slightly as Jugi is going to try and edge his way out, but he edges into the AWP shot of Dead Fox. So Dead Fox was forced out of his position, but he just found another one.
The thing is, we talk about utility at this point. Look, they have no smokes left at this point. They've only got 2 HEs and a Molotov actually left in their inventory, but the thing is, they're not looking too healthy on the side of Heroic either, especially now as Styko just comes through with a massive 2k. Bondik as well, an easy frag on towards Modi. Sure, they had the smoke to play with and 2 flashes on Modi into the late round, where HellRaisers didn't have any smokes, but you still need people alive to actually go for a site take.
And this is not looking pretty for Heroic, and their money is not great either. They can't even get a successful buy here. I mean, what can they even do differently, to be honest? Because they're just walking into, well, a bombardment from Heroic. And this is completely different to what we've just seen on Mirage as well. During Mirage, we were saying, oh, right, HellRaisers aren't hitting their shots. As soon as they walk in, Heroic are hitting everything. And now it's just completely flip side. Yes, okay, we expected this from HellRaisers because they have looked in better form on Train, but I don't think we were expecting it to look this ugly.
Oh, especially not. The thing is as well, right? They haven't been too great in terms of economy of getting the AWP out on Jugi, so they can try it and shut down Dead Fox. He's situated towards Ivy the majority of the time. We haven't seen him being too loose because he hasn't really had to. He's been locking it down fairly consistently. His teammates have been doing their jobs. They haven't had to really be that organic and sort of fluid. He's able to play that very efficiently. If we see that all coming out on Jugi, potentially he starts to get the opener on towards Ivy. If he can take down Dead Fox, then they can send those 2 players that have been trying to get that Ivy control straight through. You slip out on towards the A bomb site and it gives you a little bit more control. And once again as well, it seems that they're making kind of rash judgment calls when they go for these more aggressive plays. We've only seen, like, I believe twice we saw them go for the actual site take. Only once with a full use of smokes, where you go for that A-bomb site take, use the smokes over. Even then, they could do so much more. Work off the back of that. Potentially throw a fake in the mist. Go for those that straight commit early on into round. Then go for the quick rotate towards that B-bomb site. As HellRaisers, they've been doing a good job of locking down sites, but they've been over-rotating very quickly on a dime.
Yeah, perhaps we need to see a little bit more of a difference, a little bit more variety from a Heroic, to be honest, as we move forward. I'd like to see them save here so that they can get that AWP in the next round, because I really feel like that might make a difference, and it does look like we've got 2 players from Heroic actually without kills at the moment, so that's not going to be very good for morale. It is going to be somewhat of an eco. Obviously, there is the UMP to work with. What can Heroic do to try and force their way back into this game? They were behind on Mirage as well. HellRaisers were 8-5 up at one point, and then Heroic absolutely turned it around, winning 16-12 in the end, and actually they were 15-8 up. So they've definitely got it in their power to come back here, but they just need to work as a unit.
Let's see if they can do so. Elevated angle being utilised by Bondik here. It's a good situation. Prime time to do some killing as he finds the opening frag off on towards Jugi. Angel as well, hungry for some damage as he rains down. Supreme work done as he eliminates Modi, and everyone will fall. That is a clean sweep as HellRaisers take the 7th round with so much prowess.
I guess that was the job done though for Heroic. Clearly that was their game plan. Just get the bomb down, get a little bit extra money, and hope that they can buy up more successfully. Instantly see that AWP onto Jugi as well. He really needs to make a difference and needs to try and pick up his teammate Valda, who is currently James Bond. Needs to make a difference. That's actually 2 James Bonds. Snappy's there as well. 2 007s as they are 7-0 down. Lots of 7s, lots of 0s. Coincidentally, because we also have 0. Can Heroic come back into this one? Now they have the AWP to work with. It's going to be the Jugi versus Dead Fox. AWP off. Dead Fox shut down anyone that tried to out-AWP him last week on Train. Are we going to see more of the same?
You would assume that it will still be Dead Fox reigning supreme. Jugi, though, on the other hand, focusing towards every bomb site. Actually, this is where the difference maker comes. You situate in towards these sites where he can get the openers on towards rifles, utilize that range advantage. He has his teammates as well that actually have utility to play with. Flashbangs go over. He goes for the straight peek. If he can get a kill on towards Angel here, that'd be huge. He does get blind. Repositions on the angle, though. Finds the frag towards Snappy. There is no trade back just yet. Jugi finally does something, but his teammates are getting picked apart. They're just walking into the absolute meat grinder that is 0 right now towards that B bomb site. They try and allow some teammates to actually slip their way through connector as well. Jugi still trying to find something else, but he's struggling, Dan.
He is struggling. Will throw a Molotov to try and find anything, trying to force anyone out into his crosshairs, but here comes Valda from behind and gets the double spray down onto Bondik, and Stoiko, as Dead Fox takes down Jugi, will win that AWP battle. As now 0. Dead Fox, they're trying to retake this site. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. Nico's going to be playing up close and personal. 0 takes him down. He's going to go for the defuse, but there is a man at upper. Comes in with the Molotov as well, which should be enough damage to stop the round. It is going to be Valda having to back off here. So a better round from Heroic there. HellRaisers just not been able to quite find that one. They were looking good on the retake, but in the end, Heroic have finally pulled it out.
That was all down to Valde as well there. With a backstab with those 2 frags, that was the difference maker. You eliminate so many players. Literally half of the players of HellRaisers killed off the back of one simple play from him, where they're playing a little bit more aggressive now. Play that lurk style of CS. We've seen so much where they're just going for these dry faces one by one. Heroic seeming so uncoordinated. Into that round, it actually looked a little bit more structured. They were playing together, utilizing situations that complement them, playing to their strengths. But this time around, though, Dead Fox definitely playing to his strength. You can see that aggression on display. Went for the charge through. Nearly, I thought, was only caught off guard there as he got stuck, it seems. Tagged down to 8 HP as well. That is so awkward. But 0 actually finds the opener as well over at the other side of the map as he connects the headshot off on towards Modi. But that's the thing. They won that round, but it was still way too close for comfort, Dan. They were not in a good situation, and the scary factor is there is always that reset potential. They have to win this one.
Yes, they do, and Stoiko will shut down Valda as well, leaving just 3 players remaining for Heroic. Jugi is still one of those, though, and he is going up against Dead Fox, who is just on 8 HP, but Dead Fox, I don't think it matters how much HP he's got unless it's 0, as he can still hit those shots. He's going to take a more of a passive angle, just watching Pop here. And Heroic, I mean, what do you do in this situation when you've just got 3 men pushing to, against a 5-stack here?
It's very awkward because this is the thing. They're left in such a tight spot. As you said, only 3 players left. They're outnumbered in terms of things. You want to try and wean out the weaker opponents if possible. If they can find that kill on towards Dead Fox, it makes their life so much easier. Not only because he's so proficient with the AWP, but because you just, you know, you eliminate someone that's been doing so much damage round in, round out, it gets them that opener. And he's playing from Bomb Train here. He'll be the one to actually do the damage initially. If he misses these shots, his teammate's close by to trade as well. So I don't even see them actually slipping their way out. But Jugi does find 1 frag.
Can they take down Dead Fox? As you said, though, Jugi is going to get aggressive. Just 15 seconds left now, no, so they need to be making a move. But they've made a move towards the B site. And it looks like the fake was sold as the bomb is going to go down. You can see several members of HellRaisers have rotated round now. Are we going to see the backstab coming through? Can Snappy find anything with the AK? No, he can't. 0 takes him down. And Nico is just going to be burning to a crisp. Gets forced out into the AWP of Dead Fox. And it's all on Jugi in a 4 versus 1. Has noticed someone's coming from behind. Can't hit the no-scope. Stoiko takes him down. Easy defuse now for HellRaisers. And that's going to be 8-1 and the reset of the economy for Heroic.
And that was their worst nightmare coming into this. That's what they have been dreaming of and terrified of day and night else. They've been waking up in cold sweats about that round. And it went the way the prophecy had told them. HellRaisers picking that one up. 8 rounds on the board now. The reset coming through as well. So you can see the economic damage that has been done. That is a huge crash in terms of their money. Left in an awkward situation, broken, they're on the streets, they are begging for sandwiches, and no one has any sandwiches to give them.
Snappy's just begging for a kill at the moment, to be honest. 0 and 9, really struggling here. That's definitely not going to be good for his confidence, especially when you go into a CT round after not finding any kills, or at least very little kills. You'd like to think he'd get some by the end of the half. It can be very tough in those CT halves, as we are now going to see Heroic getting aggressive towards Ivy. 4 members are going to be forced back because of that Molotov. And here's the man with 0 kills, as he's just going to be burnt away, down to just 14 HP, as Dead Fox takes down NiP, and he will just have easy pickings. This is like Duck Hunter now, to try and find anything as Styko comes through to finish him off. And that was around it. Was always going to go that way. I didn't think, really, that Heroic had any chance to even find a kill against this really strong HellRaisers side that they've been too good on their CT, to be honest. I'm even astonished that they've dropped 1 round.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's the usual suspects that are doing the damage. You've got Bondic here with 11 frags on the board, as per usual. A very proficient rifler, knows how to excel at his role, and will do all of the damage that he needs to. He's been finding his frags where he needs to. Great job at defending sites. We can see Dead Fox as well, the AWPer that we spoke about so heavily, because he is the difference maker when it comes to getting those long-distance frags. So many impact frags tied to him. Absolutely barrels of impact frags on this guy's name, as he's been able to just connect shots all over the place that have slowed down these plays enough from Heroic that they have to second-guess themselves. They have to make judgment calls that are very rash, and they get left in these awkward situations. Now, positional play being utilised here from Bondic as well. He's going to be the one to watch down, as he should be able to tear his way through.
Yeah, he might be able to find several members here, but no, he can't. NiP, with the quick peek around the corner, takes down Bondic, and now they can move onto the site here. Smokes are here, there, and everywhere, so they should be able to plant. Angel is just slicing around, see if he can find anything with his knife to try and take down the bomb, but the bomb goes down. Now they're back off, get their after plant. Snappy still can't find a kill as Dead Fox takes him. And now, with just 3 members remaining, they need to get into decent after plants. Muddy just sitting on electric. Might be forced out by this Molotov. Actually looks like it's going to land the other side, so he is safe for now, and he can be very patient with his play as Jugi takes Styko. Here's 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2. Just Angel left on his own. Great shots coming out from this Heroic side. Is this perhaps going to be their second round on the board, or can Angel go huge? No, he can't. Muddy finishes him off, and it is going to be 9-2. Finally, Heroic finding their way onto the site here.
Wow. So there you have it, Heroic working their way through. They're actually able to pick up another round. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't linked together, so obviously their economy wasn't in a great situation. You can see the effects of that there in the utility. Actually a little bit better than I thought coming through with that utility. But still, Snappy, 0 to 11. He has been having a shocker of a game, not living up to the Snappy we expect to see. Hopefully we can see something else coming out from into this one. But finally, double up setup has been utilised as well. The time has come. It's been called upon HellRaisers. As, I mean, in the past they haven't needed to, but now they will don it. Angel as well. Going to be trying to utilise it. The aggressive angle comes through. You go for this push-up. You focus over. You see if you can see him coming through white walls towards that B-bomb site. Usually you get that first pick and then can fall back straight away. This time around, though, a little bit slower from Heroic. So if he wants to try and run the risk, he can definitely hold it and potentially get the opening frag, but there is always the risk of a trade when you leave it this rate into the round.
Can't stress enough how important this win is for HellRaisers as well. Currently sitting in 12th on the league table, perhaps even lower after losing earlier, but Angel can't find it as Modi continues his form from the earlier game of Mirage. We haven't seen loads from him so far in train, but now he's picking up kills, and a very important one as well, taking down that second AWP being donned by Angel, as now Dead Fox will reposition and see if he can take anyone that's pushing onto this B site, but Heroic just slowing it right back down again. They're currently 2 and 5, just 6 points on the league table. They could really do with another 3.
It's true. Let's see if they can secure those points, though, as they want to try and lock this one down. 0 will get the opening frag back on towards Modi. You can see NiP low now as well, looking green around the gills as he is struggling to get that bomb down. Luckily, the flames have been extinguished, and Valda and Jugi start to do work as well, leaving them in a great advantage now. A 2 versus 4. They outnumber their opponents in mass, and they're forced to fall back as well. Their hands have been grabbed. They're kicked out. They've been told to leave the club. They look under 18 down, and they cannot prove their age.
I have that problem.
That's true.
Well, I just look under 18. I can prove my age, but I just get kicked out of clubs. It's not nice, to be honest. And to be fair, if I was Snappy right now, I'd go hunting. Round's over. You've won the round. Get a kill.
It's that economy,
Build
though,
your confidence. Yeah, but what good is economy? What's good is having a gun if you can't even get a kill? Just buy grenades. At this point, if you're Snappy, to be honest.
Alright. Hot shot. This guy.
Yeah, I can't really talk. I'd have... Well, actually, no, I'd have 1 kill. I reckon.
Would you?
No.
Is that team kill?
Yeah, probably. More likely. But to be fair, Snappy won't care if he's not getting kills if Heroic can find their way back into this game. It is train. It is CT-sided. They have got 3 rounds. If they can make this possibly 6, then that is a very good half for them. So... more of the same, to be honest, from this Heroic squad.
Let's see. Obviously, as well, there is going to be only one AWP now on the side of HellRaisers, as the cash isn't going to allow them to get the 2 out, I don't believe. As they play the slower style of CS early on for Heroic. Just repositioning through. Jugi actually taking the AWP towards Popdog. So if they do go for that play through, I believe he'll be trying to get that pick. Actually, yeah, he's going to back off now. I wonder what they were going to do there. Didn't know if he was going to situate himself towards the B site, possibly go for an opening frag there. I thought it was a bit weird if he was going to go for the pick through Popdog, but just holding his angle now, hoping to see if Bondit will once again go for that aggressive play, so he can cut him off very early. And then he can go for that pick through and hopefully get the kill on towards Dead Fox. This is the thing. You take that early aggression, you can also be boosted up as well. There is the angle where you can boost up in mid-main on top of a player's head on that T side when you have the AWP, and you can find some fairly effective frags out on towards that A bomb side. But Jugi's been playing kind of lax, a little bit more held back, and then just playing a very aggressive style when they commit to a full site take. Not too much on his own individual skill.
HellRaisers perhaps need to switch things up. Maybe change the pace slightly. And not let Heroic back into this game, because Heroic are building up a bank balance. They are able to get that AWP every round, and Jugi made a real difference on Mirage. And he's starting to hit shots here on Train as well, as Modi is going to edge his way out. Angel in a great position and catches Nico's forehead. Ooh. As Modi will continue just sneaking up, but Zero finds him. And now it's just 3 players left. And Snappy is going to drop down, push through the smoke with his teammate. His teammate has pushed to his death, leaving Snappy and Jugi on their own. And Snappy continues his fine form of dying. 9-3, soon to be 10-3. Heroic just a little bit too late for that execute.
It's so staggered. The faces they're going for, they're not working together. They're peeking one by one. And this is the thing. You peek out onto a site, one player gets killed, second player peeks, gets killed, third player peeks, tries to run away for his life because everyone else has already been killed. It's awkward. They're not really playing together. They're kind of going very 1v1. As well, in that situation, there was potential they might have actually achieved something when Angel didn't realize 2 players got past. But the thing is, his teammates there trades it out. They're trading a lot better as well on the side of HellRaisers. If someone gets killed, instant snapback, you find that trade. On Heroic, if someone gets killed, someone's about a mile away, then peeks into the site and just gets killed as well. Finally, Jugi actually going to go for this peek towards the A bomb site. Will he find the frag here?
Needs to be honest. Heroic need more rounds. They have pushed aggressively onto the site. Modi finds 2. Snappy gets taken down as Modi finds a 3rd. And he's just continuing his fine form as Jugi comes in, chimes in. Modi gets a 4K. Jugi gets one of his own. It's 10-4 Heroic. A nice, quick, fast-paced round, getting in the face of HellRaisers. Exactly what they needed. Now they need to carry on this momentum, make it 10-5, have a really strong CT half, and they're definitely capable of getting back in this game.
So I don't know why they're playing so scared. They're in a box. You can see they're terrified. They're giving HellRaisers so much confidence in that. They're giving them way too much respect in how they're playing it. Jugi has never gone for these aggressive faces when if he was consistently, I would put it in the bag that he can get these openers. Once again, Bondic shut down. This is what I wanted to see from Jugi the entire time. I was talking about him going for these aggressive plays, trying to get that pick either towards Ivy or towards Connector. You get that opening frag on the board. The confidence as well of Modi. We know this is a player that excels when he has that wind under his wings. When he takes the confidence, he will make the decision making and go for those opening plays. We'd seen him playing so restricted, not achieving anything. Finally, he goes for an aggressive play, gets a 4K on the board, much like we expected to see from him. Where was this moment of, actual confidence in the past?
That's all they've needed. Just a little bit of confidence, as you said, just a little bit of wind behind them. And if they get this 5th round, it could be absolutely massive. 11-4, perhaps they might struggle a little bit. Obviously, Pistol's going to be huge as well, as Modi is going to continue his aggression onto the site. Actually decides to back off, seeing if he can get any shots through the smoke. Not finding any. Does spot out Zero, but Zero wins the battle. And Styko now just on top of Train as well, seeing if he can find anything. Nico does shut him down. It is going to be a 4 versus 3. They have gained control of this site, as you always do on B, and now the retake's going to have to come through from HellRaisers. They are a man down. Snappy going to play this up close and personal position. Is he going to find his first kill? Yes, he can! That's exactly what he needed to finish the half. Dead Fox is the last remaining player, and that will be 2 for Snappy. Definitely needed it. Gonna be half-time. We're going for a quick break. 10-5 here for HellRaisers against Heroic, and it was looking like it was going to be a very one-sided affair, but we are seeing Heroic get back into the game yet again. Can they do it on CT side though? Obviously pistol is going to make a huge difference. Let's hypothetically say they do win the pistol. Can they move on to get back into this game, do you think?
The thing is, they're definitely not out of it, right? Like, as we spoke about before, Jugi, even in the pre-game, we said Jugi is someone that needs to step up with the AWP. And towards the end of that game, that's when he actually started to go for those aggressive plays, thinking, I have the confidence, I can land these shots, I know I'm better. Trying to take that aggressive, that sort of mindset behind him, that was a lot easier for him. Then we saw him picking up those frags. If he can now do that on the CT side, where it's a lot easier to AWP, the angles complement you a lot more, you can play that very restricted style. Let's just hold your angles, wait for the peaks to come in and it complements him. Surely he should be able to achieve something here and actually get them the openers they need.
Now, how important was it for Snappy to pick up 2 kills as well in that last round? I know I was being a little bit harsh on him that he hadn't found a kill yet. He was possibly staring down a 10-5 half without any kills though. Does pick up 2, can that momentum now bring through to the second half? And CT obviously is easier to pick up kills.
Yeah, like that's the thing. You can just hold your sights, wait for the aggression to come towards you. They need to get that pistol though. That's the thing. They have so many very effective pistol players. Snappy as well being one of them that knows how to utilize a pistol to a great level. And we just need to see him actually connecting those shots.
And are we expecting a lot more kind of tactical play from HellRaisers on their T side here? You said Angel has a lot in his playbook. Is this going to be a bit of a spectacle? Are we going to be able to see lots of A takes and B takes? Or do we think it's going to be more of the same, just slow defaults onto A?
It will be that slow style of CS. You're going to see them running the clock down very, very long. They're going to wait until the last few seconds of the round, essentially, before they go for their explosions, try and hold back, draw out as much utility as possible, force out and over-rotate if they can. It's going to be very sort of mind-gamey, slow, drawn-out CS, sort of like Na'Vi style.
Will we see them draw out utility, though? Because, I mean, it's something that Heroic really weren't doing.
Well, this is the thing, right? This has always been, you know, for HellRaisers, especially for me, they play that slow style of CS a lot like Na'Vi, and they want to draw up utility, but they never draw out utility. They play that slow style of CS, but they just kind of run the clock down, then go for a late execute and get left in an awkward situation. This time around, though, they have just gone for an all-out play towards B. They've taken the mothership there, and they're going to start the invasion then. Yeah,
and unless Nico can hit some important shots, which he can, that's going to be the bomb going down, and the site well and truly in the hands of HellRaisers. There are several players coming from behind from Heroic, so they are going to go for the pincer effect here. If they can get an opening frag, yes they can. Jugi finds Styko on upper, so now they've well and truly got control back, but Bondik shuts them down immediately, and Zero picks up one onto Nico as well, and HellRaisers just running riot here, leaving Jugi all on his own. Finds a second onto Dead Fox, but I'm really fearing for his life. He's in a 1 versus 3. This is going to be so difficult for him, as Bondik will get his third. That's 11-5. Perhaps that's Heroic's dreams over. We're going to need to see something special coming out of Heroic now. I mean, they just allowed HellRaisers to get onto that site. They went for a 4 stack of A.
Yeah, they just gave it away to them into that round. Obviously, that's the thing. They went for the stack towards the A-bomb site, hoping that it would just be a slow take, I imagine, where you push 3 players towards Ivy, you know, 1 player through Pop Dog, 1 through mid-main, just try and push in like that and get the most angles covered as possible to try and shut down Heroic. The gamble didn't work out. You know, they went all in black, red came up, and essentially at that point, you're left homeless.
11-5. The HellRaisers, can they continue moving forward in this game? They are going to flash out and try and push Ivy, but Bonnie finds one with a CZ, can't find the second. Dead Fox does get the trade, but that's a huge opening frag for Heroic in this round. Need to see more of the same from the rest of his teammates. They need to step up now, like we saw Modi do in the Mirage game, as Dead Fox just going to smoke off Ivy here and counter any aggression from this Heroic side. Bowder is going to have to back off, as the rest of his team of HellRaisers are going to be edging their way towards this A site now.
Dead Fox connection there off on towards Valde. Styko as well. Follow-up frag on towards Jugi, just leaving Nico and Snappy now left in a bit of an awkward one as they're trying to do some damage with these pistols. The Deagle is in play on Nico. I know he can wield this weapon to a very high degree, but can he connect the shots? He is struggling right now on these peaks from Connector. Not been playing on par as where I want to see Nico throughout these 2 matches. Snappy as well. Last man left standing. He has been really having a bad day. Will get taken down by Zero. And that is just awkward. It's going to be 13 rounds minimum before we even see really a chance of Heroic getting something on the board, as the economy does not agree with them right now.
And I want to see Heroic do something different now. I want to see them just maybe throw a 5 stack onto B, or a 5 stack onto A, or just run 5 members towards I don't know, B, or just get aggressive, do something different, because in these pistol rounds so often you just see them hold defaults. It doesn't work, but here we go. You've got 5 members running towards Ivy. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out for them, but now they have the opportunity to wrap round and perhaps catch HellRaisers off guard. If they do find a weapon, Could be huge, could get them back into the round, but I'm just happy that they're trying something a little bit different.
Thing is, this is okay for now, but as soon as you see that one man who's slowly tiptoeing his way through in Bondic and his backup and teammate as well, and Angel, they get all of this information now. Hey, B bomb site's clear, A bomb site's clear, let's plant. Okay, we know it's a push from behind now. Like, the game's been given completely away. They can find these frags, bombs down. They should all be focusing from behind at this point and just clean this one out very easily.
Yeah, it should just be the maid's duty here, cleaning up, dusting everything off. Jugi will get a consolation frag onto Bondic, but eventually it does go down, and it's going to be 13-5, as you said. What we expected, but now we get the buy-up from Heroic, and they really need to do something now if they're going to get back into this game. They are going to have the AWP in the hands of Jugi. We said he needs to be the difference maker to get them back into this. But I wonder whether HellRaisers are just going to try and surprise Heroic again and go for some quick push and really catch Heroic off guard.
Well, right now, sending 2 players over towards Ivy, one of them being the AWPer and Dead Fox. If we've seen the aggressive style of CS coming out from Heroic in the previous rounds once again, because they don't have the AWP there, and they only have Modi, and we can see Jugi is actually positioned up towards that B-bomb site, I believe, playing back from the trains there in the back lines, that's where it gets awkward. Because Dead Fox wins that fight every time if you peek him.
Snappy having to back off out of pop after being grenaded down, just 48 HP. HellRaisers have slowed it down. It looked like they were going to get a little bit aggressive towards Ivy, but the smoke has, of course, stopped them from pushing. They will be able to Molotov any Heroic players out from Ivy, and now they can push up on their own as Styko over towards Showers here. Mike for drop. Angel is going to get peeked, but somehow finds the frag onto Modi. We would expect more from Modi, to be honest. He is being just unbeatable with his rifle earlier on, but now he can't even find a single kill as Valda's going to push around and try and get a little bit of the action. Does take him down. And it's going to be a 3 versus 3. He's going to push through, and Dead Fox just can't find anything. And Valda turns around, and Dead Fox, that could have been absolutely huge. He took him out to 4 HP. But Styko is mid-planting this in the smoke, but he will get sprayed down by Nico, leaving just 0 on his own. And Hero, wow, 0 does find one. It's a 1 versus 2. This is doable. Valda is very weak. But can anyone find the frag?
0 in this situation. Awkward stuff as he has to try and create 2 1v1s, essentially. Did hear the audio cue, the ladder being utilized by Valde there, but the thing is the defuse is coming through. Has to react now. 2 seconds, 1 second, struggling before he was just going for the spam towards the smoke. Jugi gets away with his life as well. So awkward, such a shame. That could have been that 14th round lockdown swiftly. Instead, it was the lifeline that Heroic needed now. It's finally been given to them. They have the AWP on Jugi still. The buys will once again be coming through. But they are not out of the woods just yet. The Wolves are chasing them down there, looking hungry. They have not been fed in a while. And the Wolf, this time around, will actually be a Fox, and it'll be wielding an AWP.
It was a really confident play as well from Jugi, just to be able to go for that defuse in the smoke. Could have gone horribly wrong, but the flash coming out as well was enough to just keep him alive and delay enough to get the defuse. As you said, 6th round on the board. Is it going to be enough? Is this possibly going to be the comeback? HellRaisers, still money to work with. And I wonder whether we are going to see one of these AWP battles. It's not really taken place between Dead Fox and Jugi too much in this series. Both players, when they've gone for the aggressive peaks, it's been against riflers rather than the AWPers. I want to see it get juicy. I want to see both of these players contesting each other and trying to take down the other.
Well, the thing is, it's looking like it with that B take right now, with potentially one player going through Pop Dog late into the round to try and backstab. Actually going for the... Yeah, we'll be working his way around. I didn't know if he was going to go through mid-main there. But the thing is as well, the Molotovs are going to come through into the site now. You zone off so many angles from the CTs. They're forced to reposition to a little bit of an awkward spot. But Snappy's not drawn out. And they don't realize he's there either. So they're getting fragged, but Snappy can try and equalize this very easily. Unfortunately for him, 0 was able to switch back round. Jugi is there as well, tiptoeing his way out. Can he do anything? Got through undetected. Find one's frag as well. We don't actually get to see that as he takes down 0, but he's hungry for more. Dead Fox fires back. The Battle of the AWPers is now in full effect, but the headshot comes through from Bondic. And that is so awkward. Once again, we've spoken about how powerful the reset can be, especially on that CT side where the economy is fragile. It breaks very easily and it takes a lot of time to repair it. And now look at them. It's trapped with some measly CZ. You've got a UMP, 1 deagle over on Jugi, 3 smokes and a couple of flashbangs to play with. I mean, what are they even going to achieve with that?
Yeah, that was their one chance to get back into this game. And it was thwarted by HellRaisers by a nice aggressive push towards the B site. Played out perfectly, to be honest. Dead Fox is going to go for the aggressive peek over towards A site. The smoke comes through and he'll say, I'm having none of that. Let's reposition, change it up a little bit as Nico is going to show a little bit of aggression of his own. over here, just pushing up. Going to go towards those showers as Modi gets eliminated by Angel. NiP can't quite find anything. Could have been a big kill, but Styko does put a bullet between his eyes. And now just 2 players remaining from Heroic. Without a hope in hell, to be honest. But it's one of those situations where you can't give up, even in these dire moments. You've got to do everything you can for your team.
Valde waiting right now on the cusp of the push coming through as he holds over towards Ivy, but the push will not come out just yet. Look at the potential backstab as well. They're going to converge onto him. Should be a simple frag for Bondic. Stops him before he can do any damage onto his teammates as well, so they're in such good form throughout this round. The bomb will go down, and surely Snappy is going to be eliminated. This is going to be round 15. There is no chance of Snappy being able to pick this one back up.
I mean, if anyone can do a 1v5, it's probably Snappy, to be honest. He's been... no. He's not going to be able to do this. Can't even find one. Does just have the UMP. Zero takes him down, 15-6. And HellRaisers cruising towards 3 points for themselves. Heroic obviously did take the earlier game of Mirage 16-12, so they will both walk away with a victory each, putting 3 points on the board each on the league table. But perhaps Heroic will be thinking, what went wrong after such a confident display on Mirage? HellRaisers, though, have looked pretty good on train throughout Pro League so far and elsewhere in other competitions, so we're not entirely surprised here, Jackie.
No, it's true indeed. This is the HellRaisers I expected to see in the previous matchup today. 0 easy frags right now as they try to go for a flashy style of CS. Try and go for the push, Shock style, maybe catch them off guard. Unfortunately for them, eliminated very easily. Bondic as well. Sight entry coming through as he connects the headshot off on towards Jugi, just leaving Modi and NiP left standing. They have CZs in hands, measly weapons, not much firepower to work with. A very restricted range as well, especially when you're going up against these AKs and the AWP on Dead Fox as they tiptoe their way out, making their play towards the A bomb site. We should see a kill coming through as well back on towards NiP, who slowly tiptoes his way around. He's going to go down Pop Dog, thinking he's caught them off guard, but the angle is covered. Even with a flashbang, they should kill him there.
Will he drop to his death? Flashbang will keep him alive for now. Just peek out, but Zero eliminates him, and now it's just Modi left. He did have 30-odd kills in Mirage, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to win this one out for Heroic. It would be absolutely magical if he could, but instead, Dead Fox is the one who finishes it off in style. And it is going to be, as I said, a map each for both of these sides, but a very confident display from HellRaisers, especially after a tough Mirage loss.
Yeah, it's true. A Mirage game that you thought they might have actually picked up off the display they had in their first half, but it started to slip away from them. Into this one, though, Heroic just had no answers.
Yeah, they did not. Just taking a quick look across the highlights of this map as well, as both of these teams I think will be more than happy to take 3 points away. They were in 5th and 12th respectively, Heroic and HellRaisers. That might be able to push Heroic up slightly. They'll find themselves at 5-5, and I think that just says a lot about Heroic's season so far, to be honest, that they're kind of winning one map then dropping another. They just need to find a little bit of consistency if they really want to cement themselves at a place at the finals. HellRaisers, however, will now be at 3-5 on 9 points, so they will still be towards the lower end of that table, but what's important is they have put 3 more points on the board. I'm not sure what Heroic could have done differently in that game, Jackie. I don't know your thoughts, to be honest. It just looked like they were clearly outskilled.
It was weird. Like, decision-making seemed kind of off, but we saw moments towards the end where they actually got their momentum back and their confidence, but that's the thing. They just played so slow and so scared. They gave the team so much respect. It was like they were just like, whoa, hands off, guys. We can't beat HellRaisers, and didn't want to try and run the risk of going for a flashy kill because they were just like, we're not going to hit that way. It's not going to work against them. As soon as they went, right, change the pace, let's just hit them, go fast, went for those flashy plays. We saw Jugi actually trying to take the initiative towards mid-main. That's when they were getting openers and doing damage. If we would have seen them at least having some confidence in the past and try to go for those plays, it could have been a whole different scoreline.
So could we seen a little bit more? I don't want to say that Jugi could have made more of a difference, but he definitely, if he had an AWP from the start, if they had maybe got that opening pistol previously when they were on the T side, then maybe it could have been a different game. But don't forget, guys, you can check out all of the VODs and all of our content over at youtube.com/ESLCS. And don't forget to ring that bell as well next to the subscription button. You can ring a ding-a-ling-a-ling and you can be notified when you have obviously anything going live or any new videos at all. But that is going to be the first series done and dusted. We will be moving over to NiP versus Kinguin. That is going to be an absolutely great game, and we are going to see the new NiP lineup in action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly for NiP versus Kinguin.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code!
2 headshots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico. Oh no, FNX!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a look. He's going to get a hit that headshot again. Oh my god.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
They would run into him, but it's not working out. Okay, FNX.
And the damage, and Lucas is able to pick it up before they can respond! Lucas gets the ball! One way to do it. Oh, that's why. That'll work. And the auto sniper at that wall. Kerrigan has mentioned that. What a shot out.
Smoke will be deployed as well. That's going to be a thorn in their side. And another great shot from Alu. Hits the fourth as well. Looking for the ace. Alu!
Simple's here as well. Guardian rotating over to find one. But there goes Simple, and Guardian's got to come up huge here, and he's a man who can do it a second kill. Can he do more? Behind the flames at the moment. There's the peek, and he recovers. This is massive.
And Guardian finds one. He looks. Oh,
Guardian.
Chuck it on the bomb for the post-bomb situation. We'll see what he decides to do. What a shot that is.
That is so amazing, Dupree. He sells that he's gone to decon, goes back in. He's got two, and he knows exactly where Nico is, and he nails it. He's also flashed off Eagle. Works, though. Limited vision, limited weapons, doesn't even matter. Dupree! Oh, the fourth as well. How sick is this round for him? And he's looking for the ace. The first ace from anyone on Astralis in this tournament, and now they're getting pumped. Apex is very low, but he's at the back of the pack here as well. Headshot comes in, 3 kills for AZ. Zipix catches him with the UMP. It's Taz inside of the site. Push from both sides. Good headshot on Zonic. As he walks in against clothesline, Taz dances back and forth to find 3.
He's going to try to hold against this one. Finds that first one, finds that second one. There's one more to go, and he gets it. And there's one more sitting back on the balcony, too. Give it time to go for the reload. This one's low as well, and there you go. Finesse holds on a miracle box.
Has to as well against the pistols. Rain takes him down. That could be an issue because the ops go on inside of the site. They're going to push on. Exist can't find openings. The longer he takes to find them, the sooner they get on top of the site. It's down to Rain.
How many clutches does he want today? He's got an M4 as well. 35 seconds remaining. Bomb just here. Checks towards long. Oh god, if that shot hits. My god, he's doing it.
He might just do it. Pick the find, Rain. That's insanity.
The time, but they flash over and they push, A with all 5, only able to get 2 kills now. But I think that is all that they will get.
Oh no! Oh, what? This is somehow going down to a 1v1 as FNX takes down nothing since he runs out of ammo. Doesn't have armor, mind you, but still, he's upgraded to an AK, but he might get caught reloading here. They both jump out of the open and FNX!
Oh my god!
What is that? He destroys Cloud9 and does the impossible!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL CSGO Pro League. I was going to intro with a voice like that guy, but I can't actually get my voice that deep. But someone who can is Jackie Peters. Thanks for joining me on the desk. NiP versus Kinguin is our next matchup. And let's be honest, NiP at the bottom of the league have looked absolutely shambolic throughout the season. And they're going up against Kinguin, who are 4th in the table at the moment. And they came from the relegation last season. So no, they were promoted, sorry, from last season. So the fact that we've seen this kind of counteraction coming out of these two teams, one just falling from grace and one just soaring heights higher than their heads.
It's true. Kinguin are a team that, have always sort of been there, once again, nearly breaking their way through. And this time, where they finally found their way in towards Pro League, they've caused a stir, and they've been winning quite a few of their games. They've been looking good. They're actually starting to, get a bit of repertoire behind them and looking like they can do some damage. But NiP are just a team that have been stuck in a rut throughout the entire season. I remember, week 1 when we came into it at the start of Season 5, you said to me, when's going to be that lineup change? When are they going to have to switch things up? Because nothing was working, and you said, how long can they keep hitting their head against a wall before something has to break and they have to switch one of the bricks out? And finally they have. Pyth has been removed, he's been dropped from the team, and now they've actually got a dedicated AWPer coming into the side of NiP, and that's one of the biggest changes in that lineup for so long. I mean, if we harp our minds back, obviously we're looking at, when they went back towards Alu, and then they also had the era of Michael Lele being in the team. But there's always been these moments where they get a dedicated AWPer in. They start to have a few moments of things going right, but they're never quite happy enough, they're never quite satisfied, and they always fall back to the old plan and have to shuffle things up, and it's been that situation. Then all of a sudden, they found their home with Pyth and they felt kind of comfortable adding that additional rifle into the team, allowing Forest to sort of utilize the AWP a little bit more. But once again, they've had to switch things up. And this has been the story of NiP ever since McLaren departed from the team. It's going constant lineup change to that 5th member, never quite being happy.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the question on the tips of the tongues of most NiP fans that are going to be joining us. Can NiP turn this around? Can this new edition of Draken really kind of bring their season to life? Because they have looked extremely lackluster, and I think Kinguin is a fantastic opportunity to kind of do so. And it is going to be Cash as the first map between these two teams, but whilst we're still waiting for players to get ready, how about we take a quick look at some pro tips and tricks on the map of Cash.
Hey Future Pros! Today I'll be teaching you guys the crisscross smokes on Cash. This is a 2-man execute, so make sure you and a buddy both buy smokes. This wall of smoke will allow you to take mid in a safer manner. You both have to line up with the center of this doorway. Position yourself so you and your buddy are aiming at the opposite side of this doorway. This is great for taking vent control or just securing close mid for a later strat.
Big thank you to Jackie for making all those videos for us, mate. Really appreciate all your tips and tricks.
I was busy. It was a long week.
You've known all those smokes for years, haven't you?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you were teaching me those.
Casey Foster taught me how to smoke spawn 15 seconds before the game even starts, mate.
That's always a good thing to have. But yeah, those are some tips and tricks for you guys at home if you want to be practicing and getting involved in matchmaking. But Cash is going to be the first map between NiP and Kinguin. And just looking back at the statistics between these two teams, I mean, NiP have played this 3 times this year. They lost to FaZe and Fnatic at IEM, so it's not a fantastic map for them, but obviously, of course, they've got the new edition. On the other side for Kinguin, they've only won 1 of their last 5, so Cash, a bit of a proving grounds for both of these teams. How do you see it playing out?
The thing is, historically, Cash was always a map that NiP were quite happy with. They felt very dominant. It was a map that Exist was always like, you're not going to beat me on Cash. He was happy with it. And they looked like they were going to always have great results, especially when Threat was added into the lineup as well, quite a while back now. They saw so many additional strats being brought to the table, a lot of really just flushing out pre-existing strategies, and their playbook widened. It didn't really grow, but it was definitely a lot more in-depth now in terms of how their site takes went. Everything was a lot cleaner. And then it kind of seemed like that worked for a little while, and then obviously with the coach changes coming into effect with Threat, how that really sort of switched up the in-game leading style, because now Threat didn't have as much as a hands-on approach, right? He couldn't really affect things as well as he did previously, and he was such a big role to the team. That coach change completely switched up things with NiP. And now looking at things today, obviously they've removed Piff from the lineup. They're trying to do things a lot differently. You can see a lot has been changing. It's not the same old NiP that we used to see where it's very, very similar all the time. It was very standard. Now it's quite different, and especially, once again, going back to actually having a primary dedicated AWP on the team, especially someone like Draken that is starting to excel, starting to build up a lot of prowess behind him. He's been doing damage in sort of the lowest video scene, working his way up for so long now. Everyone sort of kind of had their eyes on this guy from the corner and was like, maybe he can do some damage. Him coming into the lineup now is his chance to really excel.
For sure.
And this is where he can possibly prove and also allow NiP to actually ascend back to a higher strategy. Because in the past, even with the additions like before, we saw every time when they would add that new 5th and it was dedicated AWP. Obviously this was quite a while back now, but they would always still look good. They looked on form. They made it to 2 finals of both majors off of essentially the same month, I believe, adding Alu to the team, and the same month adding Michael to the team, because they had that AWP prowess behind them. It was different. Their playstyle had adapted enough that it was good to watch as well. It was back to sort of that old NiP style. Things have just stagnated now for far too long. Now they have an AWP back on their side rather than Forest having to sort of jumble around as well. Forest can be a very effective AWP. No bad words against him there, but he's also an effective rifler. And at that sort of situation, you need someone that can be dedicated to that role. And Draken coming in there to fill those shoes is huge for this NiP lineup.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether it is going to pay off. And if you guys are fans of NiP at home, you can actually grab one of their jerseys over at shop.eslgaming.com. I don't know, I'm presuming there's a Kinguin jersey as well, so head on over, take a look. Of course, there's all the jerseys from the teams that are in the Pro League. Well, most of them, I'd hope. But it's a good chance to just support and rep your favourite team. And I like what you touched on about, obviously, Draken coming into the lineup and this being a big opportunity for him to really shine. is that going to be too much pressure for him, though? A lot on the shoulders, because this is, the first time they're going to be in the spotlight with this new lineup. Obviously, with yesterday's games being put because of server issues, they were cancelled. A lot of fans are going to be watching, and they're going to be hoping that NiP are going to turn things around. And if it doesn't immediately show answers, people are going to start asking questions.
That's the thing. That's a scary factor, because NiP's fans are so very passionate as well in that sort of style where they want results immediately coming into this. And it is always hard. You make a lineup change, especially in the top tier pro scene, that tier 1 scene, you can see how much it will slow you down and having to then refresh everything. You have to go through all those strats again. So many things in your playbook that need to be re-refined and changed as well, especially because of how drastic that role change is. With the removal of Piff coming in there to a dedicated AWP with Draken, that is a very different player. His style of CS is completely different. The role that he's going to be filling also changes as well. So you have to reposition some things, change some stuff around. So it's going to take a lot going in there to actually, go their way through. A lot of practice needs to be put in to actually get that drilled and back on form. The only redeeming factor is you have someone that's coming into it. As much as he might not have everything down fully to that NiP team, sort of how they want to play it out, you still have someone that is crisp. Draken internally is a fantastic player. So at least you've got someone coming in that, for me, I think should perform very well. And he kind of needs to, right? You're coming into this, your Pro League debut right now with that lineup into this. NiP's first game in, a little while now, coming back in with a new lineup. They need to do some damage. Because sure, throughout the rest of, for what we've seen in the previous weeks of Season 5 of Pro League, it has been lackluster. Every time we've seen NiP, we've been like, it's probably not going to be their day. NiP are probably going to get shut down once again, just assuming that they're going to get beat. Now you come up against a very effective Kinguin lineup, a lineup that has been doing work, We were quite surprised at how much they look like they've improved throughout this season of Pro League, and obviously they've done a great job of actually getting into Season 5, and they do not want to be relegated. You can see that. And this would be a huge result for them as well, if they're able to keep that going, shut down NiP now. If NiP all of a sudden come back into this and pick this up because they're new addition, that's going to be scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I was going to touch on. I remember in week 1 when we cast Kinguin, we were like, okay, Kinguin are here to stay. They're really showing off, beating off some top teams, and then they started to struggle a little bit. They did take down HellRaisers in week 3 on Cash as well, so that is the one win in their last 5 competitively on Cash, so that's something they can at least rely on. But we're speaking so much about NiP and how much of a big opportunity this is for Draken. I think it's a blessing in disguise that they didn't play VP yesterday, to be honest, because if you'd thrown him in against VP, that could have been the end of it. That could have been NiP getting absolutely obliterated, confidence just falls through the roof, and then suddenly everyone's on his back. Now he's got a chance against Kinguin that, yes, okay, Kinguin are looking like a strong side, but you'd suggest that they are a lot weaker than VP. But I mean, who are the players on Kinguin that we need to be looking out for? Because they are new to the Pro League, as you said. They weren't in Pro League during Season 4. They've been promoted, and now this is their chance to shine. So less about NiP, but more about Kinguin. Should we be watching out for these guys?
And more on just one specific player as well in Miku. Someone that always has been spoke about as that top-tier talent from the Polish scene. The only player that Virtus Pro have ever said, if we need to remove someone and someone else has to come into the lineup, we will pick up Miku. He's always been the #1 choice outside of Virtus Pro in Poland, because he's just someone that has so much potential. Definitely one of the most important, for me, the most proficient riflers in the Polish scene when it comes down to actually landing quite a lot of shots. He's very effective, could easily be slotting into a lot of great situations to actually find frags. He does a lot of damage for the team. But also as well, you have Sparrow, someone that on the AWP will also be going up against Draken. At this point, for me, that is going to be kind of the test, because we've seen Sparrow in the past. Sure, he might not be one of the top % of AWPers in the world, but he's very effective when it comes to going for those aggressive plays. You will see him going up against Draken. And the thing is, for me, opening on Cash as well, you don't necessarily need to utilize that AWP on that CT half. You can play it out with 5 rifles if you wish to do so. But if we do see those AWPs coming up, that's what I want to see. The Battle of Sparrow versus Draken will be very interesting.
Well, here we are, we're live. It's Kinguin versus NiP, the new lineup of NiP. How is Draken going to fit into this squad in this pistol round here? They are going to go for a nice early boost as well. Rallen is watching it. Are they going to be able to get control of middle nice and early, or is he going to be able to hit any shots? Does tag down a few players, and look at these NiP players. A lot of them are weak, and they are going to barrel down middle as Rallen finds one onto Draken.
Rallen opening it, nicely done. Unfortunately, their new man won't be doing too much into this one. Freiburg, though, does fight back. The old god as he bests Rallen, now left in a 4 versus 4. They are very low, though. Everyone limping as they make their approach through vent. Trying to slip in towards that B-bomb site. They have to do something big here, but Mal's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Assassin, as he peeks out, struggling a little bit, will eventually connect his shots and gets away with 2 kills. Fantastic headshots on display there. And here comes Miku, the man of the moment. A 2K to close it out, and that is the pistol round nearly flawlessly going to the side of Kinguin.
Yeah, NiP went for that aggressive approach down middle, but they were all tagged down to so weak that they were just pushing into members of Kinguin that could hold angles and just pop out here, there, and everywhere whenever they needed. And now NiP need to respond in this round. A couple of Tech 9s, a few Tech 9s, 4 Tech 9s, in fact. So I wonder whether we're going to see a nice aggressive push to either one of these sites here.
Let's see how it will go. Obviously, as well, you can see the smokes and stuff in play here, so it could be the old door burst sort of push your way through main as well and towards that A-bomb site, but they're actually going to be going very aggressive. Nice flashbang through. You can peek in here. The CT's doing good work to find these opening frags. Not going to allow NiP to do anything at all. That utility completely taken away from them. They can't try and slip out into the sites. They are struggling to try and do anything into this. They do actually find one frag. Double it up now. 3 frags somehow picked up off the back of these Tech 9s. Forest and Get Right. Absolutely fantastic play from this dynamic duo. They're left in a good situation. They make it better as well. Forest claiming the frag off on towards Sparrow now. Just leaving Mouse in such a tight situation. Has to try and make his approach to the site. This could be the ace from Forest. And a reset coming out to try and slow down the CTs. But Mouse, headshot back on towards Get Right. Hungry for the second frag as he spams through the smoke, trying to find it. Pushing his way up. Forest just biding his time, waiting stealthily as he just edges around. Peak comes through. Unfortunately, Mouse was too much to handle. Connection goes through, and he will get the defuse. But 4 rebuys coming out for Kinguin, and the bomb plant for NiP. That is a very nice round there by Forest.
Absolutely huge from Forest. I mean, in that 1 versus 2, I was thinking maybe NiP, this is going to be it. This is going to be the Dream Maker. They're going to tie it up 1-1. We're going to see the new NiP really in action. I mean, Forest has been doing that all of his career, but I think the matter of fact is that they were able to take down 4 weapons, as you said, get that bomb down, really important money, and Forest is actually going to purchase an AK because of it.
When he picks up the AK, he slays from far away down. Let's see who he can make hit the DECK into this round, though. Slow stuff so far. Just going to be setting up, distributing across the map. Obviously, you just want to play that default out. Wait and see if the CTs might get overly aggressive. You also put Forest up onto the boost. Try and utilize that AK. Use the range difference here. He can connect those headshots. Try and take those fights. He's the only one that really can try and fight those long-range battles, so it makes sense. The Deagle's in play for the rest of the members of NiP, apart from Exist as well. Now, all of these very great pistol players, when it comes down to those Deagles, they can connect those shots, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some cheeky frags coming out into this one. Mao's just going to be getting a little bit aggressive here. Did get some information over towards Sunroom, so he's aware of the position of Get Right. But 2 teammates now start to rotate around. The bomb is dropped as well, and Exist getting information as Furlan and co try and go for that push through.
Yeah, Kinguin just a bit hot on the heels at the moment. They're more than happy to be pushing out, trying to get as much information as possible. But NiP yet to lose a member. They've still got time to work with. Can still decide which site they're going to push. You can see 4 members just hovering around B at the moment. Mouse is going to be playing very close. If he can fight Forest, it'll be huge, but he has to turn because he's worried about the flash, and Forest gets the opening. He's going to look for more as Sparrow is on the site and gets Get Right. With Get Right gets Forest. In fact, as Freiburg picks him up with the Deagle. Exist does go down, but they are going to be on the site and be able to get that bomb down. So now it's just going to be Get Right, trying to utilize this AK. We've got an M4 in the hands of Freiburg as well. This is definitely doable for NiP. It would be a huge round for them, especially off the back of the previous. And Draken, what a huge position he is, finds Miku, is going to find a weapon as a reward as well. And Furlan and Rallen need to try and do a tough job here in 2 versus 3. Furlan does find one, but Get Right responds. And now it's all on Rallen trying to drop onto the site. Can he find anything? Does try to go for the spray down. Can't find him though. Get Right finishes him. Is going to be 2-1. NiP really responding after a poor first round, to be honest, but their second and third, they've looked hot.
Yeah, that was good. Nicely done. Good positional play into the late round as well. You could see, as you said, mentioned with Draken, hold those angles, just wait for the pitch to come through. You could see actually debating there if you wanted to go for the glass cannon. Will not be doing so. AK comes through, full utility across the board as well. Meanwhile, Kinguin is looking kind of awkward off the back of that previous round. You can see the effects of the economy damage that has come through. Getting a little bit aggressive now as well. Playing one player over by Snacks, it seems. Sparrow just going to be scoping through, and then Mouse as well playing close underneath fence as they just go for the aggression through. Apparently it's Hugo TV casting today. Oh my god, Dan, I didn't realise you had changed names. Aggression here, as we see Rallen just holding the aggression over by White Box though. Let's see if this push will come through. Nice nade once again. Should transfer a little bit of damage over, but isn't going to work out.
Rallen just ducking behind here. Just playing it nice and slow. Kinguin, obviously with a very weak buy. Don't want to play into NiP's hands by getting too aggressive here, as NiP have just been waiting, hoping that Kinguin were going to push through, get aggressive themselves. The wall of smokes come through that you would have seen in the pro tips and tricks on Cash earlier on. Just smoking either side with your buddy. As NiP now are going to edge their way up towards the A site, go for an execute, it would seem. 1 in Squeaky, 4 in A main. And now here comes the utility. Can Kinguin keep them out of the sight, though? That's the real question. Mihu does have a Deagle to work with. If he can get a one-tap as he walks around the corner, no he can't. Freiburg shuts him down immediately. Now they can push onto this site. What can Furlan do? Anything? No, not hope in hell. Forest will remove him. And now it's just Sphero and Maus probably going to back off and save what they can. Maybe Sphero's going to try and get some sort of exit frag, but he's going to have to back off, but he is going to walk into a lot of pain. As you can see, NiP are more than happy to hunt this one down. Exist taking down Maus, leaving just Sphero. And do they just go and hunt him? Do they take off the scout here?
Yeah, you just go for the fight. I mean, ideally, if you can, obviously, they know he's fairly low. It's just one member left. They know he only has the scout as well. An awkward weapon to try and take those close-range battles. Easy kill for them in the end. They take him down, and they work their way through. Looking good. Economy is starting to build as well on the side of Ninjas in Pyjamas. The same cannot be said for Kinguin, really. And this is the thing. This is looking a whole lot better. If NiP can actually try and keep this up, aggression out through this round. Obviously, they know they should pick this one up ideally, as Kinguin are left with what seems to be a very broken economy. You know, they're starting to pick them off. Forest, smart play as well. You go for that Mach 10. You can just tear your way through. All-out aggression, it seems, towards mid early on. Very heavy stack. You've got 4 players there, 1 playing inside sandbags, 3 playing over by the sugar boxes they just hold, 1 on the A bomb site. They're just going to be situated on what is essentially just crossfires. You hold, wait for the push to come in, hopefully do some damage and force out rebuys. Whereas NiP, they have those rifles advantage. You just play back, play to your strengths, and pick them off from distance.
And I mean, just look at those medals. Champion at ESL 1 Cologne, 2014. And then you move over to Kinguin, and it's a Pick'em trophy. That's the difference in caliber of these two teams, but they are facing up against each other, and Kinguin are actually somewhat the favourites because of their position in the league table at the moment, with NiP being 0 and 6. But NiP playing better at the moment, forcing Rallen out as Freiburg finds 2. Get Right will also get 2 of his own. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy gets 3, and that was obviously an easy round for them. But now Kinguin with the chance to buy back up, and they need to find their way back into the game somehow.
There you have it, as you said, exactly. This is where things need to start to change. It has to fall in line. Let's see if that is going to be the case, though. Obviously, the buys come through. You do see all M4s across the board. The economy did not support Sparrow going for the AWP. And the thing is, as well, it's going to hint them a little bit because Draken now finally dons the weapon. Let's see if he is proficient with this weapon, what he can bring to the table here over on Cash. Early aggression towards that A bomb site. Everyone getting situated, getting ready to go for what seems to be a late round push towards the A bomb site. You can see as well, Get Right just lurking, holding for the push from behind if they do go for the aggressive play from all the B bomb site. Draken at the very far back, but will be peeking out. Is he going to be able to find any frags here? The push comes through. Furlan playing from MBK. Will claim 1. Nice headshot off on towards Freiburg, but the trade comes back from Forest, eliminating Furlan. Miku on the site, though, causing an absolute stir. But there's Get Right. The lurk pays off as he sneaks his way up short, eliminating 2 members. Hungry for the third. Connects it. Get Right had to claim the 4th if he wanted to win that one, but unfortunately the ammo was not there, and Mouse executes him.
Really interesting from NiP that they just rushed onto Fork without even considering MBK as well. Surely that's one of the positions you should really be concerned about. I mean, maybe they've got some information and we're worried about something on Forklift, but the trade didn't even come through quick enough. Yeah. I mean, it was just easy pickings. Yes, okay, he didn't find both of them, but if he had hit shots, he would have found both of them.
It was kind of unfortunate there, obviously, as well. Looking a little bit rushed on that play. Get Right did his job fantastically. It was just unfortunate they didn't actually find at least another frag towards the A bomb site. Draken going to be boosted into that elevated angle right now. Has the high ground. Let's see if he can find these frags. Going to go for some blind pot shots as he's forced to fall back off there. Was just open, waiting to be killed if he stayed up there any longer at this point, as he does reposition and just link up with his teammates. Very slow stuff from NiP into this one. Are aware that the CTs are getting a little bit aggressive. Rallen potentially going to boost up his teammate here. Yeah, they are going to be going for the counter boost. Let's see what Miles can achieve as he gets elevated. Will spot out the bomb if he goes for the face, but Forest is there to counter.
Is Freiburg going to notice this as Mihu finds Forest in the end, and Freiburg does see a little Mouse creeping up on top of Boost. Counter flashes come out from the site. Can Draken find anything with this AWP? Grenade comes through to just tag now, try and force him out. Aggression comes through now through the smoke. Tags him down to 7 HP, and Mihu takes down Draken, so nothing going to be done with the AWP once again in this round, and all of his teammates had left him to dry as Rallen is just picking up the pieces now. Exist does get the trade. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 situation. 2 AKs to work with. And NiP needs to decide which site they're going to be pushing toward. It does look like they're going to be edging towards this B site. Get Right, just very aware someone could be pushing middle. But at the moment, no one's playing ball. Kinguin are just going to play this safe and spread themselves evenly. Or as evenly as you can with 3 people anyway.
Yeah, it's true. It spread itself very thin. They are going to be playing basically one man to a site. You can see the rotate coming through as well from Miku. Now Sphero on the site. Molotovs burning all around him. He has to try and fight through the fire and flames to get into a better angle to try and stay alive. They have this crossfire set up though. Furlan peeks out from above, but unfortunately Exist is on point. Crisp stuff as he eliminates the first member. Get right as well. Another frag off on towards Sphero. There is 8 seconds left. The bomb will be planted. Now Miku, he's in the rear in the gear. He is chunky yet funky as he tries to approach. Can he go large and in charge though and connect these shots as he approaches the scene, hungry for the frags? The peak will come out surely. Exist trying to hold in as he approaches the site. There's contact warping, but he's at a blind spot. Miku, unfortunately, will get sidelined by Exist. Tunnel vision as he gets taken down. And NiP, another round on the board. Meanwhile, Kinguin, their economy is horrific once more.
Yeah, unfortunately, just with Kinguin spreading themselves so thin, it allowed NiP to just dart onto that site. Fantastic stuff from Get Right and Exist working together. I mean, I'm not entirely surprised that these boys are able to pull off things like that. Draken will get the AWP once again. I'd like to see NiP allow him to kind of get in a position to do something with the AWP, and boosting him up is just the right play. Is anyone from Kinguin going to play ball, though, and peek into him as Exist gets the opening onto Mihu? And, of course, a very weak buy for Kinguin, so we'd expect NiP to go 5-3 up here, but we have seen stranger things. Not the Netflix series.
It's true, it's a very good TV show.
It is a great TV. Well,
sorry,
season 2 soon, so.
Oh yeah, October, look out for that one. Forest here, going to try and do something a little bit before October, though he wants to do it now, as he's just going to be playing with the door, trying to bait them in, but nothing will occur just yet. Forced to fall back, though. Basically, he's just planting that seed out in their minds at this point. You can see Mouse players right now. Sorry, Mouse players? Mouse actually on the site as he just holds around. If they do go for the elevated peak, he will spot them out first. They'll try and go for the push into the site, but it will not be going that way. They are going to be repositioning, reshuffling, and focusing their assets towards that peak bomb site. But Sparrow has the AWP. Oh, it was had to scout even as he tried to go for the connect. Unfortunately, will not be able to tag anyone down, and they can now just approach their way towards the bomb site. Slow stuff as they tiptoe through. It is going to be a late rotate down before the CTs arrive on the scene, and the Ts can try and overwhelm.
Draken does have an AWP. But I suppose if you can hit him in the head, then it isn't all for Sparrow. He's just going to try and pop shots through the smoke, but he's not going to find anything. They are going to take control of this B site, and now for Kinguin, if it wasn't already a tough round, it's suddenly become even more difficult with the bomb going down, and they're just having none of it. They're backing off. They're saying, let's just save what we can, save this armor, save the CZs, save the scout. And it's going to be whether now NiP, are they going to hunt? Are they going to try and take some of these weapons away? As Sparrow can't quite hit the headshot, is going to continue to try and tag everyone. And eventually backs off as a few NiP members have got confident and pushed out. And I guess, why not? You're in quite a comfortable position. Their economy is looking alright. And of course, Forest has an SMG to work with as well, so he's kind of scouted this one out this round. So they've gone for a little bit of a roam, a little bit of a stroll. Hand in hand, long walk on the beach.
The old faithful. Ideally. No rebuys coming out as well for NiP into this one, as they're able to just backhand their opponent, slip their way through very easily. Luckily, Furlan does get away out of all people here, invest into the armor, so a little bit more than everyone else. They do have around sort of 2k on the average to play with. It's not fantastic, though, for them. Obviously, that is basically going to be another eco coming out into this one, as there's no point really investing into it. Sparrow has the scout to play with, so those upgraded pistols will be useful. If they can get the tags out, Sparrow should be able to pick up a couple of frags from distance, if possible. Once again, Get Right just going to be holding for the rotate towards the B-bomb site. You get Draken up into that elevated angle, so if anyone peeks, he can shut them down very easily. And the thing is, are the CTs just going to keep going for these faces, though? B-bomb site completely open at this point as well. It is just the A site they're situated to.
It's where NiP are heading as well at the moment. I mean, even with Kinguin just piling up here on the A site, it's going to be extremely difficult with weaponry in their hands. Squeaky is opened. Rallen immediately turns to look, but it's just going to be a little bit of a game played by Forest at the moment. Patient play coming out from NiP, despite the fact that... Well, I mean, do they know that Kinguin have had to double eco here?
That's the thing, you're not too sure, because obviously with the economy read, if they've gone into it, you do still have Forest on the map 10 though. So Forest, if you can find them, will be definitely in for a bit of a bonus ball.
Is he going to play the lottery? Is the real question. Is Draken finally gets his first AWP kill onto Mihu, and now the push is going to come through from the rest of NiP onto this site. As we said, all of Kinguin are there awaiting, but can they do anything with these CZs? At the moment, that's a big firm NO, as it is just Mao's left on his own at truck, and he just has a USP as well. Doesn't find anything. Forest will get a little bit of cash dollar for those SMG kills, and it's going to be 6-3. Kinguin now with the chance to buy up, try and get back in this game. AWP in hand for Rallen.
AWP comes out. Rallen will actually be holding to it. Obviously, he's the secondary AWPer for that side, and he will be keeping it with him, it seems, at this point. Not going to be switching that over to Sparrow. Let's see what he'll actually do with it. It's going to be interesting as he didn't have a great spawn. Is he just going to be playing mid? Yeah, basically just playing mid at this point. The aggression comes through. He'll just be playing from box. So if anyone peeks through, he'll try and shut them down. And Draken has been taking the fight in these previous rounds. He's always been getting a boost on that elevate angle, but this time around, things are different. He's over towards Sunroom, situated there with 3 other players as well. It's not just Get Right on the lurk. They also have the backup of Freiburg. The bomber is left behind in T-spawn as well. They're just playing a very slow split and pick style default as they just hold back, hope the pushes come through from Kinguin into this, and they can get the openers. But instead, Exist actually makes an opener himself. Peek through on towards mid, finds that frag on towards Mouse. This is great for NiP already.
Yeah, already with the man advantage. He's going to back off because of the smoke, but NiP have crept their way into checkers. The vent being popped will give that information, but now Get Right will challenge, but Mihu's there to shut him down. And it's going to be a 4 versus 4. And I believe that there is still a member just in that B site, as Exist is still hovering around middle as well. Mihu just trying to contemplate whether he is going to take this fight or not. He does try, but Exist puts him to bed. And they have regained that man advantage. At the moment, NiP more than happy just to take these individual battles. They aren't even having to execute on a site because Kinguin just keep peeking.
Yeah, they're just giving them every situation that they want and they crave for at this point. As now, they can approach together as a unit. They have utility to work with. You can see that the short smoke go through off the back of Forest. The flashbangs to allow them entering towards the bomb site as well. But they need to be aware of this positional play of Furlan here. He's in the elevated angle. If they don't clear it, it's going to be dreadful. But luckily enough, Exist is there. Obviously, he's tiptoeing up from short. Simple kill for him. And once again, the call should be made to just save this weaponry. No reason to try and go for this. Rallen will find one frag onto Exist, so at least it makes their lives a little bit nicer. But still, forced to fall back. NiP with another bomb plant as well, so they get another bit of cash injection. Not like they need it.
Definitely don't need it at the moment. NiP is starting to find a little bit of a rhythm now. And Kinguin really need to halt that rhythm because it's going to slowly chip away at them. If they keep just throwing away rounds like this, if they keep just peeking out unnecessarily, giving NiP the man advantage and then allowing them to walk on the site late on, they're really going to struggle to get back into this series, to be honest. Or, well, this map, sorry.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well. NiP's T side looking so dominant right now. You have to ask yourself, how's this going to go when they get themselves into their CT side as well? Because in the past, we've seen them actually play a fairly good CT half on Cash, especially with Draken on the addition there as well. If they want to wield that AWP and play a bit of a different style, you know, not just with the 5 rifles and play, they can play a little bit more, you know, with the AWPing play. It's going to be interesting to see how that affects things, but right now, just round after round of all-out domination. Kinguin haven't really had too much of an answer. They can try and force up around the 2 weapons they have right now, but it's probably not the best decision, so obviously we'll just stick with those. Sparrow and Rallen need to make all of the plays into this. If they're going to achieve anything in this round, they have to be the ones that are the driving force. And Draken as well. Aggressive play early on, focusing towards that bomb site. Goes for the pot shot because why not, but no one is going to get taken down. But Sparrow is actually trying to go for the play here as well. Tiptoeing through, but Get Right, the lurk machine, as he holds the angle, surely we'll find the frag if Sparrow gets a bit confident in this one.
Yeah, I thought he was just going to push on all the way through, but instead he obviously listened to a little voice on his shoulder and decided to pull back. And he's just going to wait and be a little bit more patient. I mean, we look at results from this week. Kinguin lost 16-4 versus North and 16-10 on Cash versus Space Soldiers as well. So they've played a lot of Cash this week, and perhaps it was a choice from NiP to play this one, try and find a weakness for Kinguin, because at the moment they look a little bit lackluster. But they've never really been able to find a bank balance, and perhaps that is really harming them as NiP now, with just 1 minute to go, are starting to make a little bit of a move towards this A site.
Revving their engines as they get themselves ready to explode their way out towards the A bomb site and hopefully do some damage here. Kinguin as well. Everything relies on Rallen to actually connect these shots as they burst their way out through main. Focusing towards short right now, though, isn't going to be the right call to make as they are coming through door. Okay, so here we go. They begin to get themselves ready. Furlan's while playing on the close angle will be a little bit of a distraction, but they start to fit their way out. Playing around the smokes, very smart right now as they find their way into the site. They get the opening frag. Miku will be doing some damage with the P250 in close range. Rallen as well. Fantastic frag off on towards Forest. Equalizing the situation, 3 versus 3. Draken, Molotov him out of position. Surely he will be killed. Will be. Exist is going to be the one popping his head clean off. Sphero and Mouse, last 2 members left standing. They are both situated by mid. They basically just have to save at this point. Once again, forced to go into these awkward save rounds. He can try and approach from behind, but Get Right has the angle covered. If he tries to get aggressive here to find some exit frags, will surely be dispatched.
Yeah, and he'd be punished for it as well. I don't think he needs to. Is Get Right going to spot him out? Because Get Right has just noticed an elbow there. He needs help from Sphero, or is he just going to be the bait now? And Sphero, how has Get Right been able to get both of those kills? That is disgusting stuff from Get Right. That is the Get Right of old. That is the Get Right that we should be expecting to see. But it shouldn't have happened from Kinguin, to be honest. There was no need for it. They could have just moved on back to B site and just played it safe.
That was their only lifeline into that. Obviously, the thing is as well, they knew they were going to have money into the following round, so they come through anyway. Now we see the AWP actually brought out by Sphero as well. I'm not too sure why we didn't see the AWP on him before. Obviously, Rallen was just playing mid, so he wanted to play mid with it. I just thought we might have seen some more aggression coming out from Sphero, especially towards that B-bomb site, and possibly achieve something. So hopefully he can bring something to the table here that might be a difference maker with the double up setup now coming into effect. Draken, nice movement here actually, as he B-hops his way around. Oh, tag down to 3 HP from Rallen towards mid. That is a huge tag. That would have been outrageous if he found the frag.
Where the hell did that go? Was that through a wall?
That was through, yeah, through the little mesh. Basically, he just went for the shot. That is massive. That would have been so crazy if he would have connected that and actually killed him.
You saw the Draken just kind of turning around and reacting how I did, to be honest, saying, where did it come from? But he does survive with 3 HP. I can't confirm if Draken's voice is actually that high, but I can speculate. As Ninjas in Pyjamas look to continue their fine form, 8-3 up. Kinguin with the double AWP setup. Is it going to work out now as Sphero is just going to edge his way out? Does get flashed off just as he was about to peek as well. And now that information should be there for NiP. They should have witnessed at least a shoulder moving around that corner. Draken actually is going to be somewhat of an entry fragger here, trying to get something. He does find Mouse, absolutely huge frag, and now the rest of his team can move forward. What can Sphero do? He's up close and personal, but he's flashed off, and without a hope in hell at the moment, he does somehow duck away. He finds Freiburg. Can he find a second through the smoke? He is going to get pushed and finds Forrest. Looks for a third, can't quite hit it. That would have been absolutely massive. Instead, Rallen comes in with the AWP. The double AWP setup is working wonders right now, and it is just Draken and Get Right, and they can't find anything. Kinguin with a really important round. They'll put a 4th on the board.
And that is why you want Sphero on the AWP there as well. Awkward situation to be in. Didn't really have too much of a stake into that defense towards the bomb site. A very awkward spot that he was trapped in as well by a headshot. But he did the work. 3 kills on the board. Nearly connected himself a 4th as well if Rallen wasn't able to swoop in there and do the damage before he could fire the shot off. And that is such a shame. NiP did a great job of actually getting the opener into there, but just completely wiped away by the AWPs on play at that B-bomb site. Ooh, Draken as well. Early shot through. Nearly taking down the man towards mid. That would have been quite nice if they got that opener. Nice movement on Draken there as well. You can see as he just glides around very agile through the map.
And this is the reason why they picked him up, right? They wanted an AWPer on the side, someone that can do damage, get those early picks. He needs to be the difference maker. Very difficult, of course, when you are up against 2 AWPs. That double AWP setup from Kinguin, you need to be very careful of which early peak you're going to go for, because you never know whether you're going to be greeted by an AWP from the other side. Smoke will come through. Draken's still watching that angle in case anyone pushes through it, but no one is going to be that aggressive. And now NiP do have control of middle. Or at least they think they do. With the Molotov coming through onto sandbags, they will have that information now. Get control, and they can decide whether they want to push A or B.
Right now, waiting things out. You can see the push coming through as well very early on from Forrest. He's been doing so much damage when he bursts his way out through door, being able to find these frags time in, time out. The AWP in Rallen is situated there as well, though. Everyone is close by. Sphero is even walking his way over towards now as well. So he can go for this mid-pick if he needs to try and shut them down when Get Right works his way up towards the A-bomb site. They get ready, though, as they start to push their way through. The smokes come in, blocking out those lines of sight, forcing Kinguin to bend. But are they going to break, or will they be able to bounce back and find the kills? The nades go in, and now they kick it off. Exist with the opening frag. There's Forrest with one as well. Freiburg taking down Rallen, looking fantastic so far as they execute everyone on the site. No one is there left standing. Sphero second guesses it. Forced to back off now and save with Mouse. Dan, they just have no answers when it comes to these site executes. They cannot hold back NiP.
This is the thing, like, early on, Kinguin were just kind of peeking too much and allowing NiP to get control of the map. Now they're trying to play a little bit more passively, a little bit more defensively, but they're just giving NiP time to set up these executes, and it's something that NiP are so fantastic at. Mouse will take down Freiburg, so it's a little bit of a consolation kill. Is he going to be able to survive with his life, or is he going to get hunted? Bullets are going to come raining down through the wall to try and find him, but he should be okay if they don't. But look at this. Everyone from NiP are coming and looking, and he'll be very lucky to survive with his life. Looks like he might get away with it here. Just about. Nope. Okay, I lied. I thought he was going to. Milliseconds away. And that is going to be an eco now coming through from Kinguin. Just when it looked like they were starting to heat up, just when it looked they were getting back into it, the reset comes into effect.
Unfortunate for them, obviously, the reset coming back out. Look how sparse these rounds are, though. Obviously, 2 rounds picked off the pistol. They didn't even get all 3 rounds from the back of their pistol win. They were reset things got from bad to worse, and they've just been looking horrific for them. Obviously, into this final round as well, Exist donning an auto sniper, because why not? You might as well at this point. I'm going to switch back to his AK now as well. And Kinguin, they're just going to go for a stack, hoping they can overwhelm someone. GetRight has been situated to Sunroom so many rounds in a row here now. He just holds, waits for the push to come in, gets those lurk frags if possible. If you walk in towards that B bomb site, you are going to be overwhelmed, and they should grab that weapon. But GetRight's just going to hold this out. And once they work out, late round, that there is no one situated towards that A bomb site, you go in, you lock it down, you basically win this game straight away.
That's the thing, NiP have been going for that mid control like constantly throughout this game, as you often see on Mirage, and you're also seeing it on Cash as well. And if NiP even just get, like you said, a little bit of a whiff of where these players are, it's just going to be easy pickings, and they're executing onto site so well. All that's going to happen, the only downside is if they go for this B take, but GetRight is going to find a lot of players pushing towards him, finds two of them, and then Freiburg and Exist come in to help him out, and it's just Sphero left on his own. So Kinguin trying something a little bit crazy to try and catch NiP off guard, but it's not going to happen. 10-4, 1 round left now in the half, so a final chance for Kinguin to do some damage in this half.
GetRight here played fantastically as they were just pushing into him. Obviously, it's eco frags, but he did a great job of not going down. No one losing a gun on the side of NiP here as well. Very flawless round. Great work from his teammates to rotate so quickly off the back of the call. Triple AWP setup comes out. Quad AWP, actually, as they want to try and play this. You can see Forrest going for the old double gun strat as he switches through the weapon, cycling them to try and go for these picks into the round. Draken kicks it off with a frag on towards Furlan as well. They've not only added 1 AWPer to the team, they've also decided to use 4, Dan.
I mean, I don't really know what to say about this. This is, I don't know if this is a statement towards Kinguin or whether this is just NiP having a little bit of fun. And if it is, that's actually fantastic to see, because you've got to be honest, NiP have not been having a lot of fun at all in Pro League so far, as GetRight will also find Sphero peeking out, trying to be a little sneaky beaver. And that's going to be 5 versus 3 as Draken continues his fine form now. Just 2 members remaining from Kinguin. This should be the round. This should be 11-4 to NiP. And I've got to say that Draken, he's not been amongst all of the action, as he's got very few deaths, but he's got a good amount of kills. I mean, he's been doing his job for NiP.
He's had a couple of impact frags, that's the thing, right? He's not been, like, blowing us away with, whoa, this is crazy, look at him go. But he's been doing his job. That's the thing. He's definitely been able to get those entries when needed to. He's been going to where he's been told to go and finding those frags. So it's been looking good. They must be so confused into this round, though, as on the side of Kinguin, why that many AWPs are in play. Now they switch back to their rifles as well as they explode their way out on towards the bomb site. Elevated angle in use by Miku there. We'll find 1 frag on towards Forest, leaving Miles left in a 1 versus 4. Awkward situation to say the least as he tiptoes out, struggling to connect the shots. Draken will take him down. And NiP win the half, 11-4.
11-4 indeed. Very confident from NiP, but you know what it is. It's half-time. We'll see you in a minute. To NiP. Are they back, perhaps? 4 AWPs, though, Jackie. Talk me through that final round from NiP. A little bit different.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, you've got so much money to play with, and you get down to that final round. You might as well invest it and just take both of the weapons and use them if you're going to find those early picks. Catches people off guard, and it worked.
Catches
even though it
people
was
off guard.
Cash me outside.
How about that? It was, but like I said previously, like maybe it's just a little bit of fun from NiP, which is what they might need. Maybe this is what Draken adds to the team, a little bit of humor, like try and bring out that kind of comrade sportsmanship from the team, because let's be honest, NiP looked poo. They looked really bad. They were struggling, they were 0-6, they didn't have a great showing at AM either, and they really need to just do something for their fans. And I don't want to say, oh yeah, NiP, new lineup, it's working, because they're facing off against Kinguin. It's only the first half. For all we know, Kinguin could come back into this one, but they're definitely laying the foundations and they're looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, that's true. They've actually, picked up a couple of rounds that were looking quite dominant. Definitely a very effective scoreline for them. They can work on that and try and dominate in the second half. But that really is going to be the test of time. If they lock down the second half very easily, it's going to be nice to see.
And what is the saving grace for Kinguin on their T side? Do you think they're going to be able to get back into this one? Or is it going to be hard to get through the AWP of Draken? I mean, is it going to be a case of if NiP win pistol, they've won this game pretty much?
Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm kind of intrigued about, is how they're going to play that CT side setup now with that dedicated AWP coming into effect on Draken. What we're going to see him bringing to the table. Will he be aggressive? Will he just be very standard? Are we going to see some roaming style CS from him? Will we be going for these pakes across the map? Or is it just going to be locked down, holding that mid control, trying to find the frags when necessary, or possibly towards that B-bomb side? Early on to this pistol, though, let's just see how they're feeling off the back of that previous half. So obviously, you've got to imagine Kinguin going to be a little bit frustrated about that scoreline, want to try and bounce back with a pistol here. Meanwhile, NiP, they have so much confidence behind them, but they also have a very damaged player. Draken taking an awfully big hit very early on. Rallen as well, doubles it up, connects him again, eliminates him early on into this round. Pistols on point so far for Kinguin.
Actually, the Deagle coming out from Sparrow as well. A little bit of utility from Furlan, so perhaps we're going to see something quite extravagant coming out from Kinguin. But once again, Draken is eliminated from the pistol round early on, not going to make an impact, so it will be on the rest of his team to try and come back into this one. But Kinguin playing it slow. Sparrow's still trying to hold an angle here with the Deagle in case anyone picks out mid. No one's going to play ball anymore once they've heard the sound of that hand cannon. And Kinguin will decide to move on round towards this A site and go for somewhat of an execute, or as much of an execute as you can have on a pistol round with this little bit of utility. As GetRight is going to have a little battle here. He is going to try and survive, does back off to sandbags with his life, gets a chance to reload against Rallen here. This will be really important if GetRight does find the frag, which he does, makes it 4 versus 4, and you can see they've bombed onto that A site now, but they're just getting picked off one by one by these NiP members.
Such a shame there. It looked like it could have been a potentially fantastic round for Kinguin. Obviously, they did get the bomb down. Great factor. At least they have that to fall back on if they lose this round here. Sparrow playing on the close angle. Deagle in play. Headshot galore as he comes in. Fantastic play so far. Dinking everyone around him as well, but he can't quite connect the shots. Unfortunately, Furlan, everyone just overpowers him as they charge in. 1 versus 3 in that situation. You're going to struggle to find that. The defuse comes through off the back of Forest as well. A NiP kick it off with that opening pistol round. Scary factor is now as well, they should get themselves 14 rounds on the board before Kinguin can do anything.
I'm wondering how different that round could have been as well if Rallen had won that 1 versus GetRight. I mean, you saw GetRight being the impact fragger there towards the end as well, finding 2 more after taking down Rallen. So it just shows how important those individual battles can be. Just looking across Kinguin, they're struggling at the moment. Furlan just 2 and 13, so I'm not entirely surprised that Kinguin aren't able to pick up those pistol rounds, because when your shot isn't hot, it's very difficult against players like GetRight who are more than capable of putting those rounds to bed. 12 to 4, and it looks like Kinguin with that bomb down, they are just going to go for a full eco here into the next round where they'll buy up instead.
Holding their angles right now as they just get ready. You can see the fingers as well. Kinguin knowing into this one, ideally, all they want to do is get that bomb planted. They're probably not going to pick this round up. That's what's going through their minds as they're left in an awkward spot with this eco. You most likely just send one player through mid. Actually, he's going to back up, regroup with them. They don't have any utility, so it's not really going to be an effective door burst, but it will be a door burst nonetheless. Try and come through. Overwhelm the players on the site if you can. Sparrow will lead the charge. Actually, they're going to be going straight through door. They do find the opening frag on towards Draken. He couldn't really do too much. Bomb goes down as well. Nicely done by Rallen here. And they're in fairly effective afterplant. So the cushioning crew from Freiburg doesn't work out as well. There's potential.
Yeah, Sparrow's found himself a couple of frags. It's 3 versus 3. Forest is now coming through for the backstab, though. He's just checking all of his angles, but he doesn't really need to get kills if GetRight's just hitting every shot left, right, and center. He's just Sparrow left on his own. Does find Forest trying to come from behind, but can't finish off the rest. But it is a very successful round for Kinguin, especially considering that was a full eco from them. They're going to have plenty of money going into the next round for them.
It's nicely done. Obviously, you get that bomb plant, you get that cash injection. They can get their rifles out on the board as well. Try and do some damage now because they need to. This is the thing. NiP, ideally at this point, they want to try and get themselves their 14th round on the board. The investment will go in from Kinguin. If they lose that round, though, that's a scary factor, as match point can be achieved very, very quickly into the second half from NiP. Kinguin, you have the AWP on Sparrow. We need to see Sparrow getting those opening frags done.
Yeah, this is the difference maker. No AWP on the side of NiP for this round. And a FAMAS and a UMP as well. So not the strongest of buys versus a full strength buy from Kinguin now. Sparrow is just trickled away at. Is going to be tagged down to 93 HP, so he's not going to be too worried about that one. On the other side, GetRight's down to 45. as Miyu is going to be just very careful here that no one's going to get aggressive into this A main and try and take him out. Massive round for Kinguin. As you said, if they lose this, this could be game over, but if they win this, they could be just laying the foundations towards perhaps an incredible comeback.
It's true. There is a chance. Forest waiting it out now, hoping the push to come in towards him. Sparrow will be there, though, with the AWP in hand. It's going to be a very awkward angle for Sparrow, though, if Forest doesn't peek into him, but he's trying to go for the contact. Unfortunately, gets taken down. This gives them the opener they need, though. With Get Right kind of low as well. If they can wean him out, they can do some damage into this round. Looking like what could be a mid to B play into the late round, potentially. They have got that mid control. They know there's only one player left on B. The bomb is left in T-spawn. They can go back and grab it. This could be a huge round.
Especially if Get Right gets a little bit overzealous here and peeks out to middle as well. Molotov is going to keep him very much in place. It's going to spread towards him, though he is going to be able to stand there and survive. Really important, because if he had to push out, he would have been tagged down very weak. Instead, he is still just on that 45 HP. But now the push is going to come through from Kinguin onto this B site. And look, there's no one there. NiP have backed off, and they said we're actually going to retake whichever site they go for. Bomb goes down, and now retake will come into play. Or will it? The answer looks like a no.
Yep, go for the save. Smart. You don't want to run the risk of losing this. Sure, a 4 versus 5 retake, if you get the opening frags, is doable. Draken actually goes on the hunt there. Weird. I don't know why he didn't just exit towards A site like the rest of his teammates did. Obviously, they still couldn't get the buyout anyway, so it's not too bad. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Look at how many rounds they have on the board to play with. Kinguin have 4 rounds. They're going to need to win another 10 off the back of getting this if they want to try and take the game into overtime, right? So you're thinking to yourself, okay, we let them have this round. Doesn't matter. We can still buy up into the next one. What's the point in us burning through our economy in a round that is essentially a throwaway?
Quick look at the scoreboard there. Miyu performing well, 15 kills. On the other side, Furlan just 2, but Get Right, more like the Get Right of old. The Get Right that we should be expecting to see. 20 kills, 5 deaths. And Draken, the new addition. I mean, he's not doing bad. 7 kills, 8 deaths. As we said earlier, he's doing his job. He's doing what's asked of him, getting those early picks, backing off when need be, survive, keep the economy healthy. Really good stuff from NiP. Definitely better than we've seen. And perhaps we're on our way to seeing them get their first map victory this season in Pro League. I didn't think I'd be saying those words in week number 4, to be honest.
Definitely not. And that's the thing. That'd be great if they actually did achieve something now. Because that's the thing. They are so far down that board. It is horrific to see. And that last place spot, no wins for them. This will be that opening spot. If they can get this, possibly even carry on that momentum as well into map 2, that'd be outrageous. But let's keep ourselves grounded for now. Obviously, 13-5 is the scoreline. They are struggling a little bit in terms of the buy. They don't have a lot of utility to play into this round, so they can't really zone out the T's. If they push in, they might be overwhelmed. You do see Draken playing from the elevated angle, though. UMP. Miku looking like he might not clear this as they just slowly walk their way through. He does have the drop on him. He gets the opening frag as well. Drops down now. Can Draken do something else? Struggling. Oh, almost running the fragment towards Furlan, but it doesn't quite go that way, but doesn't matter. Get Right is there, and he is causing an absolute stir. A hailstorm of bullets charging towards the bomb site, and they take them down, equalizing 3-3. Freiburg then goes one better, eliminating Mouse, leaves them 3-2. Forest now, Deagle guard on the site as he does the damage. Hungry for more, peeks through. Forest will find their second frag of the round, and there you have it. Ninjas in pajamas lock down that round. They bounce back. That is going to be their 14th one secured. Looking good to try and make their way through to round 15.
And it was looking perfect for Kinguin. Sparrow getting that opening pick with that AWP. And I was thinking, great, they're going to be able to push onto that site. But, I mean, we said that Draken's doing his job. I mean, I don't think his job is dropping down with the UMP and getting almost 2 frags. Great stuff from him. Really important impact frags coming out of him as well. Now he can have an AWP for himself. And perhaps this is going to be good night to Kinguin. They do have 5 AKs to work with, though. They just need to decide what they're going to do. They need to plan. I mean, perhaps they could have gone for a pause after that round. Flash does come through, so Draken's going to have to back off here right onto the site, but that will be information and perhaps a little bit of rotation as well from NiP, as they might suspect some sort of push onto this A site.
Just going for the pot shots right now. Trying to connect if he can towards the door, as he knows there is a player that was hot on his tail. He will back off, though, as well. Just holding towards mid right now, so he can scope in, look his way down, hopefully find frags if anyone does try it and make their play through. Everyone just warding off, though. You can see very slow stuff from Kinguin. They know they cannot afford to throw this run away. They do have 4 smokes to play with as well. Limited on the flashbangs, only 1 each, but still, they have flashbangs, so when they do go for the execute, they can complement each other and try and work each other and actually find those frags. Slow stuff now as they reposition and approach towards the A bomb site. If they want to, they can go for that short smoke, flashbang out, make their way through, zone out the CTs, and try and slip in.
Rallen is going to push out, but he's just going to get tagged down through the smoke as well. Very weak, just on 12 HP, but he will survive. I guess that's the important factor as Draken tries to get an opening pick, but can't find anything just yet. He's going to have to back off. Mouse finds exist, so this is great stuff from Kinguin. They found themselves onto the site, and they should be able to get the bomb down as well. The rest of NiP are all over towards Truck. Freiburg bursts in, takes down Rallen, but Furlan shuts down Get Right elsewhere. And it's just Forest and Freiburg to try and retake this site, and they are going to go for this one. Forest turns away with his knife just to try and get some information. As soon as I say they're going to go for it, they're actually going to back off. And they want to save. Sensible again from NiP. They just don't need to throw away unnecessary utility, as you were saying earlier, Jackie.
Yeah, smart stuff. Because their economy isn't too fantastic. So if you just back off, stay alive, don't lose those weapons, that is, that's fantastic for them. That's all they need to do. Because they know, obviously, it'll only be the 6th round of the board for Kinguin. They still need to do so much more. Miko and Co are on the hunt, though. They're trying to find them out, but obviously you just walk into the crosshairs of Forest. That is another kill going their way. Does a little bit of damage to the economy of Kinguin. Shouldn't affect them too much at all, really. But still, NiP needed to save those weapons, as their economy is busted.
Important round from Kinguin as well, especially considering they didn't have the AWP to work with, and Sphero has been that key man so often in Pro League to get that opening frag with the AWP. So, as he was without it in the previous round, it was incredible that Kinguin was still able to pull through. A nice burst onto the site that caught NiP off guard, and now they have the AWP to work with this round. Will they go for the slow, methodical approach this time, or will they go for something quicker? Sphero trying to get as much information as he can from Boost, but no one playing ball in middle.
No one going to try and take the fight. He is just there looking around, scoped in, attempting to detect something if possible, but unfortunately for him, he will not claim anything. Molotov goes through to try and force anyone that's playing from sandbags out of position, but luckily enough, there is no one there from NiP. They are utilised in different positions. The smokes come through to try and zone out the CTs now, and then they'll encroach through and try and claim that mid-control.
Looks like Get Right was considering jumping through that smoke, and yes, he does, but he jumps into that AWP bullet from Sphero, and once again, man advantage for Kinguin now because of the opening pick, but they need to do something with it and not throw it away as they have done in previous rounds. They've got the options, they can go to either site. Mihu's going to push up short, does use the smoke for protection as well, as meanwhile Sphero is edging his way up A main. Mihu's already found Forest, though Exist is just caught in the fire and flames. He'll go down, and now it's just all on Draken and Freiburg, who are just more than happy to wait this one out at B site and just save again and think about that next round.
Yep, exactly that. Hold back. They know they should have economy in their hands into the next round, I believe. So just stick around with those guns, stay alive, bring it through into the next one, and then try and lock it down. Obviously, that's still only 7 rounds on the board for Kinguin. That's not that hard to deal with. Actually, their economy isn't going to be too great. Still, once again, obviously, if you take a look there, subpar 100 on Freiburg as well. And that will be the second round linked together for Kinguin, obviously. So good for them. Starting to get themselves into a better situation. Their economy was shaky, but now it should actually finally start to equalize itself out a bit.
Yeah, stabilization, I think, is what Kinguin need, really. Just need to find their footing, get a little bit of confidence back in their game, and try and suck out the confidence of NiP, to be honest. Because, I mean, we saw at the end of the first half, that 4-up buy, that showed the utter confidence from Ninjas in Pyjamas. As you said, strapped for cash now, though. They do still have the Orphan AK from the previous round, so a lot resting on the shoulders of Draken and Freiburg to do something this round. So it'll be interesting to see where they position themselves. Once again, we're going to get the boost for information. Into middle, 2 players actually going to go up there, but look at NiP getting aggressive. And they've got control of A main.
Yep, nice angle utilized here as they actually pushed their way through in quite a few different angles trying to take the fight. Unfortunately for Freiburg over by Sunroom, Sphero caught him off guard, was able to land the shot onto him. Obviously, the distance that complements him there, the range advantage, very easy for him to get that one. They have been able to recover the weapon from Freiburg's corpse, though.
That's what I was going to say. Very important that Forrest was able to find that one. You can see he was edging on the X-ray to pick that one up. If they had watched that weapon, that would have been huge for Kinguin, but I guess they didn't want to... They were a little bit scared, perhaps, of Draken being there to trade it off. As now Kinguin will wait with the man advantage. They can bide their time. They think NiP might get aggressive here, but Rallen instead is going to set the pace. Draken does take him down. It's just going to be the two of them remaining as Kinguin have found themselves onto the B site. And once again, I would have thought NiP are going to try and save this orb. But definitely use Get Right as a little bit of a defensive barrier. Send him out just to try and delay any hunting party that might come through from Kinguin. He's found himself an AK, so never mind. Now you can back off and save that one.
Yeah, just keep that weapon in your hands. Hold on to it, have it in your inventory. Back away. Sparrow, he is on the hunt though, as he approaches through. Coming up right now, hoping to find the frag, if possible. But ideally, you would believe they're going to survive into this one and carry those weapons into the next round. Now, I said it before, but obviously the economy was very damaged then. Obviously coming into this, it's still not going to be great, but they will actually have cash to get the buyout into this round, especially with the fact they didn't have to go through the rebuys on Get Right and Draken. That is massive in the long run, as it can actually save their teammates quite a bit. So finally they have money to play with now as it comes through. But look at how strong the economy is getting for Kinguin already. 3 rounds on the trot, around 8k on some of the players.
NiP are going to buy up. I was wondering whether they were going to save just because they can't get full utility here. But they can put a little bit. They can spread it out. Obviously not much to work with for Forest. No flashes for him, but they're more concerned about having the weapons. Draken going to get aggressive. Try and get an opening pick here. It's going to be flashed off, so he'll back off and nothing is going to walk in front of his crosshairs. Things going a lot better now for Kinguin. They seem to have switched up the pace ever so slightly. They've calmed it down, and they've sussed out NiP. They're not playing into NiP's hands here. They're setting the pace themselves, and it's working. But whether they're going to be able to get back into it is another question, but they're definitely starting to make a game of it.
It's getting close, that's the thing. You know, before they had 4 rounds. They've doubled that now. They're situated there with 8. They're looking good. They're actually starting to trickle these rounds together, get themselves into a good spot to start to bring it through and possibly even take it home if they can keep this up for a little bit longer. But still, that is going to be another 7 rounds they need to claim. Meanwhile, NiP 2 away from locking down the game. Is this going to be the first one on that road to victory? Early aggression towards map from the NiP side as they slip their way out. Draken as well, going to be going for the aggressive angle in towards main. There we have Exist taking down Rallen. He is able to find the opening frag. Furlan is going to want to respond towards the A-bomb site as the nades go through to try and allow them entry. Aggressive play towards B as well.
That's what NiP needed. They needed that opening pick, get that man advantage, force Kinguin to make a move. Have the advantage on both sides. We are going to see aggression now coming onto the B site here. Freiburg does have a little bit of utility to work with, but as soon as he pops out, he pops into Mihu. Get Right manages to take down Mouse, but Furlan comes in. Luckily, Exist is there. He finds one, but can't find the second as Mihu continues his warpath. Will find a bomb as well as Draken is going to try and position himself, but of course, very little time to work with meant that Kinguin couldn't get the bomb down. So enough done from NiP. Really important kills coming out from Exist to stop them being able to get onto that site.
Winning that round just off the time alone there. Nicely done. And this is the thing. I know Draken's kind of been doing his job at the very least, but 9 frags on the board still. I feel like we need to see more of him now on this CT half. This is where he needs to start finding these frags, as he's not doing enough for me right now. We just need to see a little bit extra coming out for him. Start to shut things down. It's been very static. He's just not really been connecting the shots.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say like Kinguin have been avoiding him as such, but he's definitely not been in the firing line, and you can see that in his deaths as well. He's just been kind of milling back and not letting the rest of his team do all the work, but he's just not been amidst the action, to be honest. And I guess that's fine. If you're just holding angles and the other team happens not to be pushing there, then great. But I know what you mean. He's not been like a huge influence, but he's definitely been doing his job. As Draken can't quite find that one. He's tagged down to 14 HP for himself. He's going to go for a few lucky wall bangs, but doesn't find anything. There are going to be trades coming through to a 4-on-4, and Draken gets mollied off, and it is going to be now a 3v3, but Forest can't find it as Mihu pushes in. And just 2 players remaining from NiP. More time to work with this time for Kinguin, though.
Oh, Get Right. Nice tap there as he just goes for the tap shots. We'll be able to take down Sparrow. Obviously, this angle is going to be favouring Miku as he's able to get that opening frag. Furlan should be killed here. Oh, Furlan turns on Get Right, takes him down.
That's filthy. Absolutely disgusting stuff. It's Kinguin. Get back on the saddle. Is definitely still doable. You can see the economy has been reset from NiP. Or on NiP, should I say. 15 to 9. We're looking at a probable 15 to 10. And then if it's... I mean, are we looking at a double eco from NiP? It really depends on how they want to play it. If Kinguin can just string a few rounds together, this is more than doable. Forest tries to burst out, is just greeted by the AWP of Sphero. That's going to be the man advantage. And against very little weaponry as well. Should be easy pickings.
Try and bring their way through. Mouse hammering down on the trigger, walking at the headshot there on towards Freiburg. Nicely done as he does take him down. Still though, they just want to try and get through this in a flawless round if possible. And they're doing very good jobs right now. People are low, but no one's getting picked off until Draken connects the headshot back on towards Miku there. Sure, it might just be a flash in the pan, but at least it's something.
And you were saying that you've not really been seeing enough from Draken to be calling that he's been playing crazy or anything, but what would you like to see more of him from? Would you like to see more aggression from him? Just trying to put himself in different positions to try and be more involved with the game? What do we need to see from him to allow NiP to close this game out?
Well, this is the thing. It just feels like he's kind of underperforming in terms of being able to get those shots. Obviously, he's not really been in the fight in quite a few scenarios. It's very late round when we've seen him actually picking up those kills. We just need to see him being able to do some damage, find some frags early on potentially. Maybe play a little bit more aggressive. Utilize that AWP. We know he can do so. We've seen his movement over on that T-half when he was going for those, you know, quite flamboyant faces. Maybe bring some of that to the table.
I like flamboyant faces. I'd say I have a flamboyant face.
Yeah, I'd give you that, mate.
I'm glad you agreed with me. I was worried that it was going to go out the window. 15 to 10. Can NiP close this one off, or are Kinguin going to make this squeaky bum time for NiP fans? As they're edging their way back into it. We do see the AWP in the hands of Draken. Can he do anything a little bit more influential? 3 UMPs for Ninjas in Pyjamas. This is definitely not a comfortable buy. But if they hold aggressive angles, then perhaps they can catch Kinguin off guard here. I mean, would Kinguin be expecting a possible eco, or like a second eco here, or do they think this is definitely going to be a buy round?
I'm not really too sure what they would have actually read. Obviously, that's the thing. They don't know if they would have saved out again. Obviously, skimped going for the UMP, saved out possibly in terms of just trying to get extra utility on the board as well. So you never know. But coming into this, they are playing it very standard. It seems like what will be a mid to be actually just an all-out B take as well. All 5 members going to be attempting to go for that play now. NiP, these weapons going to be fairly effective in close range. They actually are able to stay on the site as well. Freiburg nicely done as he gets the opening kill as well, taking out Furlan, but Mouse and Rowland fire back, eliminating 2 of the Fs over on the side of Ninjas in Pyjamas. Get Right also going to go down. It's just Draken exist, and that's another save.
Yeah, this is the situation. I mean, Draken isn't anywhere to make a difference, and every single time it's like, okay, actually, yeah, can you just save that AWP? We don't want you to lose it, so if you can just back off. And I mean, frustration might start to kick in for NiP and Draken, to be honest, when he's not been able to find these kills, not been amidst the action. He is going to look for some exit frags. Perhaps he needs to find 1 or 2 just to kind of keep him warm, because he's not seen much when he's had his AWP, to be honest. He found a frag in the previous round with his Deagle, but it's definitely not been an easy watch for Draken, because it's been a lot of watching for him, to be honest. He hasn't been able to be in the sight lines of many Kinguin players. I think it's just luck of the draw as what angles he's been holding, to be honest. 11th round, though, for Kinguin. I mean, can they continue this? Look at the NiP economy, Jackie. Like, I mean, this... If they throw this away, this would be awful. But I'm still struggling to see how they don't win this. But at the moment, Kinguin, they're looking pretty solid on their T side.
Well, it's scary, right? Because this is the thing. Obviously, you come into it, they have no money because they're burning through it every round with the full investments. Then instant reset comes through and it's awkward. Draken on the aggression. This is what I wanted to see. Try and bring the fight. I think they would have heard him there, obviously, as the smokes go through. Flashbang to try and draw him back as well, so he has to go back. Unfortunate, he didn't get that initial kill. That could have been game-changing, but they keep resetting themselves with the economy. Every round they lose, and it's very awkward because obviously the thing is it was 4 rounds on the board when they started this. Kinguin since then have been linking so many together. They got 1, but they still need to get 1 more to close this out. Kinguin now just a measly 4 rounds away from actually taking it to overtime. and it's looking very, very achievable.
And the thing is, we just saw aggression there from Draken, but immediately he backed off. And I'm wondering whether that pressure on his shoulders is showing in his gameplay, or whether he is being a little bit timid because he doesn't want to be the reason why they lose this game. They finally burst onto the site now, Kinguin. He just gets the opening, but Furlan and Mihu come through, and this is just easy pickings because there are some weak NiP players with very little weaponry. It's just Forest left on his own. Does he have any hope? He does take down Sphero, but it's not going to be enough. 15 to 12 now. Do NiP have the money to buy up here? Yes, they do. Really important, because I mean, if NiP lose this one, Kinguin are looking in a really good spot, to be honest. And who are we looking at to make the difference? I mean, we're talking a lot about Draken, but we need to be looking at the greats, at Get Right, at Freiburg, at Forest. They need to be hitting their shots. They need to be getting these frags.
Well, that's the thing, though. But Get Right is 24 frags on the board. He was looking strong the entire T half. He's been looking good in his CT half as well. It's not like they've really been underperforming. It's just they've been performing well. They just haven't had the chances now as much on their CT half. Freiburg trying to make an opener here very early on, but there's Get Right to actually connect it. Takes down Rattle. This is looking good now. 4 members left alive for the side of Kinguin. Could this round be the difference maker? Is this going to be where they actually shut it out now? As the aggression does start to encroach their way towards that A bomb site.
Interesting double AWP as well coming out from Kinguin on their T side. Both Mihu and Sphero donning those. So I imagine that Kinguin are going to play this pretty slow and hope that they can catch an NiP player off guard. So you are going to see them edging just across A main. I think Exist got that information, and now Utility is going to come out. How long will it take them to get onto this A site, though? That's going to be the real question. The bomb is there in A main, so that's definitely where they're considering to be pushing. But Kinguin quite spread out across the map at the moment.
Yeah, they're actually in kind of awkward situations as well, because that's the thing, right? Basically, Sparrow wants to try and cut off the rotate from the B bomb site, but if they kill him, then they kind of know that it's this full commit towards the A site. Miku and Ko are going to try and get the entries. They have flashbangs to work with, so they'll go for the door burst as well. Surely NiP won't fall for this and go for an over-rotate. If they over-rotate here, they basically lose. But this is good. Exist actually with the 2 opening kills. Exist with a hat-trick as he rips his way through the single-handed bomb site defense, just leaving Sparrow now, the man that was supposed to lurk and cut things off, to get picked off over at mid as he peeks. Get Right taking him down. Exist does the unthinkable, all on his own.
NiP, it took a while. They got our hearts pumping a little bit, but they finally closed this one out. Credit to Kinguin for making a game of that when they were so far behind. But in the end, it is not going to be enough. So NiP find their first map of the Pro League in Week 4, so they will be 1-6 on that leaderboard. And maybe they'll be able to jump out of that bottom spot. I'm not sure one map win is going to be enough, so we will move on to the second map, which is going to be Train. And perhaps that is going to be a chance for them to get a second win. But they're looking pretty good. Okay, they were quite shaky towards the end, but they started well, and at least they got the win. I guess that's the important factor.
Yeah, that's the thing. They needed to get that win, right? Because you put in so much effort in your T-half, you come through. If you lose that out off the back of an 11-4, you are going to be judging yourself into that second map. You will not be happy with that performance at all. So good stuff there from Exist towards the end to actually step up massively. Basically single-handedly closes out the game. What they needed, a moment of glory to come through, looking good. And then we find ourselves moving on, obviously, to the second map after this. That's where I'm kind of scared, though, because NiP, it looked like it took them a little bit towards the end there to actually start to get the momentum again. Whereas Kinguin, that entire time, were starting to get themselves into it, and looks like the Kinguin we used to see.
Yeah, Kinguin is definitely starting to heat up now, and I think that has definitely been displayed towards the end, and I think you're definitely right. I mean, maybe we should be a little bit worried, because NiP just started to go cold towards the end of the game, except Exist.
Yeah.
He definitely brought the fire. And it's exactly what I said. I said maybe we need to stop focusing on Draken. Maybe we need to say who's going to step up, who's one of the big boys that can really display a section of skill. And it was Exist in the end. So fantastic work from NiP getting their first map win here in the ESL Pro League week number 4. But we do move on to Train as map number 2. And I mean, is there anything you can take from that first map that you think is going to really can show us anything going into Train? I mean, I can focus on statistics a little bit later when we get into it, but what's your initial thoughts just quickly?
Initial thoughts for me, just as a quick thing, is obviously Draken on Train CT side. How's that going to pay off? Because now they have a dedicated AWP once again in the lineup. Train a map that flourishes on your CT half if you have those scopes in play. They are so effective. Potentially seeing a double AWP setup with Forest and Draken could be huge.
As you can see at the bottom of the screen, next map is going to be trained, but whilst we're waiting for the players to get ready for their second map, they're going to go and have a little cup of tea, I would presume, so why don't you go make one as well? We'll be back in a few minutes. We'll see you soon.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL CSGO Pro League, where NiP have managed to find their first victory of the season against Kinguin 16-12 on Cash. Perhaps the change has worked. Joined on the desk by Jackie Peters. They've done it, finally. I mean, I don't want to say, like, Pith was the problem and all this, but NiP do look a little bit better. Yes, okay, shaky towards the end, but a good starting point for them.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone needs to start somewhere, right? And with a new lineup coming in there, winning your first game in Pro League, and I mean their first game in Pro League they've actually won as well, so it is kind of important for them to actually do something to lock this down. They 2-0 this series. Obviously it is only Kinguin they're winning against, but still it's a win nonetheless, and they need to try and do that. They have to get something on the board here to play with. And obviously Draken didn't look too fantastic statistically, but he did his job in the first half, was able to find the frags he needed to. A couple of impact frags tied to him, so he was allowed to get a couple of rounds here and there, but hopefully coming into train, this should be his home turf, right? You're a CT side AWPer, you have that CT side locked down. If they can start off on the CT half here, it will be absolutely dominant. Obviously they should be starting off on CT because they were on T previous map, so obviously this is their pick coming into it, I think. Oh no, it's Kinguin's pick, yeah.
Good thinking. Batman, I'm on it with you. You're on the ball. That's all that matters.
Cheers, Robin.
Damn it. Do I really? Okay, yeah, I'm Robin. So Train, I remember week 1 when we casted NiP. NiP looked pretty lackluster. They were kind of similar to what we saw earlier, actually, from HellRaisers.
Yeah.
They were just very slow, but they weren't drawing out the utility whatsoever, and they were trying to pop down through pop, and it just wasn't working.
That's the thing. It was slow, but there was literally no reason for it to be slow. It was like, let's play slow start CS, draw out utility, go for faces late round. But literally all they did was just sit there and did nothing. People peeked into and found the frags. They wouldn't trade it back. NiP just looked lost, like a child in Asda. Other stores are available, of course. But obviously they just had no idea what they wanted to do, right? They just held their angles and didn't do anything. It was weird.
I mean, how does a child who's lost in Asda look? Just give me a...
Scared.
Oh, okay, I thought you were going to give me a facial expression. That's fine. I mean, look, I'm looking back at NiP's results recently. They did take down Cloud9 at DreamHack on Train, so they improved a little bit from their poor performance against Heroic in week 1. They also lost versus Mouse in week 1 on Train as well, so a lot to work from for them. But on the other side, recently, Kinguin lost against HellRaisers last week, 16-9. They looked pretty poor as well, definitely on their T side there. They really underperformed, and before that, they hadn't played competitively since January when they lost 16-5 versus Envy. So quite a weak point, I think, for Kinguin. So definitely a chance for NiP to put a second map on the board. Well, not just for this series, but for the Pro League in general. It would be huge for them if they can move on and get 6 points rather than just the 0 they had previously. Of course, they did get 3 earlier on, winning Cash 16-12. But we're going to jump into Train and get this pistol round underway, Jackie.
Let's see how it will actually unfold. NiP, once again, actually on their T side. Aggression coming through as they're going to be trying to find these openers. Sparrow, early push towards Ivy, finds the headshot off towards Forest. Hungry for more as he's spamming down, but can't quite connect these shots just yet. Will get a tag off on towards Exist, eventually hits the deck. He'll be taken down, and now they are left in a 3 versus 5. Freiburg going to be repositioning, trying to back off, and this is the thing. Very, very awkward pistol round coming out for NiP into this one. And they needed to do more. You wanted to see him kicking things off with a bang, but it's just not gone that way.
Always very difficult against those USPs. Kinguin able to take the early advantage, but NiP have got the option to move elsewhere, try and burst out, try and catch them off guard. Are we going to see more of the same that we saw in week 1? Very slow, methodical play, just trying to burst out and it being very unsuccessful? Or is there going to be a difference maker than we didn't see previously? They are taking their time, communicating, deciding where they're going to push, but I think Kinguin have already caught on to this because 3 of them have rotated round. Draken is going to jump onto the site, but his teammate GetRight is going to be shut down immediately, leaving just Freiburg on his own in a 1 versus 5. But he's got the first one. He set the foundations. Can he lay the cement here for a second? No, he can't. Mouse takes him down, and Kinguin starting things off a lot better. We'll take the pistol round. How will NiP respond, though?
That is a good question. What are they actually going to be able to achieve? How can they try and bounce back into this? Obviously, looking like they're going for quite a bit of a deco into this one. 3 deagles in play, 1 tech 9 over on GetRight. Draken, yeah, obviously goes for the deagle as well. Why wouldn't you, really? 3 kits of armor going to be brought out as well to try and give them something to play with into this. Aggression towards Ivy with 2 members. 3 just playing up towards that B bomb site, just playing through White Halls. as they work their way along. Now, how is this going to unfold, though? Obviously, they just want to try and take the fight, ideally on the side of Kinguin. Go for those little more aggressive angles. Obviously, you can play fairly close and try and kick them off with those UMPs. The only risk you run of doing so is those pistols are very effective in close-range combat.
Just 4 members now. Freiburg's managed to find his way onto the site, but he's greeted by the UMP of Miles. And back to a 3 versus 5 as we had in the previous round. Forrest managed to find a lovely headshot onto Miles down the side here, but as soon as he pokes out for more action, Sfero's there this time to greet him. And this is looking pretty dire for NiP. I mean, of course it was going to be difficult anyway, but might have expected a little bit more with these Deagles. Draken can't find anything just yet. Is going to keep refacing this one, just hoping that maybe Exist could hit a shot as well, but neither of them are going to do so. And now Draken's going to be challenged. Does get a really tasty shot, finds a second onto Sfero. Can he do the unthinkable? I mean, if he does this, well, actually, there's a lot of things I could promise, but I'm not going to promise them because I've seen crazier things happen. Notice I didn't say stranger things this time.
Nicely done, mate. Hold your tongue there. Draken, wow. This is fantastic. Nicely done. You can see as well, this is what we wanted to see coming out for it, because you get that Deagle. Basically, the skills you have with an AWP transfer over to that absolute hand cannon of a weapon. He's been doing damage. 2 fantastic frags. Could he go on and do the unthinkable here? Has time to play with. 14 seconds left on the clock as he goes around for the backstab. Would need to react fairly quickly now, though, as it starts to trickle away. But they're repositioning. They've left the A bomb site open for him. He can get the bomb down. He's in a fantastic spot to actually do some work now, especially if they peek 1 versus 1. Deagle in hand. Can he find the connect? Will tag 1 member down. Goes back for more. Unfortunately, couldn't execute Furlan with the initial tag. That would have been absolutely massive if he could do so. Ninjas in Pajamas not able to bounce back and take that second round, but they do damage finally. 3 rebuy is going to be forced to come out for Kinguin, but they do link the rounds together.
Yeah, he made something out of nothing there, to be honest. I think that's what we've really got to touch on. Got the bomb down, so now they've got money to work with. And it does look like 1 AK was purchased. And we're going to have a couple of Deagles to surround that as well. So they'll keep their economy healthy enough so they can buy next round, but also try and do a little bit of damage this round as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Let's see if they can do so. If we can see a performance like that from Draken once again, that would be massive, to say the least. Aggression coming out towards Ivy, though. They're going to try and bait the shot out, see if they can find the frag. Unfortunately, Miku will get the frag off on towards Forest. Draken upgrades to the AK-47 now. Kalashnikov in hand as he just goes for these pot shots, hoping to at least do something. Exist rotates over as well to try and help him out.
Yeah, they're just going to toss that AK across. See if Draken can do some damage with it, moving on forward into this round. Get Right is going to be smoked off, so NiP just going to continue to slow this one down, and Kinguin, I think, will be more than happy to just be on the defensive. Play these passive angles and allow NiP to come to them. They just need to not get impatient here and try and push out, because that's when crazy, silly things can happen, as Exist is trying to do exactly what Draken did last round, but he can't connect with those shots as well as his teammate formerly did. And they're going to reposition, try something a little bit different. I mean, what would you like to see from NiP in this situation? Because it's a really tough one. Not only are a man down, but just working with those Deagles, and Kinguin are being so passive.
Yeah, it's true. They need to find something here on the openers. Going towards that B bomb site is probably the best decision to make. Obviously, they have the 1 AK on Draken. If he can use that from a distance, try and find an opening frag to allow them to slip their way in, it could be good. That nade is damaging, though, rolling its way up. Now, everyone is sub 50 HP on the side of NiP. It's going to be very easy, as they don't have much sustain left into this one. They should get picked off fairly quickly. Get Right there, holding his gun like an absolute gangster as they work their way towards the bomb site, but he gets the opening frag now, taking down Furlan. Time is of the essence, though. They have to get the bomb down quickly, and they are just getting executed down. 1 by 1 they fall. Exist just charges in, wants to die before time. They let that one slip away, but now the real game begins. This is where the fun starts, right? We're on train. The buy round comes in. The first full buy for either side as we get into this gun round. What can NiP bring to the table here on their T side? Is it going to be like what we saw before? Lackluster, same old, and no initiative? Or will this be the difference maker with the AWP on Draken?
Yeah, just a Galil coming out from Get Right, so not the perfect buy for NiP, but as we were touching on, previously in week 1, we saw very slow, boring rounds from NiP where they didn't draw out utility, they waited, they tried to go down pop, and they were punished every single round. Are they going to be able to draw out any of that utility? At the moment, all they've drawn out is a kill. Rallen eliminates Get Right and makes it a man advantage for Kinguin, and now NiP have got to change something up. They're all spread out across the map. it doesn't look like they've had a real game plan into this round, to be honest, Jackie.
That's the thing. It kind of looks a little bit odd. They've just spread themselves very thin, as you were saying. They then just want to try and hold their angles and hope they can find some frags working just essentially on individual skill. Draken, going to be utilizing that boost that I wanted to see, where you just get yourself up into an elevated angle. You try and find the frag back on towards Ivy if possible. Doesn't actually connect the shot just yet, though. And still, the rest of his teammates just holding. They're hoping that Kinguin are going to go aggressive here and potentially allow them to get the opener, but time is just ticking away, and they're not really finding anything for it. They're just losing players and health.
It's more of the same of what we saw, to be honest, in week 1. Just not really doing anything with their time. They are making a move down Ivy now, but are they going to be punished by Mihu from behind? I think he heard a couple of footsteps, so he's going to flash on through. Takes down Freiburg, looks for a second as well. Forrest will fall, and Sphero will get 2 of his own. 4-0 for Kinguin. NiP. RIP. No money to work with. Oh, just going to have to eco here. So, I mean, I want to see something different from NiP, because that is exactly how they played it back in week 1, when we just said that they were lackluster and didn't have any confidence whatsoever. I mean, maybe we need to see them save money, get an AWP perhaps, and they might be able to do something a little bit different. But at the moment, it's not looking great.
It's true. It's very slow, very odd, and it's not what we want to see coming out from them. Obviously, the reset doesn't help as well, as their cash hits rock bottom. They are going to be asking for a loan if they want to get money out, as they try and overpower Rallen, though. All those bullets hammering down, a hailstorm landing near him, a flurry of bullets whizzing past his ears, but he isn't going to get taken down. He is left on 28 HP. And they have the 2 players stuck towards that P-bomb site as well. So when they try and go for this explosion out, surely they should be able to ward them off. You can see Furlan getting himself ready, waiting for the right time to use that firebomb to ignite the site to try and ward them back as they do unfold now, charging their way in. Long-range frag comes out. He does take down Forrest. Hungry for more, but they start to weave their way around the trains here down, hoping to do some damage to the CTs.
Yeah, just all oozing onto the site. They get the bomb down, and GetRight also gets a frag. Exist somehow takes down Rallen, and then more of the same from GetRight as he's just continuing to put damage onto these Kinguin players. Now they burst in finding frags of their own, and it's all on Draken and Exist. Can they survive here? Can they win this 2 versus 3 situation? Exist does pick up Furlan as he was wandering onto the site, but Exist can't find the final frag. Mouse turns around and takes his head off his shoulders. It's going to be 5-0, but a nice round from NiP getting the bomb down and doing a little bit of damage to Kinguin's utility. Now we'll see the buy coming through from NiP, probably an AWP as well. Where do they go from here, though? What do they do differently now they have an AWP, Jackie?
Well, they're going to be able to go up a triple AWP setup coming out from Kinguin. This is the interesting factor. 1 AWP versus 3. So Hydra down, you bite 1 AWP off, and there's another one in its place. It's going to be very awkward to deal with this, as that is multiple angles they can cover. Nice to see this as well, because this is the thing. This is what I was talking about. CT side train, the AWP is so predominant. You can utilize it in so many different angles. You can roam all across the place, and they're going to be going very AWP-centric into this one. Let's see if they get these easy frags on the board, though.
Very much AWP City for Kinguin at the moment. Might play into the hands of NiP, to be honest, if they can catch a couple of these AWPs off guard. But I would imagine Kinguin are going to play this one with some very passive angles and just hope that NiP walk into those crosshairs. But I said passive angles. Look at this aggression from Furlan at upper. GetRight's going to be the first man, but GetRight was quick off the blocks and expected the player close there. And now the advantage for NiP. And this is the difference. And when we look back at week 1, when they were being slow and they were taking their time to push onto A, they very often didn't have a frag to work with. So at least they have the man advantage. And actually, slow methodical play onto the A site will work fantastically when you have that extra man. But you are facing 3 AWPs. So it's entirely going to depend what angles Kinguin are watching.
And the thing is, they don't know that the triple AWP setup has been done just yet. They're going to be aware that Sparrow has one, but Sparrow always has an AWP, so that's fairly common for them. This is when Rallen, close range angle, can he use it like a shotgun as he tries to hold the angle? Exist just playing around the smoke is going to be very awkward, but he pushes his way through, connects the shot, taking him down, elevated angle, trying to be utilized there by Sparrow, but he couldn't get up fast enough. There is only 3 men left standing. One of the AWPs has been dropped. Nade rolls through, will tag Forrest, but they can't finish him just yet. Forrest actually connects the headshot as well, leaving them in a 2 versus 2 now. Things start to get awkward. The tag comes through from Miku, but he can't quite convert into the frag just yet. Eventually will do so. They hit the deck, leaving just Forest trying to plant the bomb. Oh, he barely gets it down in time. Thing is, I'm so baffled why the decision was called to go for the triple AWP setup at the point where they hadn't even lost a round yet. 5 rounds on the board. They make the judgment call of go for triple AWP. They go for that on a whim to try and catch them off guard, and it looked like it was nearly a detriment to them. Very, very interesting decision to go for. You know, obviously that's the kind of thing you see whipped out when stuff starts to go wrong, or you need to throw a little bit of initiative in there to maybe catch them off guard. Still rocking a double AWP setup as well into this next round.
Exciting stuff coming out from Kinguin though. I like to see teams taking the initiative, going for something a little bit different, trying to catch their opposition off guard. I mean, quite rightly you said maybe they didn't even need to, but speaking of catching people off guard, here come NiP bursting onto A site. They are just coming through the smoke here. There are AKs to work with, but Furlan unfortunately does take down Get Right, so that is going to be a man advantage for Kinguin. Now Exist comes in, chimes in. 4 versus 4. Furlan in a good position, but has to reload. That could have been huge if he had found that frag. Forest comes in, gets 2, and now it's a 3 versus 2. So the aggression has worked. They've managed to catch Kinguin slightly off guard, but can they put the round to bed?
Forest, headshot there, off on towards Rallen, looking good, and it's just one man left. Miku, he has the AWP. We know how dominant he can be with a weapon, but can he single-handedly get a free kill here and lock up round 7 for the bank of Kinguin as he slowly makes his approach up towards Bomb Train. Scoping in now, looking around, trying to clear the skyline. Has spotted out one of the players, connects the shot on towards Forest, hungry for more. Wilbur to his position through, but Draken was there, hot on the trigger, found the frag and took him down, and NiP get their opening round on the board. This isn't going to be the end of the days though. Obviously Kinguin can buy back very quickly with the cash they have built up, but look at this. Absolute artist with the AK. Here's Forest there.
This is the thing, NiP, they were slow originally and they've gone, okay, let's switch things up, let's go fast, but it's where they go from here. Now they have a round. They'll be thinking, all right, well, we've gone for one fast round. If we do that, are they going to be expecting the same? So they're going to try something a little bit different. And if they go back to that default slow, methodical play, I think it's really going to play into the hands of Kinguin. But there is Draken. Those are the impact frags that we've needed to see from him. Taking out Sphero, taking out one of those AWPs. Yes, okay, there's another AWP in the hands of Rallen, but now NiP have that man advantage and they can decide which site they're going to go for.
Yeah, juicy stuff to try and kick the round off, right? That's what you want to do. Use the aggression, use the hype you have behind you, get those openers. Thing is as well, though, there is still another 2 AWPs in play. They have been able to grab it. Miku has snatched it from his cold dead hands and is going to be wielding the weapon. Rallen as well, obviously the secondary AWP as the other one. And this is where things could get awkward. Explosion towards that B-bomb site. We have Rallen playing from far back. He's going to be over by the back lines, but he has an AWP, so distance won't affect him too negatively.
Flash at the ready. Just to burst onto this B site here. They've got plenty of utility to work with. All the grenades coming through. Rallen will now feed that information, but finds a great shot onto Forest. Is looking to do more damage as well, as they will get the bomb down. And now they just need to survive, getting decent afterplants, but Rallen is on a riot right now, hitting everything that walks in front of his path. And he's just going to allow his teammates to come through. Freiburg does pick up one onto Mouse, but Furlan comes in for one of his own. Can he find another? Has tagged Draken down to just 11 HP, and he can't do anything either, so it's all on Exist in a 1 versus 3. We saw him come clutch on the cash game, but he's not going to do it now. Kinguin will find that 7th, and the important thing is that's going to reset NiP.
Yeah, that is horrible. Now, here's the thing as well, right? This triple AWP setup is once again back in play. The reason why they're going for this as well is because everyone on that Kinguin side can use the AWP very effectively. You look at those players, Sparrow, yep, we know how powerful he is with the AWP, right? He is that dedicated AWP for a reason. Miku, a master with a rifler, a master with an AWP, all-rounded, the jack of all trades is that man. And then Rallen as well, secondary AWP for the side. You know, he can still live up to the mark when he needs to. He's the secondary AWPer, but he's the secondary AWPer for a reason. And that's the thing, this triple AWP setup, in effect against these pistols are only effective in close range. You do have the potential chance to overpower the AWP, right? Like if you do overwhelm them, it's very hard. You don't have the high rate of fire, obviously. It's single shot, reload, single shot. It's going to be awkward to try and take them down if they want to overwhelm you. That is dirty as well from Get Right. But you do still have the range advantage to try and pick them off from a distance. So you would imagine that Kinguin should bring this one back and shut it down very quickly.
Yeah, of course, a filthy frag coming out of Get Right, but it's just going to be a consolation as the rest of Kinguin all chime in and just dish out those frags here, there, and everywhere to go 8-1 up. And now NiP can buy up again. We'll throw that AWP across to Draken. And NiP need to change something up. I mean, yes, it's what we saw earlier, I guess. I mean, it is very much a CT-sided map, but you need to get at least some rounds on the board. And at the moment, I'm struggling to see where they're going to come from NiP. Unless they're going to go for that burst tactic. That's the only round that they've been able to put on the board, is when they just burst out onto A site and they caught Kinguin off guard.
Yeah, it is very true. Draken here on the aggressive hunt though. Slips his way down, was hoping to find an opening frag, but unfortunately it isn't going to be meant to be. One AWP up against 3 of Kinguin though. In the past, they have been able to overcome this triple AWP setup. Nicely done as well. I don't think... Yeah, he did actually spot the feet of Get Right there. I didn't know if they actually realised Get Right had been able to brush across. So the peak could have come out and overpowered him. Miku on the hunt as well. Ooh, aggression on display.
Is anyone going to challenge him? Is the real question. He's just going to hold his angle in case anyone else is just going to jump up. As you can see, he's aiming quite high. So which would suggest he is expecting the kind of jump across. Flash does come through. He will go for the re-peek as well. Very slow once again from NiP, but I just think it's playing into the hands of Kinguin, especially when they've got this triple AWP setup. They are more than happy to watch these angles. And I'm looking at that man, Draken. He's the man that needs to be getting those impact kills with the AWP, taking these battles. Smoke comes out. Miku will just kind of run into it to stop the smoke being put in the position it's desired. Gets an opening onto Freiburg, looks for the second, can't find Get Right. So thankfully Get Right's found one, but Mouse comes through onto Exist. They tried to come out through Pop Train. They've tried to go for that surprise factor onto NiP. Onto Kinguin, sorry, but it's not worked for NiP here yet. Get Right, trying to do more from behind. Does find 2, but Furlan has taken down Draken, so it's just Get Right on his own. He's a man of wonders. He can do these kind of 1 versus 2 situations, more than capable of doing so. Does find the first, so very doable now in a 1v1, but look at that time. Not going to be enough. And NiP, more of the same really, just taking too long. I mean, yes, okay, I was saying, yeah, it was doable. I hadn't looked at the clock as soon as I glanced up, and it's just NiP once again not moving fast enough.
It's true. Struggling there towards the end, obviously Get Right performing well in terms of individual skill, but time was just taken away from him. He couldn't do it, wasn't really able to slip his way in and actually pick that round up. And obviously that's the thing as well, that's smart. They go for the pause now because you need to. 9-1, obviously CT-sided map in terms of how it can be played out, especially when you can utilize that many scopes on the CT half. Obviously 3 AWPs coming out, time in, time again. It's been so aggressive in the style that CTs have been playing, and NiP just don't have an answer. And
we saw tactical pauses come out in week 1 when NiP were struggling like this, but as soon as the pause came out, they went back to that default, okay, we're just going to shoot other windows, we're going to throw our smokes, we're going to throw our flashes, but we're going to wait until there's 30 seconds left. And it didn't work. So I want to see a game changer here. I want to see a difference. I want them to look at the game so far and say, where did that round come from? Okay, when we burst out onto the site and caught them off guard. Can we do that again, perhaps elsewhere?
So this is the thing as well. We say that about the site takes, but we haven't seen any executes.
Exactly,
I don't recall a single actual standard execute coming out from NiP into this matchup. And why not? Why have we not seen any structure? It's always been split and pick. Slow split and pick, try and find the frags, aggression towards Ivy early. 9 times out of 10 they lose the secondary player over by Ivy, they don't get the trade. They're trying stuff, but it's just kind of sloppy. It's like, it's almost there, but not quite.
And is that a case of Draken being added quite late and perhaps not knowing that take? I mean, I don't want to say that because these pro players should know pretty much most takes, but you'd think they should be able to slot him in to just flash or smoke something fairly easily, right?
No, it's definitely nothing to do with that. Like, if they want to go for site takes, they should have had a lot of that, like, flushed out. Obviously, he's not been in the lineup too long, so they definitely still need time to practice and get everything down to a T. But obviously, he should know a lot. Like, that won't be an issue going into it. But it's the fact that, as well, they just need to, as a team, change things up. Because it just looks so stale. Like, basically, it is just split and pick default every round. We've just not seen much. Sometimes occasional aggression towards a early round, but that's like it.
And it's to be fair, it's similar to Cash. I feel like NiP aren't giving Draken the chance to really shine with the AWP. I feel like you've got players saying, actually, if you can play quite passive, or you've got a save now, don't go for that, sit back, cover me. I'd be like, look, this is your chance to shine, go out there, get aggressive, go for some impact frags for that AWP. We've seen a couple of times him do it. I just want to see more of the same, but it's certainly not going to be this round as we move on into the 11th. Just pistols and 1 AK to work with. And here comes a little bit of speed coming out from NiP. Get right, instantly going to jump onto this site, and he does take down Rallen as well. Maybe he's caught him with his pants down, looks for the second onto that bomb train as well. Does find Furlan, he's going to do more of the same. Just looking across connector, finds a third onto Sphero. Can he continue this? This is perfect from Get Right. This is exactly the response they needed after such a poor first half, such a poor start to the first half, and Freiburg's going to push in, but Mihu will trade out. It's a 2 versus 3, so much on Get Right with this AK. Draken has managed to found himself an M4. It's a 2 versus 2. This is getting very tense. Can Get Right do more of the same? He finds a fourth. Is he going to be able to do the ace? This could be absolutely huge for him. Such a big play that he was able to just go for the AK, get aggressive, get onto the site. And now the 1 versus 1, and Get Right does get it. 5 kills for the man. If you need anyone to step up, it was probably right to assume it could have been Get Right. Absolutely huge from him. Big play, and I mean, well, what do you make of that, Jackie?
Yeah, that was nicely done. Fantastic on the executes as well. Obviously, had the drop on the opponents there as everyone was focusing towards bomb train. Had the elevated angle, simple taps across the board, tears his way for everyone. Kinguin as well. Look at the damage that has done to their economy now. Instantly, they are using pistols at this point. Mouse, he's the only one with a rifle. That is going to be the UMP displayed. And then we have Miku with the AWP. Miku actually going to go for the aggressive angle, though. That could be the difference maker. Sure, they smoke him out. If he plays around the smoke here, he could execute them very easily. And he is going to be running the risk, tiptoes his way through, actually decides to back off, just play around the smoke for the meantime. Miku should be the one to watch in this scenario. Elevated angle, simple frag, takes down Get Right, dispatches him instantly, but A site will be where the actual attack will be unfolding.
Freiburg takes down Rallen, and then Draken now comes in and eliminates Sphero as well, so they have the man advantage. Mouse can't find anything either. A lot on Mihu here. Can he stop this bomb plant? He does shoot him right in the foot, which is enough to stop him planting, but it isn't going to be the kill. NiP put their third on the round, and they're speeding things up. And Kinguin don't know how to deal with it. Now Kinguin's economy is absolutely awful, and this is what we wanted to see from NiP, to be honest.
Yeah, take some aggression, live a little, try and actually bring some damage to the table, and it's looking a whole lot better now, as they were able to slide their way through. They started to pick up rounds all of a sudden, 2 already on the trot, so no chance of a reset, and they have done the damage to Kinguin's economy as well. Look at them now. Trapped with just these USPs. This is a free round essentially for NiP, making their way to what possibly, at the best, could be a 9-6 scoreline. And I mean, if you get that, they basically quadrupled the rounds they had prior, so it's still better than nothing.
I think NiP would be very happy with 9-6. But it's a little way to go yet. This, of course, should make it 9-4. But they're slowing it down again, and I think this is fine. I mean, I know I've wanted to see fast pace, but now they're facing off against an eco. I'm more than happy for them to wait and delay just in case anyone from Kinguin gets aggressive and goes for something a little bit different, just so NiP aren't punished for rushing onto a site and just getting caught by some close-range pistols or something like that. But a lot better. I mean, just from that pause, that's all they said to each other. They said, look, I don't know what they said, but I can only speculate and assume that they said we won that 1 round from aggression, and then we saw sheer aggression coming from Get Right. And yes, fantastic individual skill, but it was just the speed that was able to catch Kinguin off guard. And now NiP are finally going to move in onto this site.
Here you go, as they start to slip their way through. Let's see if they can actually pick this one up, though. Surely they don't lose this here. It'd be absolutely mental if we saw Kinguin being able to come back in, pick this up off the eco. They are going to be struggling into this. Obviously, they might as well go for it, as they only have these pistols to play with. It is not an issue if they throw them away into the wind, as they have invested zilch into this round. Just get it over with, take your way through, and bring the fight into the following round here.
Yep, just one of those rounds. Just a throwaway round, to be honest. Kinguin know they don't need to push in and just give away any unnecessary money to NiP, and they'll just wait it out. And now NiP, if they can build some confidence here, Jackie, if they do make it 9-6, I mean, CT half, this is a real opportunity for Draken to step up, right? I mean, if they win the pistol, start to build a bank balance and allow Draken to have that AWP round after round, then they could definitely flip this game on its head.
And that's what we've been speaking about, because that's the thing, that's where it is so effective. If we see that AWP finally come out, they start to get themselves economy to play with and actually have a lifeline, because the only thing is, right now, there was always that potential that Kinguin were going to go through with such a dominant lead that if they won pistol, the game was basically closed out before we'd even see the potential for an AWP to be bought on that CT half for NiP. So at least now they actually have a bit of breathing room to play with, even if pistol slips away from them. But they really, right now, still need to try and pick it up. Draken with the opener, that is a massive kill. I'm not even sure where he's actually been able to pick that up from. Has he done the aggression? Obviously, playing right now, being able to do that work. That is a huge kill.
Definitely is. Opening impact frag from Draken. That's what we needed to see from him. And now NiP, you can see just stacking around Ivy here. Bombs there as well, so perhaps that's going to be their point of entry onto this site. And there are members of Kinguin there awaiting. And they should be well aware that NiP are lurking around. Exist just checking all of his angles as he pushes down Ivy as well. Mihu is smoked off. Is he going to be brave? Is he going to flash through? Perhaps he'll get some information here. And yeah, this is what we saw earlier on. He gets the information, he flashes in. He pushes through, but he pushes through into the AK of Freiburg. He does manage to find Exist, so at least he got something. Still the man advantage for NiP pushing in though.
Sparrow backline headshot off on towards Forest there. Draken responds to the frag towards Rallen. There's Freiburg as well to close it out as he eliminates Sparrow. And NiP, 5 rounds on the board. 1 away from getting that 9-6 scoreline and having a better half than what it seemed like they were going to go through on. Obviously, Kinguin as well busted in terms of their economy. They're going to have to go for a jumble sale, buy, just grab whatever they can. 50p for a Mag 7 there, so they've gone for that bargain.
And it's whether Sparrow can position himself to make a real difference with the Mag 7 as well. Maybe put yourself in pop. Try and catch NiP off guard. But that tactical pause has really made the difference. Without it, then we could have been possibly looking at something crazy, like a 14-1. As NiP have really turned this around, turned it on their head. It seems like they've woken up, to be honest. I know they started to look a little bit lackluster towards the end of Cash, and Kinguin were heating up. But NiP have well and truly put out the flame of Kinguin now. And 9-6 would be a great way to move on to the second half. And you'd expect them to have a solid CT performance. They definitely lacked during week 1 on their T side, but their CT, they still showed promise, so I'm still hopeful for NiP.
Yeah, it's true. Like, you actually want them to do a lot here. You want them to try and bring their way through and actually lock some stuff down as NiP, if they can, they need to get both of these maps ideally. They're not in a good situation to only win one. They need to try and get both on the board, and it would be a great way to kick it off. Obviously, this will be the standard classic smoke take towards the A bomb site. Sparrow could be the key factor into this. Aggressive play came out. Unfortunately, he was tagged by a grenade, but still did the work. 2 frags come out. That is fantastic. Get right and Draken also doing work across the board, just leaving Rallen and Furlan left now as they start to tiptoe their way down. Pop Dog trying to connect the shots, but Get Right will eliminate him. And it is just Furlan left now.
1 versus 3. Could make it 10 versus 5 if he goes huge. Only has the FAMAS to work with, but he can't get the spray down on the first player, so the Dream's not even going to be close. It is going to be 9-6 to Kinguin. That's going to be the half. We'll be back shortly. To 6 to Kinguin against NiP. It was looking pretty dire originally, but NiP have managed to slowly crawl their way back into it. They looked very lackluster, looked very bored, looked very similar to what we saw in week 1, but after that tactical pause, suddenly they found a little bit of life, and well, that ace from Get Right has really changed things.
Yeah, 6 rounds now, obviously. They had 1 beforehand, so they get that extra 5 added to their total and go for on a 9-6 scoreline, but wow, obviously that was a massive change as they just looked so broken, so bored originally on their tee off. There was just nothing. It was just so samey round after round where they just got completely obliterated essentially.
And I guess that's what they needed. They needed someone from from, I was going to say someone from Get Right, I guess you could call NiP Get Right at the moment, someone from NiP to step up, be that difference maker, try and get a little bit of morale, and Get Right did exactly that. That ace was huge. I mean, the fact they went for the play to pick up that AK or buy the AK when the rest were just on pistols, and he just casually just walked on into the site. It was like he had had enough and he was like, oh, screw this, look, I'm just going to burst in and just take out the whole squad. That's exactly what he did. It managed to flip the game on its head, and now NiP with 6 rounds going into their CT half. I mean, this is very doable. I'm right in saying that?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of potential behind them. Obviously, the only scary factor is, can they lock down that AWP setup on their CT half? If we can see them performing well and actually see Draken, I mean, to be honest, for me, this is going to be the true test of how useful Draken is going to be in terms of that AWPing role on that CT side over on Train.
Draken is like the Kraken, the true test. Can they get the Draken out?
It's true.
And can he perform?
Unleash the Draken.
Unleash the Draken, indeed. NiP need it. They need this map win. I mean, they were able to pick up cash. They were able to put 3 points on the board, but they will still be at the bottom of that table. Need to start putting wins on the board. Need to start getting wins for not just themselves, but for their fans, to be honest. There needs to be hope somewhere. Pistol round will come through. A huge pistol round as well. If NiP can pick this one up, then they will be in a very good nick going into this second half. However, if Kinguin take it, then that's going to be a great momentum booster for them on their T side. It's going to be a slow pistol round though. No burst just yet. Very default coming out from Kinguin. Just waiting to see if anyone from NiP is getting aggressive. Speaking of getting aggressive, look at this from Get Right. And he is just going to find Furlan with his pants down, throwing a grenade. Pick up the grenades that he dropped on the floor as well. The rest of Kinguin are going to burst onto this A site now. Can they find any kills? But in the moment, Forrest is just tapping away. He's got Freiburg to assist him, but he doesn't need him for that kill. Freiburg goes down. Can he revenge him? Avenge him even? As it is going to be a 4 versus 2 now. Kinguin, just Rallen and Sphero to try and do something with this round.
Sphero is in the back line though, and he connects that shot over on towards Draken. Now 9 HP left as he gets into the elevated angle. Sphero also receiving a hailstorm of bullets in his general direction. Rallen will peek out and hope to cause a stir, but unfortunately he gets taken out by Forrest. There's Sphero coming into the mix, but it's short-lived as he does do a little bit of damage, but Get Right will bounce back and take him down. That is the opener that NiP so dearly needed. Without that, you can imagine that we would have seen Kinguin really start to rack up the rounds, but NiP did it. They can get this buyout now as well. You imagine they should get the next 3 rounds for essentially free. So that will equalize things on a 9-9 scoreline should it all go to plan, Dan.
Yep, start building up a bank balance now. Make sure we can get that AWP for Draken. Allow him to start to do some damage and hold off any Kinguin pushes. We are going to see Tech 9s from Kinguin. Are they going to burst out anywhere, or are they just going to play this slow and hope NiP will continue with their aggression? I mean, Get Right did catch them off guard previously. I'm not sure they're going to go for any kind of risky plays this time around, though, as this is a round that they cannot afford to throw away. So back to default positions for NiP, just holding their normal angles and waiting for the inevitable push from Kinguin.
Waiting for the pushes to unfold. Just going to be biding their time for now, though, of course. Those Tech 9s can be very effective in run-and-gun style CS. Just overwhelm your opponent, essentially flood upon them as an herd and use that speed and aggression against them. If they do try and overwhelm exist towards the speed bomb site, there is always potential. They do have smokes and flashes to play with, though, so going to be throwing those out. Most likely selling the idea that it will be aggression towards that B bomb site, late smokes towards A, and then take the aggression on towards that A site.
Here are those smokes, and now dropping down through pop. Oh, NiP just going to be able to pick them to pieces here and rip them apart. Or are we going to see any crazy plays coming out from Kinguin? Bomb is going to go down in the smoke, but Get Right picks up one onto Sphero. Actually finds a second onto Mihu as well. He whips out the pistol to try and do any kind of damage, but Mouse takes him down. It's a 3 versus 2 with the bomb down. Can they get any decent afterplants? Can they find any decent weapons is the real question. Or is this going to be an easy retake for NiP? A couple of players just dancing around electric. Freiburg has seen that though. Just trying to help his teammates. Grenade comes through to take him down, but what a kill from Rallen. Makes it a 2 versus 2. They're making this very awkward for NiP, and there's a very weak Draken who needs to do something. They need to do it quick as Rallen takes down Forrest as well. Are Kinguin going to absolutely turn this one and flip it on its head? Draken has so much to do, but he's not going to be able to do it. And just when we thought everything was going right for NiP, Kinguin swoop in and take them off their feet.
Mental round coming out. Absolutely crazy. Literally blowing my mind, Dan.
Mental.
NiP. The reset is going to come into effect as well. Left with just 7 rounds to play with. We then see 10 rounds on the board for Kinguin. Obviously, this is that knock-on effect. when you win the pistol round, you set yourselves up to win those next 2 rounds fairly easily, right? The worst case scenario is if you lose that following round, because the reset hits you so hard with how fragile that CT side economy is as well. Now Kinguin are basically going to excel themselves to 12 rounds, lock that down very easily. They're going to build themselves up so much cash to play with these UMPs as well. It's very easy to build up cash in that T side train right now when they're in this better situation. It's going to be very awkward for NiP.
Draken has managed to find an opening onto Rallen, so they do have the man advantage, so perhaps this is doable, and obviously Get Right does have the UMP as well. Forest will also take down Mihu. Draken comes in to try and find a second. It's not going to happen. Sphero eliminates him. Just 3 players. M4, 2 AKs. They can slow this down. They don't need to get too aggressive. They can wait and work together. Plenty of utility to work with as well. Get Right's going to take an aggressive angle and pop. A nice simple flash will probably deal with him, but they have noticed him anyway. Easy peasy, just spray a bullet right through his brains, and now they can burst onto this A site. Can friberg do some damage with this Deagle, or is this going to be an easy take for Kinguin? friberg does burst out, but can't find anything. Sphero shuts him down immediately. Mouse will also get one onto Forest, and now it's just Exist with very little hope of winning this round, but we've seen crazier things. He has picked up a UMP.
Trapped by Popdog though. Ideally, as soon as the peak comes out, Mouse just finds the headshot and he gets removed very quickly. And then once again, that will be another round snapped up for Kinguin. And this is the thing. They're being able to do slight amounts of damage. They're picking at the paint chips and they're getting some of it off, but they're also eating the paint chips. And that's not good because there's lead in the paint down. Don't want to do that. But anyway, this is the thing, right? You kill 2 players there. You force up those rebuys, right? There's a little bit of damage, a small dent in the economy of Kinguin, but still, they're going to get that 11th round on the board. They should surely link it into the following one as well, so you get away with 12 rounds very, very easily. Then you follow your way through. If they open it up effectively, it's going to be so awkward, because NiP don't have money to go into the buy here. You can see around 4k on most of the members of Kinguin as well, so they're starting to build up their cash, whereas NiP, they have to save once again, so obviously that's that 12th round secured. And it's getting scary, as we're getting close to the mark here.
This is scary, because as soon as NiP took that pistol, I was like, oh yeah, great, okay, so Draken is going to get that chance. He's going to be able to pick up that AWP. We're going to see the new boy in action, and suddenly their economy's absolutely battered, and they need to try and string a couple of rounds, even if they're going to get an AWP for Draken. So Kinguin, a real chance to take this map and crush an NiP that are looking a little bit flawed, to be honest, on Train. Clearly a map that they need to work on, but it's definitely not over yet. I was counting them out in the first half, but they managed to claw that one back, so perhaps we'll see more of the same. Of course, another tough round for NiP with very little to work with, just the UMP and armor on Exist, but he's already been tagged down to 82 HP. Forest goes down elsewhere, so perhaps that's an opening onto the A site as well.
Angle being utilised here by Get Right could be effective. Pistol in close range combat, unfortunately for him. Mal's barrel of his gun essentially in his mouth as he opens up and takes him down very easily. There's a follow-up frag as well. Exist going to hit the deck. It is just bullets storm galore across the map. Everyone getting picked off. Kinguin are just annihilating the Ninja Pajamas right now. It's just Draken and friberg left. They only have 1 rifle between them both. They do utilise it very effectively though. Get the opening frag. Draken as well going to collect that shot. Grabs the AK. But can he slay? 1 versus 2, trying to fight back. Massive tag goes through, but not quite a kill. And basically forced to save.
Draken forced to save. Who'd have thought it? Happened so many times where he's been the last man. He's not given, well, he doesn't have time quite often to make that impact. He's doing better than he was doing on Cash, though. Especially compared to friberg and Exist, who are struggling a little bit on Train at the moment. We would really like to see him get on that AWP, make a difference. It's going to be 12-7 now as Kinguin will continue to push on, but this is going to be the round for NiP. I think this is going to be the do or die moment. Whether we're going to see NiP claw their way back in or whether they are just going to crumble here.
Yeah, this is where it needs to be the difference maker, right? Because we were so scared that obviously due to the economy effects that they weren't going to be able to get that AWP out at all. Obviously, they still don't have many rounds to display that if they start to lose rounds, but this is where it all relies on Draken. It's such an AWP-centric map, and he needs to do some damage. straight away, elevated angle, focusing heavily towards mid main. Will get aggressive as well. He's going to try and take the fight here. You can see everyone on NiP looking like they're actually trying to push it quite close to the mark. They want to start the fight. Draken actually does do it. That is a nice opening frag. Not too sure where he actually was able to connect that. I assume just towards mid main, focusing on the angle. The push comes through. He shuts them down. 3 players heavily towards Ivy. 1 man trapped on his own as well, going to be able by Pop Dog. We have a fight on our hands here.
Yeah, friberg does have utility to delay this push through Ivy, as 3 members are just waiting to push through. Smoke coming through as well, just to try and delay even more, but Mouse is going to push through it, get slightly aggressive, but it's not going to push through the second smoke. friberg backs off, probably will communicate now to his AWP, as Forest actually takes down Furlan, and now they're just going to push perhaps into several bullets, but no, the cross wasn't set up in time. Forest has a lot to do, does find one, looks for a second as well, he's just going to survive. That's just attacking down very weak. Great stuff from Forest, and it's just Rallen. He has the bomb, and he's going to switch things up, maybe move towards B. And do you just go for this in this situation if you're Rallen here?
You might as well at this point. They still have money to play with anyway into the following round. Just try and go for the aggression. Obviously, smart stuff there. We'll go for the smoke. Going to go for the full loop back round, potentially. If he goes for this A play, there is always a chance, right? Like, he's definitely in with a slim chance to try and pick this one up, but it's going to be awkward for him.
Yeah, really awkward. I don't know if he tried to sell a fake by running up towards B there. Now he's going to dart onto the site, perhaps, but he is slowly running out of time if he is going to go for this, so I think this is more likely to be a save. Yes, it is. So, NiP do get one. It was a deal-breaker round, or if they had lost it, it could have been game over, but 12-8 now. Start to build up a bit of a bank balance. Draken has that AWP. It's what we've been talking about. He got the opening pick in that round. Is he going to do more of the same? How can Kinguin answer it, I suppose, is the real question, Jackie. If you know that Draken is the man you need to avoid with the AWP, do you dare send Sphero to challenge him, or do you just try and avoid him?
Well, that's the thing. You try and counter it. You try and take that aggression in, obviously, because of Sparrow. If you can try and go for that pick towards mid-main early here, you take the fight over towards Ivy. It's where you know he's been playing from. You get that opening frag. Immediately, it makes the game so much harder for Kinguin, but Draken is being very, very fluid here. Aggression towards the B-bomb site early. He peeks up towards backhauls. You see him finding that frag on towards Mouse. That's great. Now he can just fall back as well, and NiP can chill out a bit. They don't have to try and take the fight.
This is the Draken we've wanted to see. Someone getting aggressive, trying to hit those shots. And at least this time, Kinguin are actually allowing him to play this kind of way, because on Cash, they just weren't, well, showing at all, really. They weren't peeking out, they weren't playing ball, they weren't being around and letting him get in the action. But speaking of actions, Ferro's managed to take down Get Right, was Mihu got one onto friberg as well. So now Kinguin find themselves a man up. And how crushing would this be if Kinguin, on the back of NiP's possible way back into this map, they were able to take this next round? Exist taking a very aggressive angle here on B, just in case anyone is going to push, but the smoke's going to be an indicator that perhaps they're going to move on over to A. But Kinguin more than happy to bide their time here with that man advantage, hoping that NiP are going to make the mistake.
And that's the thing. We need to see if that mistake will actually come into effect here. Who will slip up first is obviously going to be the question on everyone's mind. As Draken making his way back through, waiting for the push to unfold. Oh, Pete comes in so very close to actually connecting that shot. It would have been massive. Absolutely game-changing. Pete comes through, but unfortunately for Forest, Sparrow will overpower him as well. Dan, things go from bad to worse as Miku takes the fight on Draken and kills him, and it's just Exist left. Now, Exist hasn't been having the best game on Train and will fall back as well. No point in running the risk. Why throw away an AK for no reason? As a 1 versus 4 this late into the round when the bomb's down, it's really not going to pay off for him. He'll just go and have a nice shower and just try and cool down.
Genuinely, every time I think, yep, okay, NiP back on the train here. They're going to be able to roll away, gain some momentum, get back into this. This is going to be a really tight game. And then suddenly, even after getting the opening pick, Sphero comes in, hits a worldy shot onto Get Right, and they're right back in it. And I feel as soon as Kinguin have that one-man advantage, them getting onto a site is very comfortable. Could have been different if Draken had managed to hit that shot during the cross, but it's not an easy shot to hit.
It's not. And it would have been a game changer, you were saying, if he was able to get the opening frag there off the back of it, right? But still, yeah, there's just so many ifs and buts moments coming out from NiP where it seems like occasionally they make all the right decisions. So you're like, this is great. NiP have actually set themselves up fantastically. They're playing to their strengths. They understand what they need to bring to the table to try and lock it down. And then the following round, it's completely different, and they look confused. Communication seems off. They start making weird judgment calls, and you just sort of like, what's happened in that transition, that short period of time to allow everything to slip away? So yeah, it's looking very weird. Down aggression early on as well, coming through from Kinguin actually, as they make their approach towards that B bomb site. Nade goes down. They want to try and just give away their presence, alert NiP to try and draw out as much utility as possible early on. Do NiP even have the firepower left in them at this point? I'm getting worried for them.
I mean, this is the thing. We can pick apart the, I don't want to say mistakes from NiP, but perhaps just a little bit of a lacking in areas. But I guess we need to focus on the areas where they've been performing well, because they have just recently formed as a 5, and you're playing against Kinguin, who have a lot more practice as a 5. So yeah, you've just got to focus on the positives and what they can take away from this series and how they're going to move forward. The fact they were able to pick up their first map was huge. Forest getting a huge kill of his own onto Mihu. But NiP fans can't be disappointed with the performance right now. Yes, okay, you'd expect them to beat Kinguin, but at least they're making a game of it, as Exist will also take down Furlan. The trade does come through, and Bomb's going to go down as well. Sphero will win that AWP battle onto Draken. Can we see NiP manage to do anything in this round? GetRight's going to try and come back from behind. Just found Miles with his pants down, but Sphero turns around and pops GetRight right in the chest. And the bomb eventually goes down. Can Forest do anything? Just on 1 HP here, Jackie.
Oh, look how low everyone is, though. Forest might be on 1 HP, sure, but the T's are so low. They're so close to death. Headshot comes through from Rallen, though, left on 4 HP, up against the full HP Freiburg, the mean machine. The absolute king as he approaches, trying to find this frag on towards Rallen. Rangers playing around Bomb Train here, listening out for any potential audio cues to give him the drop, as he's just slowly tiptoeing around. Is aware of the positioning of Freiburg now as well. Freiburg doesn't know where he is. We'll hear him as he sprays up towards the bomb site, and Freiburg, easy frag. He hasn't had the bomb just yet. Barely gets it, but should get the defuse.
Massive play from Freiburg there, just using the smoke as a bit of bait. The panic came through, and Freiburg is able to clutch that one up. Very important round for NiP. Every time they look like they're down and out, they just pull me back in. AWP now for Draken once again. He did lose the fight versus Sphero in that previous round. Can he now make more of a game of it? 13-9. One more round could perhaps be the nail in the coffin if Kinguin are able to pick that one up. NiP are keeping it tight. Kinguin aren't able to break through too easily. It's been difficult for them to push, as there are just so many players on the NiP lineup that can pull off individual incredible performances. So you can't just assume that you can wander on into a site.
It's true, you can't just try and tiptoe in and think it's all going to be fine. There is definitely always that chance that it will be taken away from you. Now then, CT is just going to be holding out right now as they wait for the potential push to be coming towards them. Kinguin, they were looking good. They've had these great individual moments. That is a reset that comes out from Ninja Pyjamas picking up that round. Can they do the same to them? If they come back, instantly are able to backhand Ninja Pyjamas, the reset comes through, right? They get that round 14th on the board, but the thing is as well, then NiP have no money to play with. They set themselves up, the stars will align to them, try and just walk your way through to gain match point very quickly for Kinguin. So this round has a lot riding on it. Sure, Miku as well, unfortunately for him, doesn't have a rifle, but it still is going to be a hard, heavy round.
Utility coming out, and they're going to drop onto this B site. Can Forest find anything? Yes, he can. It's Mouse that gets taken down, but Exist comes in, taking down Mihu as well. Furlan, thankfully, does respond. Is exactly what they needed. They're on to the site, but Draken's now going to come and play with the AWP, with the bomb going down. GetRight's coming in for the backstab, though, so as soon as Furlan's turned around, this is his chance. He jumps onto the site, gets the spray down with the UMP, now turns around to get Rallen as well, and Ninjas in Pyjamas will get that 10th round. They're looking a lot more fluid now. They're working together. They've got a lot more coordination. The backstab from GetRight, perfectly timed there.
That is awkward. Coming in the rear like that, locking them down very easily. Good stuff from GetRight, and that's the thing, that's what you want to need. GetRight has always been that very effective lurker that late round will come in with the plays. If you don't know where GetRight is, he's behind you. That's always been sort of the storyline behind him, as he is such a damaging player when it comes to that late round execute. And the thing is, he did his job fantastically there, was able to lock things down. And it's getting awkward now, because Kinguin, they get reset off the back of this. You can see their economy has stopped favouring them. They're left in a tight situation. And they're not going to have that many more chances. If they are going to allow NiP to lock things down now on their CT half, this is going to be them essentially signing their life away in this matchup. As NiP starting to build up our economy, Draken starting to feel comfortable in the AWP, and everyone else starting to seem like they're actually going to perform and start hitting their shots. They're looking crisp. They've started to warm up, and this is scary now.
Yeah, but these are the type of rounds we've seen NiP throw away. And you'd probably laugh at me for saying that, but I mean, we saw it earlier on. Yes, okay, it was the Tech 9s earlier on, but still, it was a round that Kinguin shouldn't have been able to pick up. Yes, okay, they had armor as well, but we need to see NiP really closing these kind of rounds out and not being picked off, not throwing anything away. Forest is going to get aggressive on Bomb Train here, as Draken will get the opening onto Sphero. And now this is better from NiP, just picking them off one by one and not getting caught off guard. It is going to be 11th round on the board, unless a miracle happens for Furlan, but it's not going to happen because Freiberg gets the spray down. It's expected, and now Kinguin can buy up once again and go again. And I think that's what Kinguin are just going to, that's the team talk for them, really. We go again. All we need is that one more round just to try and break this confidence, this setup from NiP, and then we can push forward, try and put that 15th on the board. As soon as they get to 15, they can start to get a little bit comfortable and think they're closer to winning the game. Of course, overtime is still a possibility, but at least they've done that job to at least get to overtime. As at the moment, they'll be concerned that NiP are getting back into this one, and they don't want to throw away such a heavy lead that they had.
Yeah, they need to try and, actually start to bring this back at this point. Because sure, they're still in the lead in terms of round difference, but in terms of actually how the game has been going recently, NiP have been looking a whole lot better. Nice nade, though. Look at the amount of damage transferred on towards Draken there very early. Sub 50 HP now. It will be an explosion through Pop Dog as well. Going to be what seems to be a very heavy A hit coming out shortly. NiP, they need to be on their toes to try and defend this. Get right. Focusing over towards Pop Dog. The spam comes through as he tries to connect onto these players, but they just back off, find their way, lifting back up and repositioning.
Yeah, get right. Obviously catching wind that were players and Pop Dog there. As you said, Kinguin now just will move on over. Will they go for a B take? They've just shut out the windows as well, maybe to try and suggest they're going for an A. But as we've seen before with Heroic versus HellRaisers earlier, very slow rounds coming out from these sides. They don't want to give anything away. Obviously really important stage of Pro League. Obviously NiP 1-6 after their win earlier on Cash, but Kinguin trying to put more wins on the board at 4-4 in the league. They are going to burst out onto the site, and Rallen gets the opener. Can they follow through and get the plant? Yes, they can. Molotov comes through, but it's a little bit too late.
Sparrow, though, will connect that shot off on towards Forest. There's Miku as well, follow-up frag on towards Draken, but unfortunately the trade comes in. It is a 2 versus 4. They're outnumbered 2-1. They're in tight situations as well, but they're starting to deal some damage. The frags come through. Rallen will hit the deck off the back of Freiberg's furious spam. They now encroach their way towards the bomb train as well. Tap on the bomb to try and draw out the face furl. Wait 3 seconds, then go for the peek. Tags the shot on towards Freiberg. And get right. Forced to save. The 14th round has been claimed by Kinguin. The bounce back, the snap into place. And this is awkward. He will save the AWP for Draken.
Is it going to be enough, though? Hot on the heels. Kinguin. It's been tough for NiP. It's been very back and forth, but if it continues to go back and forth like this, it eventually will end up with a Kinguin victory. If NiP can win this round, though, it does ruin the economy for Kinguin. This makes it slightly difficult for them to buy in the next round. But of course, every round now really is a must-win for NiP. So I don't think they're going to be too worried about any sort of economies. They're just going to be wanting to put those W's on the board.
Yeah, they need to try and get something behind them here. Get these rounds down. Exist starts it off fantastically, though. Shot on towards Furlan. If they can keep this up, slow and steady, they can lock this game down. But look how low he is. Oh, get right, struggling to find the frag towards Miles, but eventually does so. Nearly a follow-up frag as well. That would have been a nice, clean 2K to actually make their lives so much easier. Repositioning coming out from Draken, struggling to try and find a frag, but will do so. Connection on towards Sparrow. Ninjas in pajamas. Fantastic round as they only lose 1 member, and Rallen should surely be eliminated. Oh, Draken with a flick. Unfortunately, couldn't quite connect.
Grenade would be enough to finish him off if Rallen does just sit tight, but now he's just trying to do as much damage as possible, but the damage will be done to his face. 14-12. This is looking better, and exactly what I said now. Look at that economy from Kinguin. Suddenly they're looking at it being 14-13, and then even ecoing now. I mean, it's not going to be a great buy round following that either. Dare I say, are we going to be looking at a 14-14 before Kinguin even buy up?
It's scary, because that's the thing, right? They could definitely try and equalize that scoreline at this point. Then Kinguin are left in so much trouble. As by the time they actually get themselves into a good situation in terms of their rifles, their lifeline is gone in terms of the buffer they had. And the scary factor is, if we go that deep, is there always potential for overtime at that point? If Kinguin finally start to get that momentum back in their hands, that's when things could get serious. But into this round, surely Ninja of his Armor's closed this out.
Several smokes to work with from Kinguin. Are they just going to try and smoke off this site and get the bomb down just for a little bit more money so they can buy up sooner? Try and put this game to bed and not allow NiP back in this one. They're going to slow it down ever so slightly. Wait, use this utility that they do have. It has worked. We've seen Kinguin win rounds like this, but Exist, look at this aggressive positioning. It's got a lot of information here. And whether that's going to be the decision now for Kinguin to move quickly after the information is had, but they are just going to quickly move into Get Right's M4 as Forrest also gets one of his own. They will drop down onto this B site. Can they take anything? Can they get the plant? At the moment, it's looking like a solid no, unless Exist, can you find it? No, they get the plant. Absolutely huge there for Kinguin just to get that little bit more cash. But there's no casualties for NiP.
Clean round, flawlessly done. Fantastic stuff. Obviously, Kinguin as well. Awkward economy, but they can squeeze a buyout if they want to try and run the risk of going for a force into this round. But this is good. This is actually what I wanted to see coming out from NiP. Sure, it's taken them a while, and it's been very shaky on their CT half, but in the situation they're in right now, they will equalize the scoreline, you would imagine, as Kinguin do the smart thing, hold out cash for the following round. Try and play when you actually have a full deck of cards, rather than buying up now and having not much really in your favor.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely sensible. Exist does spot a player crossing over towards B. Freiburg, I don't know if he saw that man in Ivy as well. Might get caught off guard if he doesn't turn around quickly. As NiP look a little bit frantic at the moment. They're kind of looking around everywhere, panicking. Well, maybe not panicking, but just checking every single angle, very aware of where they could be pushed from. It's just down to 3 members of Kinguin now as they're falling like flies. A couple of Tech 9 still to work with. With 3 men, they can definitely still burst out onto a site and try and catch by surprise, but angles are being held, and if you've got Draken with an AWP, then you can be sure that he's going to be hitting those shots as he finds another one onto Mouse as well. This is the Draken that we wanted to see, Jackie.
Yeah, looking good. Definitely on form now. Finally stepping up to the mark. Important kills, even into this round, as you do not want to run the risk of losing any weapons. It might not look like much as they are eco-frags. Very easy to find these kills with the AWP up against pistols, right? But the point is, you don't run the risk of losing any weapons into this. You have a good economy to work with. You come into this following round with the upper hand. Everyone is kitted out to the max. You want to see those kits across the board. Everyone armed to the teeth, utility and play everywhere. Everyone feeling happy. And this is the best case scenario now. You get yourselves up 14-14, CT half. You have the AWP on Draken, starting to feel himself, you know, on point. He's starting to find the frags. He's looking good. They need to lock this down.
I mean, bear in mind, Ninjas in Pyjamas were 9-1 down.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's been a huge comeback.
This is absolutely crazy if they're able to pull this one off, as Draken's going to take an aggressive angle. Is he going to spot him? Yes, he can. Takes down Fern. Absolutely huge frag. These are the frags he's needed to be getting, but is he stuck here? Gets the smoke from his teammate. And Mihu is not going to try and spray him down either, so he's going to be able to not only pick up the frag, but escape with his life without a trade happening. They've got the man advantage, and now Kinguin on the back foot, need to respond, need to go for something big. Otherwise, they're looking at possibly throwing away a 9-1 lead that they had early on.
And that would be the scary factor. Obviously, if NiP are able to pick up round 15 here as well, that does spell absolute trouble for Kinguin going in to the final 30th round. Right now, though, they just hold, edging, trying to find these kills. Draken, that would have been absolutely amazing, spectacular if he would have been able to connect that one. Unfortunately, doesn't do so. Gets the information and now backs off, repositions to just stay alive if possible. As we hit 45 seconds left on the clock and things start to heat up.
Mihu is going to flash out, but he gets counter-flashed as well. Freiburg is going to be there waiting, but so is Forrest. They've set up a nice cross, and that's going to be Mihu down. Rowling gets a kill with a HE. So now they do even things up ever so slightly. Exist, though, just hiding on bomb train. This is going to be difficult for them to get the plan, but I said difficult. Mouse takes down Exist, and he will find Freiburg as well. And Sphero is just caught behind smoke at the moment. Luckily, Forrest comes in with one of his own. It's a 2 versus 2. Do they know Sfero's here, though? He's in such a huge position, but he legs him, and then he gets caught off guard by Forest. Huge kill, and it's all on Rallen now. It's a 1 versus 1, and look at the time. He needs to get the bomb down. He does go for the fake, but GetRight's going to come in from behind, and NiP put their 15th on the board. They were 9-1 down, but now they have a chance at match point.
The age-old prophecy. If you don't know where GetRight is, he's behind you. It's like a pantomime down as he gets the kill. And that is just deadly. Now locking things up, 15-14, the AWP still in play. Look at the economy of Kinguin. They are broken, they are scrambling. They are trying to find whatever they can. They're digging down the back of the sofa, but there is no pennies there to try and help them out into this round. They will have to deal with what they found. And it is a lackluster buy in the penultimate round here, if NiP shut this down.
Now, a lot of teams in this situation, in this T-side situation, would slow things down and just try and frustrate their opponent, try and catch them off guard, hope they make a mistake. I would have loved to have seen Kinguin just burst onto a site and catch NiP off guard. But instead, they are just going to play this passively. They're going to wait. They're going to use whatever utility they have to try and get onto a site, see if Sfero can catch anyone off guard with his scout. What a huge opportunity this is for NiP to revive their season. They were 0-6 in Pro League before we started this evening. If they win this round, they will be 2-6. And it will be a great first week for Draken and for NiP fans. But 1 minute left, and still no one has budged. No one wants to make that first move. So much on the line.
That's the thing, they have to play that slower style of CS for Kinguin. Back off. Looks like it will be a B execute though. Smoke down ramp. You have the backstab as well in Rallen, who's stationed towards the A-bomb site. Smoke goes down. Oh, hit his teammate.
Goodness.
Things go from bad to worst. Awkward stuff. That is a misplay and a half down as Forest could dispatch them as they have to go in unprotected.
Yeah, they've just got to go in bare here. And they are just going to walk in to the M4 of GetRight, and he was just say easy peasy lemon squeezy. Freiburg finishes off Rallen as well. There is going to be a frag coming out from Mouse, but he will immediately be taken down. NiP do get the comeback. They were 9-1 down. They've won the game 16-14. They find their second map win of the season. And this looks like a nice, fresh NiP lineup.
Definitely still a lot to work on.
Of course,
obviously, the shakiest way I've seen them close out a game there at that point, just with GetRight essentially sitting below everyone, firing up Hellfire. But, wow, I mean, at least they were able to close it out, right? Sure, 16-13 scoreline, but a win still a win at that point. 2 wins on the board for them. They were bottom of the table. They hadn't won a game so far this entire season of Pro League. Very uncharacteristic of NiP. Finally, they have 2 wins.
Real shame for Kinguin. They were looking so dominant early on. Had a fantastic looking CT side, and then it was all that ace, to be honest, from GetRight. At 9-1 down, as you see in the replay now, he decided to pick up an AK when the rest of his team had a pistol. Pulled out 5 kills. They went from 9-1 to 9-6, and then suddenly they find themselves winning the game 16-14. It's definitely a good day for NiP fans. They'll be extremely happy with that. There'll still be questions asked. They'll still be saying, as you said, there's improvements that need to be made, but it's a good starting point for NiP. For Kinguin, they'll be upset that they threw that one away, but at the end of the day, they're playing against world champions, so that's something that they need to bear in mind. Unfortunately for Kinguin, they'll be 4-6, so they were 4th in the table, but they are going to drop down ever so slightly to that kind of mid-tier, which is where a lot of people will be expecting them. I mean, maybe a lot of people will be expecting them to be in that relegation zone towards the end of the season, but they made a match of it, and they held their own against champions. I think they should be proud of that.
Yeah, very true indeed. And that's the thing as well, though. Obviously, this is great for NiP, as being in that last place spot for them must be soul-crushing. You know they don't want to be down there. So this allowing them to at least get something behind them, like for the rest of the season, maybe this is the changing point. A win today against Kinguin might not seem like too much that's that crazy for them, right? But if they keep this up, try and keep it together, if they can start to get a few wins on the board, they might actually have an okay season.
Well, let's have a look and see if NiP are still at the bottom of that league table after the results that we have witnessed today. Here are the standings, and they've made it off the bottom. They're into 13th position. Good news, nice. NiP fans. You're not last anymore. Instead, G2 will drop to that bottom position. Mouse still at the top, 7-1. Astralis 5-5. It's very even at the rest of that table, to be honest. it's all to play for. Even Kinguin at 4 and 6, they could still find themselves towards the top with just a couple of wins. But I think the important thing is NiP have found their way back into the league table. I mean, look at that. Just a couple more wins and they could be up to 7th place. They're not rock bottom. And I think that's what you were touching on, really. They were looking at some of those teams that are above them and they were thinking, right, we shouldn't really be here. I don't think that Pro League is the only reason why they made a change. I mean, elsewhere they struggled too, but it definitely needed to happen, to be honest.
I mean, that's the thing. Sure, you don't make the change just because of Pro League, but 6 games loss in Pro League where they kind of want to prove they can do stuff. We've always seen them do good in previous iterations of Pro League. NiP have always had good showings. They've made it to finals quite a few times. They've always looked effective, and this time around it just looked like Season 5, they were basically out. It seemed like NiP were going to be going bye-bye.
Yeah, that would have been a horrible thing to see if we witnessed NiP getting relegated, but perhaps NiP are back in action. That's going to be all from us tonight, but we will be back tomorrow for some more Pro League action. Thank you very much for joining us. Have a good night.